Imagine a world where gaming mechanics have seamlessly fused with reality. Professions have evolved, allowing people to switch roles and unlock stronger abilities. Ruins, dungeons, and mysterious realms await exploration. But there's a catch. This world is teeming with deadly monsters that won't hesitate to take you down before you can even think about running. But don't lose hope. Slaying these creatures grants experience, valuable materials, and powerful gear to grow stronger. Yet, even the most fearsome monsters pale in comparison to the legendary dragons. Rare, enigmatic beings wielding godlike power. Now, let's focus on the third school of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside a classroom, a teacher passionately slaps the board, announcing the upcoming profession Awakening Orientation for Junior Year Section 25. He reminds the students that this event isn't just about their university entrance exams. It will determine their future success. Some students zone out, while others listen intently. The teacher explains that theoretically, the awakening process is random. However, he urges everyone to believe in themselves. Strong willpower might just land them a powerful combative profession. Among the students sits a young man, his long hair partially covering his eyes. He glances at the test paper in front of him, the profession Awakening Aptitude Test. A faint smile appears on his lips. His time has finally come. This is Lu Fan, a transmigrator from a place called Blue Planet. 3 years have passed since he arrived in this world, and in that time, he's grasped its rules and systems. Professions are divided into 3 main categories. 1. Combative professions: warriors, mages, archers, and more. These battle-hardened individuals explore uncharted realms, hunt for rare loot, and rake in substantial rewards. Naturally, they're the most sought-after professions. 2. Reinforcing professions: enchanters, alchemists, and similar roles. They craft powerful enhancements and magical items. However, developing these skills requires expensive materials. Without a wealthy background, progress is difficult. 3. Subsistence professions: chefs, herbalists, miners, and the like. They form the backbone of society, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Lu Fan's aunt, Han Ku, is one of these essential workers. She runs a humble steamed bun shop, working tirelessly every day to support his education. Despite being only 8 years older than him, she has taken on the responsibility of raising him without hesitation. To thrive in this world, and to give his aunt a better life, Lu Fan has set his sights on awakening as a combative professional. His journey is about to begin. Suddenly, the teacher's phone rings. He quickly silences it before turning to the class with an excited expression. The awakening platform is ready. The ceremony is about to begin. Cheers erupt across the room as students leap from their seats, rushing towards the platform in a frenzy. But in the far corner, Lu Fan remains seated. The teacher notices and approaches, puzzled. As the top student in the class, Lu Fan should be the most confident. But just as the teacher is about to ask, something unexpected happens. Lu Fan awakens a system out of nowhere. The Super Treasure Map system. Confused, he barely has time to process it before BM. The teacher slams the desk, snapping him back to reality. Seeing the concern on his face, Lu Fan quickly reassures him that everything's fine before dashing after his classmates. As he runs, he can't help but smirk. What transmigrator doesn't get a system? But right now, there's no time to figure it out. The awakening ceremony takes priority. When the students arrive at the awakening platform, they're greeted by the sight of a massive crystal standing at its center, shimmering with mystical energy. Excitement and anxiety ripple through the crowd. The teacher urges them to stay calm, but the anticipation is palpable. As Lu Fan blends in with the students, he overhears a guy confidently declaring that he'll awaken a hidden combative profession and become a legend. His friend quickly shoots him down, reminding him just how rare that is. Most students just hope to avoid ending up with a subsistence profession. Then, silence falls over the crowd. A powerful figure steps onto the podium, the Grandmaster. With a commanding presence, he announces the official start of the ceremony before gesturing to a priest who will be overseeing this year's awakening. The moment the priest steps forward, the students are in awe. His sheer aura radiates dominance, making them dream of one day reaching that level of power. Lu Fan shares their amazement, but just then ding, his system activates again. A new skill has been unlocked. Eye of Appraisal. Curious, he immediately tests it on the priest. A panel appears before him. Level 29. Profession, professional awakener. Skill, professional awakening. Net worth, 5 million dragon coins. Lu Fan is stunned. 5 million. No matter how hard his aunt worked, even if she sold buns for a lifetime, she'd never come close to that kind of wealth. Before he can dwell on it further, the headmaster's voice booms across the platform. Silence. The awakening ceremony begins now. The excitement reaches its peak as he calls the first name, Zhang Tao, the top student of their section. All eyes turn to Zhang Tao. Whispers spread through the crowd, everyone wondering if he'll awaken as a powerful combative professional. With his high attributes, the chances are definitely in his favor. Even though the process is supposed to be random, everyone knows stronger stats mean better odds. The moment Zhang Tao stepped onto the stage, the girls went wild, showering him with confessions and admiration. As the priest began chanting, the awakening crystal pulsed with energy, glowing brighter and brighter until whoosh. A fireball erupted from it. Zhang Tao had awakened as a pyromancer. Gasps filled the air. A pyromancer wasn't just rare, it was one of the most powerful combat professions out there. The students looked on with envy, realizing that Zhang Tao's future had just skyrocketed. Standing tall, he smirked and casually conjured a fireball in his hand. That was all it took for the girls to lose their minds, screaming and practically begging him to go on dates. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Fan clenched his fists. If he could awaken a combative profession, he could finally leave behind his struggles. No more scraping by. His life would change forever. Annoyed by all the noise, the headmaster shouted for order before calling up the next student. The ceremony continued, and one by one, students awakened their professions. But as Lu Fan observed, most didn't get anything impressive. Herbalists, tailors, miners. Reality hit hard. Combative professions were rare. While those who awakened them had limitless potential, those stuck with subsistence professions were destined for an ordinary life. The student in front of Lu Fan muttered that even getting a subsistence profession wasn't the worst outcome. He pointed out Li Ping from Section 3. Her family was struggling financially, but she awakened as a reinforcing professional. While it sounded prestigious, it required a fortune in materials to develop. In her case, a stable subsistence profession might have been better. That hit a little too close to home. Lu Fan's family wasn't wealthy either. If he awakened as a reinforcing professional, he'd be stuck in an impossible situation. Then, his name was called. The crowd turned as the headmaster urged him forward. As Lu Fan walked towards the awakening crystal, whispers filled the air. For the first time, the girls actually noticed him. His sharp features, his calm demeanor. They suddenly found themselves wondering just what kind of profession he'd awaken. Stepping up to the pedestal, Lu Fan took a deep breath. There was no turning back now. He placed his hands on the crystal as the priest began to chant. Then, something strange happened. A vision flashed before Lu Fan's eyes, a massive red dragon with piercing yellow eyes staring straight at him. At the same time, the ground began to tremble. Panic spread through the crowd. What was going on? Golden light burst from the awakening crystal, completely engulfing Lu Fan. The energy surged wildly, sending shockwaves across the platform. Then, a dragon materialized out of the light. Gasps and shouts of disbelief filled the air. The teachers and students were frozen in shock. This only happened when someone awakened a hidden profession. A female teacher turned to Teacher Lee, her voice filled with awe. Congratulations. Your section has produced the first hidden professional in the entire school. Teacher Lee could barely contain his excitement. If Lu Fan had awakened as a dragon blood warrior or dragon language mage, he'd be on the path to becoming a legendary powerhouse. The Dragon Kingdom hadn't seen a dragon blood warrior in a decade. This could be a historic moment. The dragon hovering above Lu Fan let out an earth-shaking roar. The force of it sent shock waves through the area, forcing students to cover their ears. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the dragon took off, vanishing into the sky. The headmaster rushed forward, barely able to contain his excitement. Quick, what did you awaken as? A dragon blood warrior? A dragon language mage? But instead of celebrating, Lu Fan let out a sigh. Dragon Tamer. Silence. The entire area went still. Students and teachers alike froze, unable to process what they had just heard. Then, chaos erupted. The most worthless profession in history. The headmaster's booming voice echoed across the awakening platform. He wasn't the only one. Some students outright laughed, while others shook their heads in disbelief. A dragon tamer? The weakest hidden profession? What a joke. Later that day, the awakening ceremony was over, and Lu Fan wandered through the old town of Jianghai City. His system interface hovered beside him, displaying his status. Level 10. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Skill, tame dragons and dragon-like creatures. Net worth, 239 dragon coins. He sighed, not exactly rich. The reactions from earlier still replayed in his mind. No one had expected him to awaken a hidden profession, but instead of awe, he was met with ridicule. To them, a dragon tamer was useless. After all, dragons were the apex creatures of the world. Who could possibly tame one? Even with a rare awakening, his future seemed bleak. As he walked, he overheard a group of students still talking about his profession. I don't get it. If Dragon Tamer is one of the 3 major hidden professions, why is it considered so weak? Another student scoffed. It's simple. No one has ever successfully tamed a dragon. People go their entire lives without even seeing one. And even if they do, what can they do? Dragons aren't pets. They're absolute monsters. Back at the school, the headmaster had tried to console him. Even if it's not ideal, a hidden profession is still a hidden profession. With enough effort, maybe you can tame some subdragon species and grow stronger. But Lu Fan knew better. Without a real dragon, the dragon tamer profession was nothing. Subdragon species? They were just mutated beasts, nothing close to the real thing. And in the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons had certainly appeared, but not a single dragon tamer had ever successfully tamed one. It was the harsh truth. No matter how strong a human became, compared to a dragon, they were nothing but ants. Taming one? An impossible dream. Lu Fan glanced at his system window. Every single skill was locked, all because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. A bitter chuckle escaped him. What kind of dragon tamer can't even tame a dragon? His thoughts drifted to his aunt. She had sacrificed so much to support his education, working tirelessly every day. He had hoped that, after awakening, he could finally make life easier for her. But now, he wasn't even sure if he could provide for himself, let alone change her life for the better. Lost in thought, he barely noticed his surroundings until he suddenly found himself standing in front of his house. He let out a deep breath, shaking off his gloom. No point in showing up looking miserable. Plastering on a forced smile, he pushed open the door. I'm home. Before he could even take another step, a blur of motion flew toward him. His aunt, Han Ku, practically tackled him in a tight hug. You're back, she beamed, squeezing him excitedly. Come on, tell me. How'd it go? What profession did you awaken? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, today was supposed to be a huge turning point for him. Lu Fan hesitated. That familiar pang of disappointment hit him again. But before he could say a word, Han Ku gently patted his shoulder. Listen, she said, her voice soft. Even if you didn't awaken a combat profession, that's okay. Honestly, I'd be relieved. The thought of you running around fighting dangerous monsters every day scares me. But Lu Fan cut her off, raising his voice slightly. No, Aunt Ku, I did awaken a combat profession. She blinked in surprise. I'm a dragon tamer. The moment the words left his mouth, he braced himself for disappointment, maybe even pity. But instead, Han Ku's entire face lit up with joy. That's amazing, she cheered. A hidden profession. It doesn't matter if you haven't tamed a dragon yet. It just means you're already strong. Before he could even react, she hugged him again, squeezing him tightly. If you decide to go to college, I'll keep supporting you, she said. And if you don't wanna, you can always help me run the steam bun shop. Lu Fan felt a lump in his throat. The warmth in her voice, the unwavering faith she had in him. It was too much. She suddenly pulled away, hands on her hips. All right, enough sulking. Dinner's getting cold. Finally looking over at the table, Lu Fan was stunned. She had cooked a feast. There was no way he could eat all of this by himself. After dinner, Lu Fan collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts kept drifting back to Han Ku. She was only 26 years old, yet she had been working herself to the bone for years. He thought of the cuts and bruises on her hands, the exhaustion in her eyes that she never let him see. She deserved better. He needed to give her a better life. But how? Frustrated, he clenched his fists and slammed them against the bed. If only I had a dragon. His heart pounded. With a dragon tamer would actually mean something. But where was he even supposed to find one? Just when things are looking grim, Lu Fan receives a system notification, congratulating him on unlocking his first daily treasure map. He checks it out and can hardly believe his eyes. It's a divine level treasure map on day 1. Talk about insane luck. That's when it hits him. His system is called the Super Treasure Map system, yet he's only used the appraisal function during the awakening ceremony. He hasn't even explored the treasure map feature. Curious, he taps the icon, and a prompt appears, explaining the 4 treasure map tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. And here's the kicker. The system can merge 3 identical lower-level maps into a higher tier one. Another notification pops up, revealing that Lu Fan will receive a randomly graded and randomly located treasure map every day. Even better, as long as he reaches the designated location, the treasure will be directly tied to his profession. Wait, profession-based treasures? That means if he's lucky, he might actually find a dragon and become a true dragon tamer. This could be his ticket from the weakest to the strongest. If he plays his cards right, this system might be his one shot at changing his fate. And this divine level treasure map, it could be his golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Lu Fan clicks on the divine treasure map. A large regional map unfolds before him, pinpointing the treasure's location, Mount Shure Basin. It's not too far from Jianghai City, and if he catches the last suburban bus tonight, he'll arrive early in the morning. The next morning, Lu Fan's aunt wakes up, stretching as she shuffles into the kitchen. She flicks on the light and notices a note on the dining table. Curious, she peeks into Lu Fan's room. Empty. Meanwhile, a bus winds through the mountains. She picks up the letter, reading his words. He's heading to Mount Shure Basin for something that might be his only chance to change his destiny as a dragon tamer. He reassures her not to worry and promises to return soon. Back at Mount Shure Basin, Lu Fan steps off the bus, completely unaware that a few shady figures have been trailing him. He isn't focused on them. His mind is set on one goal. He's going to turn his life around. Not just for himself, but for his aunt. Surveying the outskirts, he sees nothing but barren terrain. Before he could take another step, someone bumps into his backpack. He spins around. A muscular man and a petite girl stand there, eyeing him closely. Lu Fan immediately tenses, gripping his weapon, ready for anything. Before he can react further, a weathered hand clamps onto his shoulder. He turns to see an old man with an eye patch staring at him. "Kid," the old man says with a smirk. "How about joining us?" Lu Fan quickly shrugs off the man's hand, making it clear he's not looking for companions. He's already wary. These people reek of dungeon robbers. The girl smirks, pulling out a knife. "You might want to rethink that," she suggests. The eye patch man chuckles, warning, the wilderness at night is no place to be alone. Lu Fan studies them carefully. Seasoned looters. They've probably been robbing and scavenging materials for a while now. To them, taking down someone as weak as him would be effortless. Not wanting trouble, he plays it smart. "I'm a summoner," he lies. "I don't need companions. I can summon elemental creatures if things get rough." That catches them off guard. The eye patch man nods, deciding it's best to leave him be. "A summoner? Huh? Then I guess you'll be fine on your own." The girl gives him a sly grin. "Hope we meet again, handsome." She winks and blows him a kiss before sauntering off. Lu Fan feels a bit flustered, but mostly relieved. Dungeon robbers? No thanks. The wilderness may be dangerous, but at least nature doesn't stab you in the back. That encounter only reinforces one thing. Without strength, survival is a gamble. He checks his system map and picks up the pace. Deeper into the wilderness, he spots a herd of power horn horses, level 8 creatures known for their raw strength. They graze peacefully, uninterested in their surroundings. Lu Fan knows better than to provoke them, so he carefully takes a detour. But even with the safer route, he still feels uneasy. His instincts were right. A short while later, he encounters a group of giant horn antelopes. He moves cautiously, keeping his distance, until his foot lands on something soft. A frog. It croaks loudly in pain. Oh. The antelopes snap their heads in his direction, clearly irritated. A moment later, they're charging straight at him. Heart pounding, Lu Fan bolts. He spots a flat patch of land to the side and dives for it. The impact sends him rolling across the dirt, but he dodges the stampede. Lying there, gasping for breath, he realizes something terrifying. He couldn't even handle a single antelope. If he stays weak, he might end up like that poor frog. Just then, a notification flashes before his eyes. You have arrived at the designated treasure location. He pushes himself up and looks ahead. Nestled between 2 massive rocks, a faint red glow flickers from behind them, just like on the map. Lu Fan steps forward, entering the cave-like opening. And then, he sees it. A massive pitch-black egg. Its shell is already beginning to crack. Could it be? A dragon egg. This could change everything. Lu Fan's system pops up with a notification. Black dragon egg detected. Level, unknown. The cracking sounds grow louder. The egg is about to hatch. But then, rustling in the tall grass behind him, Lu Fan's instincts scream at him. He grips his cleaver tightly. Things have been going too smoothly. Of course, a wild beast would show up. Without hesitation, he spins around and slashes at the approaching figure. A bloodthirsty gray fox. The fox catches his cleaver between its fangs, its blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger. With a vicious snarl, it lets out a chilling howl and lunges at him with full force. Lu Fan barely manages to deflect the attack, throwing the beast to the ground. He stumbles back, gasping for breath. He quickly activates his appraisal skill. Bloodthirsty Gray Fox. Abilities, Triple Claw Strike, Bloodthirst Recovery. Danger level, high. Lu Fan's eyes widen. This thing can strike 3 times in a row, cause bleeding, and heal itself by absorbing his blood. Glancing back, the dragon egg is about to hatch. He doesn't have time for this fight. If he can just hold out a little longer, maybe he can use his dragon taming ability once the dragon emerges. But the fox isn't waiting. It leaps at him. Instinct kicks in. Lu Fan raises his arm in defense. Too slow. Sharp claws rip through his sleeve, cutting into his skin. He can't let it activate Bloodthirst Recovery. The fox goes in for Triple Claw Strike. 1 down. 2 more to go. Lu Fan blocks the second strike with his cleaver. The third? He barely dodges, rolling to the side at the last second. Now's his chance. Gritting his teeth, he swings his cleaver with everything he has. The blade smashes into the fox's skull. Blood sprays across the cave floor. The creature twitches, then collapses. Panting heavily, Lu Fan yanks his cleaver free. He won. You have defeated a bloodthirsty gray fox. Gained 120 EXP. Yes, he did it. Relief washes over him. He's exhausted but victorious. He leans against a rock, catching his breath. Then laughter. His stomach drops. 3 shadows loom over him. He turns his head. It's them. The sketchy robbers from before. They clap, grinning. Not bad, kid. The eye patch man chuckles. Didn't think you had it in you. Lu Fan grips his cleaver tighter. He's not falling for this fake friendliness. Taking a defensive stance, he glares at them. Back off. I'm not interested in joining your little crew. The girl in the group chuckles, teasing him not to be so tense. She hints that they've already figured out his little lie about being a summoner. The guy with the eye patch chimes in, reminding Lu Fan that despite claiming to be a summoner, he never used any summoning abilities and still got hurt by a weak monster. Oh, busted. Realizing he's been exposed, Lu Fan tries to play it cool. He kicks the fox's body toward them and says, if it's the fox fur you want, take it and leave me alone. Eye patch guy laughs, picking it up. This? Barely worth 80 dragon coins, he scoffs. We're here for something much bigger. Wait, they're after the divine treasure too? Lu Fan's heart pounds. He glances back, and sure enough, the muscular guy and the girl have locked onto the dragon egg. Before he can react, the muscular guy rushes in, throwing a devastating punch. The impact sends Lu Fan flying, his cleaver slipping from his grasp as he crashes hard onto the ground, dazed. When his vision clears, the girl is already on top of him, blade pressed against his throat. Stay still, she warns, or you'll regret it. Eye patch guy smirks. You underestimated how good dungeon robbers are at sniffing out treasure. Meanwhile, the muscular guy calls out, hey, check this out. He stands over the dragon egg, grinning. Lu Fan watches in horror as his worst fear unfolds before his eyes. Eye patch guy's excitement spikes. Finish him off, he orders. The girl tilts her head, flashing Lu Fan a sly smile. Too bad. You're kind of good looking, she muses. But this is the end of the line. Not so fast. Just then, the dragon egg trembles, cracks spiderweb across its surface. Something inside stirs. A sudden explosion of energy. The egg shatters, sending debris flying. A massive shadow rises into the sky, looming over them. Everyone freezes, staring in disbelief. A dragon. Eye patch guy panics, hurling some kind of potion at it, but the dragon dodges with ease. The muscular guy, foolishly, tries to punch it. Bad move. The dragon's jaws snap open, and in a single fiery blast, he's reduced to ashes. The eye patch guy watches in horror as his partner is obliterated. His breath catches as the dragon turns its piercing gaze on him. He stumbles back, screaming for help, but the girl is just as terrified. Her grip on the knife weakens. Lu Fan seizes the moment, shoving her aside. You guys messed with the wrong person, he shouts. Without hesitation, he sprints toward the dragon. It eyes him, confused but not attacking. Lu Fan takes a deep breath and yells, "Dragon Taming Technique." A golden light flares from Lu Fan's hands, illuminating the dark scales of the dragon. Even the beast looks momentarily startled. As his fingers make contact, the girl stumbles back, her voice shaky. Who are you?" Lu Fan turns to her with a smirk. "Oh, now you're interested?" He lets the moment linger before adding, "I'm not just a summoner, I'm a dragon tamer." A system notification flashes before his eyes. Black Dragon Covenant has been tamed by Lu Fan. The dragon's newly unlocked skills appear: Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, Dragon's Inspiration. It immediately lunges toward the girl. Her confidence shatters in an instant. She throws up her hands, stammering, "I didn't know it was a dragon egg. I swear." "Please." Lu Fan remains unmoved. "You had no problem preying on the weak," he says, his voice cold. "Now, you can join your friends." With a single command, the dragon finishes the job. Once the dust settles, Lu Fan perches on a cliffside, tending to his wounds. His new companion rummages through his bag, sniffing curiously at the contents. Lu Fan picks up the dragon, marveling at the sheer luck of his situation. Holding it up, he chuckles. "You're way too lively." Even fresh out of the egg, the dragon is already powerful. The thought sends excitement coursing through him. If you're this strong now, imagine how terrifying you'll be when you level up. He pulls the dragon into a hug, grinning. The title of Dragon Tamer won't be the weakest class for much longer. Then he pauses, tapping his chin. "Now, what should I call you?" He cycles through names, discarding them one by one. Little Coal Ball? No. Black Diamond? Too cringe. Just as he's lost in thought, the dragon suddenly licks his wounds. A crimson aura swirls around its body. Before he can react, its wings spread wide, glowing with energy. In an instant, its form shifts. The light fades, revealing a stunning girl with draconic wings and a long, elegant tail. Wait, what? Plot twist. Lu Fan stares, completely dumbfounded, as his newly hatched dragon transforms into a human. Yep, his dragon can shapeshift. The girl doesn't seem to understand human speech yet. She just tilts her head and nods along to whatever he says, like a clueless but adorable child. She flutters around excitedly while Lu Fan pulls up his status screen. The new skills he just unlocked? Absolutely insane. Dragon Taming. Allows him to tame dragon-type creatures. Obviously a game changer. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a dragon's claw, with strength based on his bonded dragon. Dragon Fang Strike. A devastating energy attack infused with draconic power. Dragon Inspiration temporarily boosts both his and his dragon's stats by 30%. Lu Fan can hardly believe it. His class just went from the weakest to potentially the strongest. And with a dragon girl by his side, things are about to get very interesting. Lu Fan soon discovers that the black dragon he just tamed isn't just any dragon. It's a legendary creature. As the realization sinks in, another shock follows. With the successful taming, all of his skills have been fully unlocked. His eyes widen as he scrolls through his status. His power has skyrocketed. Compared to others at his level, he could completely dominate them without breaking a sweat. Curious, he taps on the black dragon's profile, and a screen appears, displaying her stats. And let's just say, they're ridiculous. Strength, 342. Agility, 267. Spirit, 359. Endurance, 373. Absolutely overpowered. And her abilities? Even crazier. Mighty Jaw Assault. A brutal charge attack that rips into enemies, inflicting continuous bleeding damage. Lava Flame. A devastating flame breath that not only burns enemies over time, but also heals her simultaneously. Black Dragon Heritage. A game-breaking passive skill. It reduces all incoming damage by 50%, grants complete immunity to all debuffs, and increases her self-recovery by a whopping 500%. Bloodline Connection. An exclusive skill that gives Lu Fan a 10% boost to all attributes just by being bonded to her. Lu Fan is floored. This dragon hatchling is already insanely strong, and she's just at level 1. Even a human warrior 20 levels above him wouldn't stand a chance. Then he notices something even more shocking. Bloodline Connection directly doubles all of his own attributes. No wonder he suddenly feels invincible. It's not just the dragon that's powerful. His entire strength has skyrocketed because of their bond. His mind races. This is exactly what one of the 3 strongest hidden professions should feel like. No matter how impressive other secret classes might be, they can't compare to the sheer might of the dragon race. For years, people mocked dragon tamers as the weakest class, but they couldn't have been more wrong. As he's still processing everything, a soft crunch catches his attention. He turns to see the dragon girl happily munching on the eggshells she hatched from. Despite her human form, she still behaves just like a newborn dragon. That reminds him, he still hasn't given her a name. He thinks for a moment, then it hits him. Since she's a little black dragonborn, just before dawn, Xiao Yi. When he says it aloud, the dragon girl's eyes light up. A bright, joyful smile spreads across her face, and she nods enthusiastically. Lu Fan grins. So you like it, huh? Seeing how happy she is, he knows the risk was completely worth it. He ruffles her hair and asks, "Hungry?" Xiao Yi looks up at him, flashing that same adorable smile, before finishing off the last of the eggshells. Yep, this adventure is just getting started. Lu Fan pats Xiao Yi on the head and grins. All right, time to hunt. We can't head back on empty stomachs, can we? He stretches, feeling the excitement bubbling inside him. The entrance trial for the university is getting closer, and he knows countless students are out there sharpening their skills, hunting for opportunities. But with his recent power boost, the prestigious Southern Province's Top Scholar Award, and a spot in the most elite institution in the Dragon Kingdom, are finally within reach. Still, he can't afford to be careless. Leveling up and mastering his abilities is his top priority for both him and Xiao Yi. With renewed determination, he takes off running, Xiao Yi following close behind, her eyes gleaming with excitement. We're heading deeper into Mount Shure Basin, Lu Fan tells her. I hear the monsters there taste way better than eggshells. As they push forward, a sudden noise stops them in their tracks. A pack of creatures is charging toward them at insane speeds. Lu Fan quickly pulls up his system interface. Plains hyenas. His eyes narrow as he scans their abilities. Rending Bite, a vicious attack that causes continuous bleeding damage. Putrefaction, a disease-inflicting debuff that weakens the target over time. And the good news? Each hyena drops canine teeth worth 95 dragon coins. Lu Fan clenches his fists. These beasts are way more dangerous than the bloodthirsty gray fox he fought earlier. And that fight? It left him bruised and battered. A direct confrontation could be risky. But before he can decide what to do, Xiao Yi launches herself into the air. A wild, almost mischievous grin spreads across her face. She's thrilled at the thought of a fight. Lu Fan chuckles, shaking his head. So, you want to take the lead this time? His hesitation fades, replaced by excitement. This is Mount Shure Basin. But for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon, there's nothing to fear. Both of them are grinning now as they charge toward the hyenas. Xiao Yi soars higher, her wings beating with raw power. The hyenas snarl and lunge, only for her to take a deep breath. A fiery glow spreads through her stomach. Boom! She unleashes lava flame. The scorching fire engulfs the hyenas, their howls of rage turning into shrieks of pain. Flames rage across the battlefield as Xiao Yi continues her relentless assault. Lu Fan watches as the system notifications flood in. Experience points keep rolling in. Lu Fan reaches level 11. Xiao Yi reaches level 3. Grinning, Lu Fan turns to his partner. All right, no need to waste time on these small fries. Let's move on. Xiao Yi nods, licking her lips. They set their sights on a shadowy den nestled within a mountain. Lu Fan's smile widens. A big guy's been waiting for us. As they step closer, the air turns heavy. Then, 3 sets of glowing eyes pierce through the darkness. A hulking beast steps forward, its massive form looming over them. 3 heads, each one radiating pure, killing intent. It's none other than the 3-headed blood lion, a level 25 elite beast. Lu Fan quickly scans its abilities. Roar temporarily boosts its attack and defense. Trample, a devastating area attack that crushes everything in range. Triple Flame, a deadly fire attack that deals 3 bursts of burning damage. Taking this beast down will reward them with 23,790 experience points and rare loot like Bloodlion's Tooth and Bloodlion Skin. Under normal circumstances, a level 25 elite boss would require an entire team of skilled monster hunters. But Lu Fan? He's a dragon tamer now. That changes everything. Xiao let's do this, he commands. The three-headed blood lion lets out a thunderous roar, boosting its stats before charging up triple flame. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. This skill takes time to charge. Xiao we're cutting that attack short. Flames swirl around Xiao Yi's body as she readies herself. Lu Fan grips his cleaver tighter. In perfect sync, they leap into action. Xiao Yi shifts back into her true dragon form, her claws igniting with power. Mighty Jaw Assault. She surges forward at blinding speed, biting down on one of the lion's heads while pinning the other two under her razor-sharp claws. System notification. Triple flame attack has been interrupted. Lu Fan grins. Perfect. Seizing the moment, he charges in. Dragon Fang Strike. Dragon aura surges through his weapon as he swings with full force, delivering a crushing blow. The three-headed blood lion collapses. As the dust settles, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi land back on the ground. She shifts back into her human form, stretching her arms with a satisfied look. Lu Fan checks his status. He's jumped to level 14, and Xiao Yi is already level 9. Then, a new system notification appears. Treasure map system activated. A daily treasure map has been added to his inventory. A sly grin spreads across Lu Fan's face. What kind of exclusive dragon tamer treasure is waiting for them? He turns to Xiao Yi. How about some treasure hunting? She nods excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Shure Basin, another group is having a very different conversation. A blue-haired girl looks at her uncle, her brows furrowed. Uncle Sun Gu, are we really going to let this opportunity slip away? Sun Gu, a seasoned warrior, crosses his arms and sighs. We don't have a choice, he says. He explains that the fortuitous realm requires a 5-person team to activate. And unfortunately, they're 2 people short. Sun Gu sighs and suggests sending Miss Kai back to Jianghai City to bring reinforcements. But before he can finish, Miss Kai, a rogue, shakes her head. Even with my speed, a round trip would take a full day, she points out. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl, Qin Xiu, chimes in. Though her profession remains unknown for now, she explains, fortuitous realms appear randomly and offer far greater rewards than standard dungeons. But they only last for 24 hours, which means Sun Ji's plan is useless. Sun Gu tries to lighten the mood. Hey, if you get into one of the top 10 universities, you'll have plenty of chances to explore secret realms. But Qin Xiu isn't having it. They're so close to an incredible opportunity. There has to be another way. Just then, a rustling sound catches their attention. Sun Gu and Miss Kai instantly snap into battle mode, weapons at the ready. But instead of a monster, it's just some random young guy casually walking by. Lu Fan. Sun Gu eyes him, surprised to see someone so young wandering this deep into the mountains. Kid, this isn't a place for sightseeing. You should turn back before you get into trouble. But before he can say more, Qin Xiu steps forward. She introduces herself, explaining that they're from the Qin family in Jianghai City. Then, out of nowhere, she makes an offer. Would you be willing to join us temporarily? She asks. We'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins, just for entering the secret realm of chance with us. You won't have to lift a finger. Lu Fan stops mid-step. 100,000 dragon coins? His mind races. If the Qin family, the richest family in Jianghai City, is after this realm, then the rewards inside must be something truly special. Qin Xiu continues, clarifying that they just need him to meet the party size requirement. He won't have to do anything. Just step inside with them and collect his pay. The scene shifts slightly. Turns out, the group had already recruited a paladin, but was still 1 person short. Sun Gu, now walking toward the massive purplish portal leading to the secret realm of chance, turns back to Lu Fan. You coming or not? He asks. Opportunities like this don't come every day. Lu Fan smiles. Not interested in money, he replies casually. But I'll join on one condition. The group pauses, curious. I want a fair split, Lu Fan continues. Rewards should be distributed based on contribution. Sun Gu and the 2 women exchange surprised glances. Miss Kai quickly catches on. Wait, you're saying we split the rewards according to strength? Lu Fan nods. Exactly. Qin Xiu is a bit skeptical. Our team averages around level 20, and this guy looks even weaker than us. Is he just overly confident or completely reckless? She wonders. But since they desperately need a 5th member, she decides to go with it. She smiles, extends her hand, and says, all right, since you're interested in teaming up, let's make it official. And don't worry, the 100,000 dragon coins we promised are still yours as a token of good faith. Lu Fan shakes her hand, sealing the deal. With that settled, Qin Xiu is eager to move out, but Lu Fan has his own plans. He decides to keep his legendary dragon, Xiao Yi, hidden for now. Revealing her in front of strangers could cause unnecessary trouble. He feels bad for keeping her cooped up, but it's the safest choice. They step through the portal and arrive in the secret realm of chance. The moment they enter, Lu Fan notices the eerie atmosphere, withered trees, thick purple fog, and an unsettling silence. Noticing he has no visible equipment, he advises him to be careful. But Lu Fan has a surprise. With a confident smile, he raises his hand. Suddenly, flames surge around him, and a massive black machete with dragon-scale patterns materializes in his grip. A system notification flashes. It's an epic quality weapon with no level restriction, exclusive to Dragon Tamers and Dragon Blood Warriors. It boasts a skill called Dragon Blood Armor, which enhances dragon transformations, along with a plus 65 strength and plus 30 stamina boost. Lu Fan silently thanks the advanced treasure map he unlocked after slaying the three-headed blood lion. It allowed him to upgrade his basic machete into this legendary weapon. Lu Fan's display of power left the team stunned. Sun Ge couldn't hold back his curiosity and blurted out, "Are you sure you're just a material hunter? That weapon looks like something only top-tier players would have." But before he could press further, Miss Kai snapped at him. "Why do you care so much about a stranger?" she huffed. In her mind, if Lu Fan had any ulterior motives, she could deal with him easily. Just as tension was rising, an eerie movement interrupted them. Out of nowhere, a hand burst through the ground, grabbing at Sun Ge. A swarm of corrupt zombies emerged. Level 15 monsters with decent loot, 620 experience points, a corruption poison sac, and 256 dragon coins per kill. But these creatures were no pushovers. Their abilities were particularly nasty. Hug and bite. They latch onto their target, scratching and biting relentlessly. Corpse poison. Each attack inflicts poison damage over time. And the worst part? Anyone who dies from the poison transforms into a corrupt zombie themselves. Qin Xiu quickly warned Sun Ge to stay sharp as the undead horde crawled up from the ground, eager to attack. Jia Ge, the team's knight, wasted no time. With a shield raised, he stepped forward, expertly deflecting incoming strikes. A quick status check revealed their lineup. Jia Ge, level 20 knight, specializing in defense. Sun Ge, level 28 warrior, on the verge of his second profession change. Miss Kai, level 23 rogue, a swift and deadly fighter. Sun Ge and Miss Kai swiftly took their positions, striking down zombies with precise, coordinated attacks. Meanwhile, Lu Fan calmly observed the battlefield, his system interface displaying everyone's stats and abilities. He noted that their formation was solid. Having a warrior, rogue, and knight hold the front lines was a smart move, especially with Sun Ji close to a profession upgrade. Then, Qin Xiu sprang into action. Raising her staff high, she began chanting. A golden aura surrounded her, lifting her slightly into the air. She was charging a powerful spell. With a final incantation, she unleashed Holy Light Star Rain. Star-like energy cascaded from the sky, engulfing the zombies in radiant destruction while simultaneously healing her teammates. The battlefield lit up with dazzling brilliance. Sun Ge and Miss Kai had to dodge to avoid getting caught in the holy barrage. The zombies? They had no such luck. The meteoric lights rained down, wiping them out completely, leaving nothing behind but an empty, silent battlefield. Qin Xiu turned to Lu Fan with a confident smile. "That's my profession," she said proudly. Turns out, Qin Xiu has a hidden class, Holy Light Mage, a rare hybrid profession that blends offensive magic with healing abilities. While her attacks aren't as strong as a pure mage, and her healing isn't as potent as a priest, her ability to do both at the same time makes her incredibly valuable in battle. Lu Fan was impressed. A system notification confirmed it. Qin Xiu was indeed a hidden professional. He thought to himself, another hidden profession? That's not something you see every day. He complimented her, pointing out how effective her holy magic was against the undead. But before they could enjoy their victory, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Lu Fan instantly knew what was coming: elite monsters. From the sheer weight of the approaching footsteps, this was going to be a real challenge. Then, a blood-red hand burst through the ground. A system alert appeared. Blood zombies, level 20 monsters. Defeat rewards. 8,140 experience points, a blood corpse poison sac, and 90 dragon coins. Abilities. Oh, blood-sucking bite. Deals damage while simultaneously healing the zombie. Oh, corpse poison. Inflicts continuous damage, just like before. Oh, blood fury. Temporarily increases strength and agility by 40%, making them even deadlier. The blood zombies emerged in full force, their twisted bodies radiating malice. Their goal was clear: total annihilation. Sun Ge didn't waste time. Miss Kai, keep Qin Xiu and Lu Fan safe. Jia Ge, you're with me. We can't let these rotting freaks break our formation. Jia Ge nodded, gripping his weapon tightly. Both charged forward, unleashing powerful attacks. Sun Ge activated Full Moon Slash, his blade slicing clean through a zombie's arm. Meanwhile, Jia Ge drove his sword deep into a zombie's chest, aiming for what should have been a critical strike. But then, something was off. The zombies didn't flinch. Instead, they let out eerie, raspy chuckles. Their wounds barely seemed to matter. Jia Ge tried to yank his sword free, but the zombie's body absorbed it like it was sinking into quicksand. Both warriors froze in shock as the creature's grins widened. Then, with a horrifying gurgle, the zombies began to grow, their bodies swelling as they activated corpse poison. A sickly aura spread through the air. The poison seeped into their skin, rapidly draining their health, while the zombies healed from their suffering. Jia Ji's eyes widened. What the hell? This isn't normal. Qin Xiu's expression turned grim. Corpse poison can only be dispelled by a priest's clarity. I can't remove it. The situation had taken a deadly turn. The zombies weren't just tanking their attacks. They were getting stronger. Jia Ji's arm was now trapped inside the zombie's expanding mass. The poison damage intensified, his health bar plummeting. Panic surged through him. Help me. I can't break free, he shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Jia Ge, drop your weapon. Now, Sun Ge barked. Jia Ge hesitated for only a second before releasing his grip. Sun Ge wasted no time. He grabbed him and yanked him away from the zombie's grasp. Miss Kai, cover us, he called. But Miss Kai had her hands full, dodging and slashing at zombies trying to close in on her. Just when things were looking grim, a calm voice cut through the chaos. Relax, Sun Ge. Don't trouble Miss Kai with this. Everyone turned. Lu Fan stepped forward, eyes glowing with a deep crimson hue. His epic machete rested effortlessly in his grip, radiating sheer confidence. He looked like he belonged on a battlefield, not just standing in the background. Sun Ge panicked. Lu Fan, get back. These things are dangerous. But Lu Fan didn't budge. His gaze was locked onto the enemy. Without a second thought, he surged forward, his legendary ink dragon machete bursting with golden flames. With one swift motion, he slashed straight through a zombie's throat. Silence. Everyone was stunned. Sun Ji's jaw nearly hit the ground. This so-called newbie had just one shot of blood zombie, like it was nothing. Still in shock, Sun Ge barely reacted when Lu Fan casually handed him back his weapon. Don't lose your momentum. Keep going, he said with an easy smile. Sun Ge snapped out of it. Wait, what level are you? This guy was way too strong to be some regular material hunter. But they had no time to argue. Jia Ge was still badly injured, his health bar dropping fast. Qin Xiu rushed over, pouring healing energy into him. Stay with me, Jia Ge, she urged. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, his dragon aura faintly glowing, finally answered Sun Ji's question. I'm just a normal level 14 student, he said casually. Sun Ge wasn't buying it. Yeah, right. A level 14 dealing more damage than a level 28? That was insane. Qin Xiu overheard and froze for a moment. Wait, he's my age? She couldn't believe a student could be this strong. But before she could process the revelation, danger struck again. A blood zombie crept up behind her, its twisted grin widening as it prepared to attack. Miss Kai spotted it first. Qin Xiu, behind you, she yelled, already moving to intercept. But Lu Fan was faster. In a blink, he dashed past Miss Kai, slamming the zombie into a wall before obliterating it with a single slash of his machete. Lu Fan yanked his machete free from the fallen zombie and turned to the group. These things are only going to get tougher. Let me take the front line. Are you all good with that? Sun Ge hesitated, letting a supposed level 14 student handle the front line. That was risky, but Qin Xiu had a different reaction. She had heard whispers in Jianghai City about a hidden class dragon tamer, an unknown figure with overwhelming power. Could Lu Fan be him? She smiled and nodded. All right, we'll count on you. With Lu Fan and Sun Gu leading the charge, she focused on healing Jia Gu while Miss Kai held the rear. As they continued, Lu Fan finally introduced himself. The moment his name left his lips, realization dawned on the group. He was the rumored Dragon Tamer. But one question still nagged at Qin Xiao. How could a Dragon Tamer, supposedly one of the weakest classes, be this powerful? The battle raged on as they pushed toward the center of the village, cutting down wave after wave of blood zombies. Lu Fan, deep in thought, analyzed their situation. Qin Xiao's magic couldn't dispel corpse poison, and the teleportation gate wouldn't activate until they defeated the secret realm guardian. Time was running out. If they delayed any longer, Jia Ge would die and turn into one of them. Miss Kai voiced what they were all thinking. Why haven't we seen the guardian yet? Just then, Jia Ge, barely clinging to consciousness, spotted movement behind Sun Ge. With his last bit of strength, he forced out a warning. Behind you! Sun Ge barely turned in time. And then, Jia Ge collapsed. Qin Xiao rushed to his side, desperately channeling healing energy. Stay with me, Jia Ge. Before anyone could react further, a blinding red beam shot up from a pile of debris. The air turned heavy. A monstrous figure emerged, a grotesque iron-skinned zombie with multiple heads and a single, pulsating red eye. And it was charging at them at terrifying speed. Miss Kai gasped. That's the secret realm guardian. A system notification popped up. Iron Skin Zombie, level 20 boss. Defeat rewards. 13,720 experience points, 40 dragon coins. Abilities. O Corpse Poison. Inflicts continuous damage. O Assimilation Absorption. Absorbs poison targets to restore its HP. O Steel Skin. Increases defense and endurance by 40%. Lu Fan immediately pieced it together. Jia Ji's worsening corpse poison had lured the guardian straight to them. His expression hardened. We have to take it down before it absorbs Jia Ge. Sun Ge didn't waste a second. He lunged forward, unleashing Moonlight Slash. But when his sword struck the monster, the blade barely left a scratch. Lu Fan was already moving. His dragon aura ignited, surging around him as he plunged his ink dragon machete into the zombie's glowing red eye. Nothing. The monster barely flinched. Its steel skin was making it nearly invincible. Lu Fan knew he needed more power, fast. His eyes flicked to his status window, locking onto dragon blood armor, a skill that would partially transform him into a dragon. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie was closing in on Jia Ge, preparing to use assimilation absorption. If it succeeded, Jia Ge was as good as gone. At that moment, Lu Fan made his move. Qin Xiao, coordinate your holy spells with me, he shouted. He activated dragon blood armor, his body surging with power as his right hand morphed into a massive dragon claw. Sun Ge, Miss Kai, protect Jia Ge at all costs. Qin Xiao nodded, lifting her staff as divine energy gathered around her. With Lu Fan fully transformed and Qin Xiao ready to unleash Holy Starlight Rain, they charged together at the iron-skinned zombie. The monstrous guardian lunged forward at terrifying speed, screeching about its hunger for fresh blood and flesh. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. With a powerful leap, he soared through the air, ready to strike down this seemingly unstoppable creature. Then, something unexpected happened. The iron-skinned zombie's flesh began peeling away, bit by bit, its massive body disintegrating before their eyes. What the hell? Sun Ge muttered. Miss Kai's eyes widened in realization. It's shedding its skin to move even faster. Sun Ji's mind raced. Wait, that means this thing doesn't actually need its iron skin to survive. It's just a shell. Lu Fan immediately caught on. If that iron body isn't the real iron skin zombie, then the true body is hiding inside. Sun Ge was blown away by how fast Lu Fan put the pieces together. In all his years serving the Qin family, he had never seen anyone think and react this quickly. This guy, he muttered, watching in awe. His talent is unreal. Then, the real head of the zombie was revealed. Lu Fan, Qin Xiao called out. That was all he needed. He launched forward, faster than lightning, his dragon claw blazing with power. With a mighty leap, he punched straight through the zombie's crimson red eye, his dragon energy erupting in fiery destruction. The iron-skinned zombie let out a final, blood-curdling scream as flames consumed its true form, burning it to ashes. And just like that, it was over. Lu Fan landed gracefully, his transformation fading as he retrieved his legendary black machete. the battlefield fell silent. Everyone was in shock. They had just witnessed a freshman, a supposed level 14 dragon tamer, single-handedly defeat the guardian of the secret realm of chance. Even Qinxiu was shaken. She had never seen a skill powerful enough to take down a level 20 boss so effortlessly. Who exactly is Lu Fan? She wondered. As the smoke settled, something caught their eye, a silver treasure chest, the loot from the iron-skinned zombie. Qinxiu sighed, turning to Lu Fan. We'll honor our agreement and divide the rewards fairly, she assured him. Then, with a small bow of her head, she added, and I apologize. We underestimated you. We didn't realize just how strong you were. Sun Ge grinned. Honestly, Lu Fan, I feel like you didn't even need us. You could have cleared this secret realm solo. Lu Fan chuckled, shaking his head. I appreciate it, but we fought together. Qinxiu, you should distribute the rewards. With that, Qinxiu opened the silver chest. What they found inside, not what they expected. The chest contained strength potions, normal quality, increases strength by 2 points when consumed. Antidote potions, rare quality, completely removes corpse poison. Morning bracelet, excellent quality, requires level 10 to equip, adds plus 16 strength and plus 17 endurance. Miss Kai frowned. That's it? This is way too underwhelming for a secret realm boss. Even Sun Ge was puzzled. Something's off. We just took down the guardian of the secret realm, and this is all we get. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. Yeah, something doesn't add up. Despite the strange feeling, Qinxiu handed an antidote potion to Sun Ge. Give this to Jia Ge. He needs to get rid of the poison. After dividing the loot, she turned to Lu Fan, smiling. You should take the morning bracelet. You earned it. And take some potions too. Lu Fan accepted the rewards with a nod, impressed by the fairness and discipline of the Qin family. Sun Ge quickly helped Jia Ge drink the antidote potion, hoping it would cure him before it was too late. But something still felt wrong. Qinxiu scanned the area, frowning. We defeated the boss, but the portal to exit the secret realm still hasn't appeared. Weird, right? Meanwhile, Lu Fan was fastening his morning bracelet when a sudden chill ran down his spine. He turned, sensing something ominous approaching. Miss Kai spoke up. Maybe we should start searching for the portal. But before she could finish, Lu Fan's voice cut through the air like a blade. Everyone stay put. Lu Fan checks his system and realizes something's off. The blood zombies and the iron-skinned zombie are down, but the real boss hasn't shown up yet. There's still something lurking. Sun Ge frowns. How do you even know that? Before Lu Fan can answer, Qinxiu steps in. As a holy light mage, she can feel a deep, eerie darkness nearby. That can't be good. They make their way toward the lakeside of Morning Village, and the place is downright unsettling. The air is thick with decay, the water reeks, and the whole area feels cursed. If Qinxiu says something's here, they better check it out. Maybe they missed a spot earlier. As they approach the murky water, something stirs beneath the surface. Then they see it, a massive creature covered in writhing tentacles, each lined with glaring crimson eyes. It's furious, probably because they've been taking out its minions. Lu Fan's instincts scream danger. Before anyone can react, the ground erupts with tentacles, forcing the team to dodge in a panic. Even the system can't identify what this thing is, let alone its level. Sun Ge exhales sharply. Yeah, this is definitely the real final boss. They try to evade the monstrous limbs. Sun Ge swings his crimson sword, aiming to cut through, but the creature retaliates with crushing force, sending him flying. Their strongest fighter is already down. Bad news. Then, the tentacles lunge at Qinxiu. She barely has time to react before they close in, too fast to escape. At the last second, Lu Fan rushes in, grabbing her just in time. She flushes from the unexpected save, but there's no time to dwell on it. Another strike sends them both crashing to the ground. The rest of the team rushes over. Miss Kai checks on Qinxiu, while Lu Fan shakes off the impact like it's nothing. Suddenly, a sinister purple aura rises from the water. Miss Kai goes rigid, fear gripping her. They all turn to see the full horror emerging from the lake. A towering monstrosity of tangled tentacles looms over them. But at its center is something even more disturbing, a woman with long, flowing hair and chained hands. Her eyes burn with pure hatred as she glares at them. The real fight is just beginning. Meet the Grieving Spectre, a level 25 boss and the true ruler of the secret realm. Her stats are insane. Strength at 27, agility at 183, spirit at 50, and stamina at a whopping 266. Yeah, this is bad news. To make things worse, she's surrounded by a corpse aura that constantly drains the attributes of everything in the realm by 20%. A non-stop debuff? That's brutal. And her abilities? Absolutely terrifying. Chain Whip delivers devastating damage on impact. Resentment Explosion releases built-up hatred, knocking back enemies and infecting them with corpse poison. Now, standing tall above the team, the Grieving Spectre looms over them, her bound hands weighed down by heavy chains while her massive tentacles hold her up. Her piercing gaze locks on Sun Gu and the others. Miss Kai is frozen in shock. This is the real boss of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Jaga finally regains consciousness and immediately wants to jump back into battle. But Sun Gu stops him. I'll handle this. You need to rest until you're fully recovered. Jaga protests, but Sun Gu shuts him down. Don't push yourself. You just got your energy back. But in that moment, Sun Gu doesn't realize a tentacle is about to crash down on him. At the last second, he looks up and barely manages to block it with his sword. Close call. Lu Fan instantly reacts. He grips his legendary black machete and charges straight at the boss. He knows Sun Gu and Jia Gu are running on fumes. It's up to him to end this fight. Then, Lu Fan spots it. The true source of the Grieving Spectre's power. Her original body is still intact, controlling the tentacles. If she's still a zombie, there's only one way to take her down. Without hesitation, he leaps toward her, but the boss isn't going down easy. Her face contorts into something unnatural, her mouth twists in an eerie way, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, corpse chi envelopment activates, blanketing the battlefield in a sinister aura. All creatures in the realm suffer a 20% stat reduction. Not good. Lu Fan feels the debuff, but he refuses to slow down. He dodges incoming tentacle strikes, sprints up one of the heavy chains shackling the boss, and races toward her true form. Even the Grieving Spectre seems stunned by his bold move. Qin Xiu yells, Lu Fan, watch out for the iron shackles. Before he can react, the boss swings her chains from the depths of the sunken lake, launching her chain lash attack. The massive chains tear through the battlefield, dealing devastating damage. Lu Fan loses his footing on the chain, his balance slipping, but he tightens his grip on his machete. The boss, now completely enraged, lets out a furious shriek. Her chains whip through the air in a relentless assault, determined to wipe out the entire group. Sun Gu leaps in, blocking one of the deadly chains and shouting, Qin Xiu, watch out. Miss Kai and Jia Gu scramble to defend themselves, but Jia Ji's shield shatters with just one hit. The situation is getting worse by the second. Despite the chaos, Lu Fan refuses to back down. His focus is locked on reaching the boss's main body. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he spots a massive tentacle slicing through the air, heading straight for Sun Gu and the others. The boss sneers, her voice dripping with malice. Keep resisting, and your entire team will perish. Lu Fan's frustration boils over. Everyone move now, he roars. Summoning every ounce of strength, he channels his dragon energy, preparing to unleash his dragon strike once more. The devastating attack lands, wounding the Grieving Spectre, but she's far from defeated. Now, she's lashing out wildly, her chains becoming a whirlwind of destruction. The team is barely hanging on. Lu Fan knows he needs more power. Without hesitation, he activates Dragon Blood Transformation, his arm morphing into a dragon's claw, pulsing with raw energy. With this surge of strength, he tears through the chains, freeing himself and breaking the boss's grip on the others. He lands on the ground, panting but victorious over her latest assault. Sun Gu watches in awe before shaking his head. This boss is too much for us right now. We need to fall back and regroup. Even Qin Xiu looks shaken. Lu Fan, we're all in bad shape. If we don't leave now, we might not make it out of here. The Grieving Spectre is still glaring daggers at them, preparing another devastating strike. But Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He turns to the group. Head back to the village. We've already cleared out the zombies there. Sun Gu, Miss Kai, make sure everyone gets out safely. Qin Xiu's eyes widen with concern. You're staying here? Alone? Lu Fan simply smirks. I'll handle the boss. Don't worry about me. Miss Kai gives a firm nod, realizing they don't have much choice. We have to go. She places a reassuring hand on Qin Xiu's shoulder, urging her to come along. Qin Xiu hesitates, her worry evident. But deep down, she knows Lu Fan won't change his mind. With one last reluctant glance at him, she turns and follows the others to safety. Now things are about to get wild. Lu Fan raises his hand, and in an instant, flames ignite across the battlefield. A swirling portal rips open before him. He knows the team wouldn't stand a chance against the boss, even without the 20% debuff. Instead of risking their lives, he decides to call in some serious backup. The Grieving spectre boss glares at him, her rage boiling over. But even she has no idea what's coming next. Lu Fan smirks. Xiao Yi, let's have some fun. Boom! From the portal, a massive figure emerges. His legendary black dragon, Xiao Yi. Without wasting a second, she lunges forward, sinking her powerful jaws into the boss's writhing tentacles. The entire team is stunned into silence. Did Lu Fan just summon a dragon? And not just any dragon. Xiao Yi is even bigger than when they last saw her. With razor-sharp claws and enormous wings, she effortlessly parries every tentacle strike thrown her way. Lu Fan hadn't planned on revealing Xiao Yi to the group just yet, but against an enemy like this, he had no choice. And Xiao Yi, ever the loyal companion, follows his lead without hesitation. She launches into giant assault, surging forward at breakneck speed, her fangs tearing into the boss's flesh. The damage is brutal, deep wounds open, and thick black blood spills into the air. The Grieving spectre boss lets out a blood-curdling shriek, her attacks turning frantic and desperate. But Xiao isn't done. With one final, devastating move, she rips apart the chains binding the boss, sending her plummeting back into the abyss. And just like that, the hidden ruler of the realm of chance is defeated. Sun Gu stands frozen, his brain struggling to process what just happened. Lu Fan just took down that monster in 2 hits. The sheer power he just witnessed is both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Jiagu, still reeling, whispers, I never thought I'd see a real dragon, let alone watch one in battle. The whole team is stuck somewhere between shock, fear, and admiration. Dragons were always considered harbingers of doom, yet here they are, still standing. That's when it all clicks for Qin Xiao. The whispers about a mysterious dragon tamer in Jianghai City, the one everyone dismissed as a failure, it's all been about Lu Fan. And after what she just saw, there's nothing worthless about him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan simply pats Xiao Yi's scales with a smile. Nice work. Then, the scene shifts 3 centuries into the past. The tragic origins of the Grieving spectre boss unfold before us. She once lived in a peaceful city, protected by the church and untouched by outside threats. Life was simple, blissful, until the plague came, and everything fell apart. Her grandfather was the first to fall ill, and soon, bodies began piling up by the lake, outpacing the town's ability to bury them. Desperate to save her people, she turned to forbidden magic, hoping to find a cure. But instead of being hailed as a savior, she was branded a dark witch. Her newfound abilities allowed the grieving to speak with their lost loved ones, offering them one final goodbye. But no matter what she tried, she couldn't stop the dying. Then, one fateful day, the church father arrived, flanked by 2 knights with iron chains. They accused her of causing the plague and ordered her arrest. She stood there, bewildered. Why were they punishing her? All she had done was help people find peace. But the knights didn't care. They shackled her wrists and dragged her to the lake's edge. With cold, unwavering resolve, they cast her into the water. The heavy chains pulled her deeper and deeper. As the icy darkness swallowed her whole, her last thoughts weren't of anger or vengeance, just confusion. Why was she condemned for trying to save them? Back in the present, Lu Fan approaches Xiao Yi, resting a hand on her scales. His expression is calm, but his thoughts are racing. Sun Gu and the others remain stunned, still trying to wrap their heads around the sheer power of the black dragon standing before them. Sun Gu finally exhales. With Xiao Yi on our side, we can leave this place now. But Lu Fan doesn't move. His gaze lingers on the lake, where bubbles are beginning to rise. The portal hasn't appeared. Something's wrong. The fight isn't over, he murmurs. The bubbling intensifies, a disturbance stirring from the lake's depths. Then, without warning, the boss's silhouette emerges. Moments later, she bursts from the water, launching herself into the sky. Lu Fan and Xiao instinctively crane their necks, eyes widening. This was unexpected. The boss is now suspended midair, swirling torrents of water spiraling around her. Her arms extend outward, and a suffocating pressure fills the battlefield. Sun Gu reacts immediately, unsheathing his sword. The rest of the team follows suit, bracing themselves for whatever comes next. Xiao Yi, sensing the shift in power, spreads her wings, shielding the group from potential attacks. Then, the water surges upward, taking shape. A colossal woman, formed entirely from the lake itself, looms over them, her gaze burning with pure hatred. A status window flashes before them. Grieving Spectre Boss, second stage. Her level is still 25, but her difficulty has skyrocketed from challenging to hard nightmarish. Her stats have undergone a terrifying transformation. Strength, 271, 286. Agility, 183, 249. Spirit, 150, 435. Endurance, 266, 399. The boss has unleashed a terrifying new arsenal of abilities. 1. Lamentation Impact. A curse of pure resentment that has a chance to instantly kill its target. Even if it doesn't, it deals devastating damage and inflicts brutal effects like poison, bleeding, and stun. 2. Deep Aquatic Pressure. She manipulates water from the lake, forming inescapable prisons for her enemies. 3. Body of Resentments. All physical damage is completely nullified. Swords, arrows, even direct attacks, useless. 4. Will of Resentment. She detonates an explosion of resentment, reviving all the corpses within the secret realm. Sun Ji's grip tightens on his sword, his expression grim. Jiagu and Qin Qiu exchange anxious glances, their fear palpable. Miss Kai pulls out her dagger, her hands trembling. She's moving in her next phase, she warns. The boss erupts in rage, her hands stretching toward the sky. In an instant, she unleashes deep aquatic pressure, summoning a towering water entity that hurls enormous orbs of water straight at them. Just before impact, Xiao Yi spreads her wings and activates Restriction, a powerful immunity skill. The system window flashes before Lu Fan's eyes. Black Dragon Lineage skill activated. Reduces all incoming damage by 50%. Grants complete immunity to all harmful effects. Increases self-healing by 500%. Overpowered doesn't even begin to describe it. One of the boss's water orbs slams into the ground near Miss Kai. She reacts instantly, leaping away from the blast, but the water surges toward her, wrapping around her like a living cage. Qin Qiu watches in horror as Miss Kai is trapped inside a watery prison. She immediately tries to cut through the water with her dagger, but no matter how hard she and Sun Gu strike, their attacks pass right through. The boss has activated Body of Resentments. Physical attacks are now completely useless. Minutes pass. Their attempts remain futile. Miss Kai exhales sharply, finally giving up. She closes her eyes and murmurs an apology to Qin Qiu, convinced that her fate is sealed. Qin Qiu's expression tightens. She steps closer, locking eyes with Miss Kai. If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. Her voice trembles as she sinks to her knees, clutching her magic staff. I was the one who pushed for this. I insisted we come here, and now we're trapped. There's no way out. Lu Fan, standing a few feet away, crosses his arms and sighs. Are you really going to give up after making it this far? Before Qin Qiu can respond, another water sphere crashes down near Sun Gu, and in seconds he's trapped too. Qin Qiu meets Lu Fan's gaze, despair clear in her eyes. I'm the only magic user in our group, and my spells aren't strong enough to take her down. Sun Gu grips his sword tightly, scanning the battlefield before turning to the group. Guys, the boss is immune to physical attacks. Well, they're basically sitting ducks here. He glances at Lu Fan. Can you hit her with magic? Before Lu Fan can respond, the boss launches Lamentation Impact. The massive water entity stretches out an arm, aiming straight for him. Xiao Yi reacts instantly, throwing up a wing to shield Lu Fan. Her sharp gaze practically screams, "Stay alert." Lu Fan shakes his head. Sorry, I can't use magic against her. As the deadly attack hurtles toward them, Xiao Yi exhales sharply, redirecting the force. A system notification appears. Black Dragon's immunity activated. Negated instant death, corpse poison, bleeding, and stun effects. Pretty convenient. With a calm expression, Lu Fan slips his hands into his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Another system message pops up, confirming that his Black Dragon lineage has not only reduced all incoming damage, but also boosted self-healing by 500%. Sun Gu sighs. So if you can't use magic, what do we do? Lu Fan chuckles. Well, I can't, but my dragon can. Silence. The entire team stares in disbelief. Miss Kai stammers. You're a dragon tamer? Suddenly, the gap between Lu Fan and the boss doesn't seem so overwhelming. Before they can process it further, the boss lunges at Lu Fan again, trying to catch him off guard. But he's ready. He clenches his fist, and flames flicker to life in his palm. His gaze meets the boss's, burning with confidence. Don't worry, he reassures Miss Kai. A dragon's attributes are in a whole different league. The boss raises her watery arm again, unleashing Lamentation impact once more. The attack slams into Xiao Yi, but another system window appears, confirming full immunity. Then, a fiery aura erupts around Lu Fan. Dragon Inspiration activated. Both he and Xiao Yi are empowered, their stats skyrocketing. Strength, 968, 1,258. Agility, 767, 997. Spirit, 959, 1,246. Endurance, 976, 1,268. Lu Fan raises a hand, pointing straight at the boss. Xiao Yi, let's end this. Use Lava Blaze. With a deafening roar, Xiao Yi unleashes a raging inferno. Flames engulf the boss, her watery form hissing and evaporating as the fire consumes her. The Lava Blaze attack doesn't just deal continuous damage, it also heals Xiao Yi with every second. A perfect counter. The sky burns red with swirling flames as the boss's form starts breaking apart. At the lake's edge, Qin Xiu stands frozen, speechless. Jiage joins her, both of them watching in awe as the legendary black dragon burns the nightmare away. As Xiao Yi's flames intensify, the scorching heat causes the watery prisons trapping Miss Kai and Sun Gu to evaporate. Miss Kai stumbles forward, stunned into silence. Sun Gu, still catching his breath, looks up at the raging inferno and mutters, "This power, it's absolute devastation." Moments later, the boss's form begins to rupture from within. The overwhelming heat builds to a breaking point until she detonates, sending a wave of flames surging outward. In one final, desperate act, the boss activates Will of Resentment, attempting to revive all the corpses in the secret realm. But it's too late. Her colossal form collapses into a swirling purple haze, her energy dissolving completely. In her place, a portal shimmers into existence, and a treasure chest materializes on the ground. Xiao Yi, now in her human form, floats effortlessly above the battlefield, a satisfied smirk on her face. A system notification flashes. Black Dragon Realm level up. Details remain locked. Lu Fan clasps his hands together, grinning up at her. Nice work, Xiao Yi. A second system message appears. Lu Fan's level increased by 5. Not bad. Thick smoke lingers in the aftermath of the explosion. Qin Xiu rushes over to check on Miss Kai, while Sun Gu gestures toward the portal. It's over, he announces. Jiage, coughing from the haze, asks, "Is everyone all right?" Then, a sound breaks through the silence. The group turns to see zombies reanimating. One last curse from the boss before her demise. They lurch forward, advancing toward them. Sun Gu looks up, about to react, but then his breath catches. Xiao Yi moves instantly. She ascends high above the battlefield, activating Lava Blaze once more. Flames rain down in torrents, engulfing the resurrected corpses. The zombies don't even stand a chance. They disintegrate the moment the fire touches them. Sun Gu stares in awe. That's the dragon? Qin Xiu nods, just as amazed. She's wiping them out effortlessly, those same zombies that gave us so much trouble before. Lu Fan approaches with a smirk. Yep, that's Xiao Yi, the black dragon. He claps a hand on Sun Ji's shoulder. No need to be tense. Xiao Yi's got it handled. Then, turning toward the chest, he adds, "Let's wrap things up. Once we divide the loot, we'll head out." He steps toward the treasure, a grin playing on his lips. "According to the rules, I get first pick. Any objections?" Qin Xiu shakes her head, smiling. "None at all." With that, Lu Fan reaches for the chest and lifts the lid. A golden glow spills out, illuminating his face. His smile widens as he takes in the treasure within. Qin Xiu, gripping her staff, watches eagerly. The rest of the team leans in, anticipation building, waiting to see what Lu Fan has just uncovered. Inside the chest lies an array of impressive items. 1. Holy Light Staff, a top-tier weapon requiring level 10, boasting 32 spirit and 19 stamina points. Its special ability, Holy Light Seal, allows the wielder to bind a target with light, with the duration depending on their spirit attributes. 2. Twilight Robe, another high-quality item with 35 spirit and 15 stamina points, also for level 10 users. Its skill, Light Flow, generates a protective light barrier, its strength scaling with the user's spirit. 3. Ring of Morning, a rare ring requiring level 15, granting 57 spirit, 21 stamina, and 12 strength points. It possesses Morning Aura, which marks a target with an energy that accumulates resentment from attacks, leading to negative effects like poisoning, bleeding, and dizziness once it builds up. 4. Job Transfer Scroll, a rare consumable that provides a chance for a regular profession to transition into a hidden one of the same type. Without hesitation, Lu Fan reaches for the Job Transfer Scroll. As he lifts it, a surge of blue energy radiates from his body, and a system notification confirms his successful acquisition. Qinxiu steps forward, assuring him that he doesn't have to share. The loot rightfully belongs to him. But Lu Fan smiles and reassures her that he's not trying to be overly generous. Since the gear primarily boosts spirit attributes, it's better suited for her. The scroll is all he truly needs. Her expression softens as she glances at the remaining items. If not for Lu Fan, they might not have made it out alive. After a brief hesitation, she picks up the Ring of Morning and offers it to him, urging him to accept it. Lu Fan takes the ring without a second thought, closing his eyes momentarily as he holds it. Qinxiu, still gripping her staff, suddenly finds herself blushing as she looks into his eyes. He's full of surprises, and she can't help but wonder what else he's hiding. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi playfully teases Jiago, while Uncle Sungo silently observes Lu Fan, intrigued by his character. Miss Kai soon approaches, smiling at Qinxiu as she reminds her that it's time to prepare for their return. Later that night, Lu Fan makes his way back to his Aunt Han Kuzbun shop. The moment she sees him, she rushes over and pulls him into a tight embrace, her relief evident. She tells him how worried she's been, especially with all the dangers he's been facing lately. Lu Fan is caught off guard but touched by her concern. Gently, he asks what's wrong and suggests she let go since his clothes are still dirty from his journey. But Han Ku just holds on tighter, saying she doesn't care. What matters is that he's back safe. She confesses that when he left without telling her, she was terrified he might never return. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Fan apologizes for leaving without a word and promises not to make her worry like that again. He wipes away her tears and reassures her that everything is fine now. Han Ku finally smiles, then notices Xiao Yi sitting nearby. She reaches over and strokes the girl's head, and Xiao Yi closes her eyes, happily leaning into the touch. Han Ku laughs, mentioning how shocked she was when she first met Xiao Yi. Who would have thought such an adorable girl was actually a powerful dragon? Lu Fan chuckles at that. Han Ku then looks at Xiao Yi and asks if she's hungry, noting that she might not have eaten enough recently. Xiao Yi eagerly nods. She could definitely use a meal. As they chat, Lu Fan takes out the job transfer scroll and hands it to Han Ku. He explains that he specifically chose this for her from the dungeon, telling her that if she uses it to switch to a hidden profession, she won't have to run the bun shop anymore. Han Ku is stunned. She shakes her head, saying she can't accept such a valuable item. Instead, she suggests he sell it and use the money to upgrade his equipment for his upcoming exam. Before she can continue, Lu Fan pulls out his phone and shows her his bank balance. With a confident grin, he assures her that he no longer lacks money or gear. Han Ku's eyes widen in shock. Lu Fan explains that he sold a large number of materials from his adventure, and on top of that, Qinxiu has promised him a 100,000 dragon coin reward. He tells her there's no need to worry about money anymore. Hearing his words, Han Ku's face lights up with joy, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Overwhelmed, she wipes away a happy tear as Lu Fan urges her to use the scroll right away. With a grateful smile, she finally agrees, accepting the scroll from him. As Han Ku unfurled the scroll, it emitted a dazzling light. A surge of blue energy surrounded her, making her hair and dress float as if gravity no longer applied. She gasped, caught between surprise and excitement as the scroll's power took hold. Slowly, the parchment dissolved into shimmering particles, and she gently lifted off the ground, absorbing its energy. Lu Fan squinted against the brightness, shielding his eyes as he looked up at her. Did it work? He called out. Encased in the glowing blue aura, Han Ku turned to him with a smile. Yes, I did it. I become an enchantment chef. Lu Fan's eyes widened in amazement. Enchantment chef? What kind of profession is that? Still floating slightly, Han Ku explained, I've gained a skill called enchantment cooking. I can now prepare food that grants buffs. Lu Fan grinned. Your cooking was already amazing. Now with added effects? That's going to be insane. She chuckled, waving off his compliment. You're just saying that to make me happy. Before Lu Fan could respond, he suddenly realized something. Wait, where's Xiao Yi? They both turned toward the kitchen, only to find absolute chaos. Xiao Yi had snuck inside while they were talking and devoured everything in sight. Stacks of buns? Gone. Soup? Finished. Even the side dishes were nowhere to be found. And there she was, curled up on the floor, fast asleep with a satisfied expression. Lu Fan sighed, shaking his head. Classic Xiao. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, late into the night, Qin Xiu sat in her father's study, facing Qin Shanhai, the head of the Qin family. He sat comfortably in his office chair, slowly swirling a glass of champagne. So it's true, he mused. A dragon tamer named Lu Fan summoned a powerful black dragon to save your team. Qin Xiu lowered her gaze. Yes, she admitted. I was too stubborn and nearly got us all killed. She clenched her fists, recalling the battle. I always thought I was strong, but compared to him, the gap between us is like a firefly trying to compete with the moon. Qin Shanhai leaned back, his sharp eyes fixed on the night sky beyond the window. Have you told anyone else about this dragon? She shook her head firmly. No, I promised Lu Fan that our family wouldn't reveal anything. Her father finally turned his gaze back to her, a small smirk forming. Good. You're smart enough to understand what would happen if word got out. Dragons are the most coveted creatures in the world. If people knew, Lu Fan's life would become far more dangerous. Qin Xiu tensed slightly. Father, you wouldn't tell anyone, right? Qin Shanhai let out a hearty laugh. Relax. I'm not that kind of man. He took another sip of his drink, then looked at her with interest. But that does bring up a question. How do you plan to repay Lu Fan for what he's done? Qin Xiu let out a small breath of relief before explaining that she had already promised Lu Fan a 100,000 yuan reward when she invited him to join their team. Qin Shanhai sighed, leaning back in his chair. That's fine, but it's hardly enough for what he did. Take a purple tongue card and personally deliver it to him tomorrow. Proper gratitude requires a personal touch. She nodded, but then tilted her head. If you're so curious about Lu Fan, why not come along? With a wink, Qin Shanhai chuckled. Oh, believe me, I'd love to meet the Dragon Master in person, but I have more pressing matters to handle. Classic dad move. Early the next morning, a new character arrives in Jianghai City. Princess Jin Zhu of the Taizi Kingdom. She's a petite girl wielding a magic staff, accompanied by her assistant, a tall man with black hair, clad in black armor, and carrying a suitcase. Officially, they're here to study. But let's be real, there's definitely more to this visit. Their first stop? Hanku's bakery. Inside, Hanku is busy preparing pastries when she notices customers at the door. Wiping her hands, she calls out, "Give me a moment." She peeks out with a warm smile, but quickly adds, "No steamed buns today." Jin Zhu frowns, unimpressed. She turns to her assistant. "Chui Hong Tai, is this really the place? Are you sure you didn't drag me to some garbage dump?" Oof, that's harsh. Chui Hong Tai, visibly nervous, reassures her, "This is the correct location, according to our investigation." Hanku, a bit puzzled by their exchange, asks who they are. Before she gets an answer, Chui Hong Tai suddenly shoves the door open, catching Hanku's arm in the process. Hanku winces, clutching her arm. Ignoring her, the princess and her assistant stride into the shop. Jin Zhu scans the small bakery with clear disinterest before turning to Hanku. "We're looking for someone," she declares. "A dragon tamer named Lu Fan." Upstairs, Lu Fan hears the commotion. When he sees Hanku holding her arm in pain, he immediately rushes to her side. "And Han, what happened? Are you okay?" Before she can respond, Jin Zhu wrinkles her nose and whispers loud enough for everyone to hear, "Ugh, this place smells awful." "Wow, rude." Lu Fan's expression darkens. "What's going on here?" Hanku quickly tries to brush it off, saying she's fine, but Lu Fan's gaze sharpens as he turns toward the newcomers. Jin Zhu finally acknowledges him. "You must be Lu Fan," she says, her tone filled with authority. "I, Princess Jin Zhu, have made a special trip just to see you." Lu Fan crosses his arms. And you are? Chui Hong Tai steps forward, formally introducing her. This is Princess Jinju of the Tai Zi Kingdom. I am Chui Hong Tai, her assistant. Jinju smirks confidently. I'm here to offer you a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. She continues, being a dragon tamer must be tough. But don't worry. She gestures to Chui Hong Tai, signaling him to proceed with whatever they have planned next. Chui Hong Tai snaps open the suitcase, revealing a dragon egg inside. Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before he can react, Princess Jinju confidently declares, "This egg is yours, if you accept my request." She raises a finger, pointing straight at him. "I want you to be my servant and obey my every command, without question." Seriously? This spoiled princess thinks she can just buy him off? Chui Hong Tai holds the dragon egg carefully with both hands, proudly displaying it as if it were the rarest treasure in existence. Meanwhile, Jinju starts boasting that she personally acquired it from the armored dragon lair, and that it's the only dragon egg in the world. Hanka watches this ridiculous exchange in utter disbelief. Her nephew? A servant? She's visibly upset, questioning how this so-called contract could be so absurdly one-sided. Curious, Lu Fan opens his status window to examine the dragon egg. Turns out, it's an armored dragon egg. This dragon species is naturally tanky, boasting a tough shell that reduces incoming damage by 30%. Sound good, right? But here's the catch. Its only attack is swinging its giant tail in a fan-shaped area. No fire, no flight, nothing special. It's weaker than a wyvern. While Lu Fan is analyzing these mediocre stats, Princess Jinju mistakes his silence for awe. She crosses her arms smugly and declares, "That's right. You should be honored. This is a powerful dragon." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow before cutting her off. "Powerful?" He smirks. "The stats are decent, sure. But the only thing this dragon is good at is taking hits. Can this even be called a dragon?" Jinju freezes in place, completely stunned. Did he just insult the egg? She narrows her eyes, questioning whether Lu Fan even understands what a dragon egg means to a dragon tamer. As she fumbles for a response, Han Ke watches, completely bewildered. How could a child be so bold as to demand someone become her slave? Before she can step in, Lu Fan calmly reassures his aunt. "Don't worry, Aunt Han. I got this." Meanwhile, Jinju throws a fit. "A dragon tamer without a dragon is nothing," she exclaims. "If you swear loyalty to me, you could become the strongest dragon tamer in history." She leans in slightly, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Fame, power, doesn't that sound exciting?" Lu Fan remains perfectly calm. Then, with a polite but firm voice, he simply says, "I refuse. That's our guy." No hesitation, no second thoughts. He's not about to be ordered around by some bratty princess. Princess Jinju stares in disbelief, as if Lu Fan's refusal just shattered her entire worldview. "You need to rethink this," she demands. "Do you understand what you're turning down? This is your chance to make history as a dragon tamer." At this point, Lu Fan is done. His patience is running thin. "If that's all you came for," he says flatly, "then leave. I'm not interested in your dragon egg, and I sure as hell won't be anyone's servant." His direct rejection sends Jinju into a rage. Chui Hong Tai immediately steps forward, placing himself between them. His eyes narrow as he glares at Lu Fan. "Do you have any idea who you're speaking to?" he growls. "The princess is personally offering you a chance to rise to prominence, and you dare to disrespect her? What an ignorant fool." Lu Fan scoffs. "Chance? Respect? Don't be ridiculous. I won't be anyone's servant." Jinju, absolutely livid now, points directly at Lu Fan. "Chui Hong Tai, teach him a lesson." Without hesitation, Chui Hong Tai clenches his fists. "As you command." Danger spikes in the air. Hanka instantly steps in front of Lu Fan, holding up her hands. "Please wait. Don't be rash." She pleads with them to drop the matter, explaining that Lu Fan has made his decision. But Chui Hong Tai doesn't care. In a flash, he closes the distance and shoves her aside. "Out of the way," he barks. Han Ku stumbles, gasping as she cries out in pain. Lu Fan's heart stops. Everything blurs. By the time he registers what just happened, his aunt is on the ground, holding her cheek. A swollen, red mark burns across her skin. Chui Hong Tai glares down at them. "The princess has given her command. You should know your place." Lu Fan rushes to Han Ku's side. His voice is tight, controlled, but barely. "Aunt Han, are you hurt?" She shakes her head weakly, still holding her cheek. "I'm fine, don't worry." Chui Hong-tai steps forward again, sneering. "Even commoners dare to defy the princess of Taizi? Fine, I'll teach you a proper lesson." Han Ku's voice trembles. "Lu Fan, be careful." Too late. Lu Fan moves. In a blink, he draws his massive black machete and slashes. A sharp gust cuts through the air. Chui Hong-tai barely reacts in time, but not fast enough. A thin line of red appears across his cheek. Blood drips. He stumbles back, stunned. Han Ku grasps Lu Fan's arm, trying to hold him back. "Don't be reckless," she begs. Jin Zhu, still oblivious, frowns. "Chui Hong-tai, what's going on?" Chui Hong-tai wipes the blood from his face, his mind racing. Lu Fan is not ordinary. But Lu Fan isn't done. His eyes lock onto the bratty princess. He steps forward, then, without warning, delivers a swift backhand slap across her cheek. A loud smack echoes through the bakery. Jin Zhu stumbles back, clutching her face. Her entire world stops. Lu Fan doesn't care who she is or where she's from. His voice is sharp, cold. "Shut your noisy mouth, take your trash, and get the hell out of my house." Chui Hong-tai's face twists with rage. "You dare hit the princess?" he roars. He lunges at Lu Fan, weapon raised. Clang! Lu Fan deflects the attack with ease, his black machete knocking Chui Hong-tai's spear wand out his hand. It clatters to the ground. Silence. Chui Hong-tai stares wide-eyed. Jin Zhu, still holding her cheek, is too stunned to speak. Lu Fan simply stands there, unmoved. Looks like the spoiled princess just learned a lesson. Chui Hong-tai turned his gaze back to the princess, who sat on the ground, clutching her cheek in fury. Seething, she retaliated with a slap of her own, calling him worthless and demanding to know if she looked fine to him. Without hesitation, she ordered him to kill Lu Fan, insisting that even if they couldn't find another dragon tamer, Lu Fan had to die. Chui Hong-tai responded firmly, "Understood." Meanwhile, at Lu Fan's place, his phone buzzed nonstop, irritating Xiao Yi. The persistent caller was Qin Xiao, puzzled by the lack of response. She was sure she had the correct number, the one he gave her when they returned to the city. As she wandered the streets, she tried to recall the way to his house. Out of nowhere, an explosion shattered a nearby wall, jolting her. Chui Hong-tai came crashing through, clearly battered from fight. Bystanders started murmuring, some accusing the foreigner of causing trouble. Annoyed by the attention, Princess Jin Zhu snapped at the crowd, telling them to mind their own business. Then, Lu Fan stepped forward at a steady pace, his large black machete resting in his left hand. Chui Hong-tai knelt, admitting his defeat. He couldn't match Lu Fan. His stats were simply too high. The princess smirked and offered to help. With that, she began chanting, and an ominous, dark aura swirled around her. Lu Fan immediately recognized the spell. It was the polar opposite of Qin Xiao's holy magic. That meant Jin Zhu was also from a hidden class. He braced himself, sensing trouble. Before he could react further, Qin Xiao suddenly appeared, rushing toward him. Surprised, he wondered why she was there. The princess completed her incantation, and all the sinister energy funneled into Chui Hong-tai. He let out an agonized scream as the power surged through him, forcing both Lu Fan and Qin Xiao to shield their eyes from the intense glow. A status window popped up, revealing Chui Hong-tai's class, Guardian Knight, a combat type. Meanwhile, Princess Jin Zhu was listed as an advanced spiritual witch, another combat type. As the light faded, Chui Hong-tai had transformed into something monstrous. "I'm here to help you," Qin Xiao declared, stepping in front of Lu Fan defensively. Without warning, Chui Hong-tai lunged at them. Lu Fan swiftly shoved Qin Xiao aside, instructing her to check on his aunt, Han Ku, inside the shop. In the next instant, Chui Hong-tai's attack came crashing down. Lu Fan dodged, just in time, the ground where he had stood seconds ago, now completely obliterated. Lu Fan slid back, quickly realizing that Chui Hong-tai's strength had skyrocketed. He wasn't just an opponent anymore. He had truly become a monster. If he wanted to stand a chance, he'd have to use both Dragon Inspiration and Dragon Claw together. Standing beside Chui Hong-tai, Princess Jin Zhu shouted impatiently, demanding that he kill Lu Fan to satisfy her anger. Hearing her orders, Chui Hong-tai yanked his staff from the ground, ready to strike again. But before he could make a move, Xiao Yi suddenly leaped from the window, shifting into her true dragon form midair. The sight of her sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Both Jin Zhu and Chui Hong Tai were frozen in disbelief, barely able to stammer. A real dragon? The princess, gripping her staff tightly, cursed Chui Hong Tai for being useless and urged him to hold out a little longer as she began chanting another spell. But before she could finish, Xiao Yi unleashed a deafening roar, the sheer force of it sending Jin Zhu flying backward and completely interrupting her spell. Xiao Yi then activated her dragon bloodline, a terrifying skill that slashed all incoming damage by 50%, made her immune to debuffs, and boosted her healing by an insane 500%. If that wasn't broken enough, she immediately went on the offensive, slamming Chui Hong Tai straight into the ground. Helpless, he screamed, begging her to let go. Being the gracious dragon waifu she was, Xiao Yi obliged, but not without hurling him directly toward Jin Zhu. His body crashed into the street, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Honestly, at this point, he owed Han Ku and Lu Fan a serious apology for all the destruction. Watching her so-called powerful attendant reduced to a pathetic mess, the reality of the situation finally dawned on Jin Zhu. She had spent her life believing in the strength of the Jin family's so-called defensive lizards, but now she was staring at the overwhelming might of a real dragon. Before she could fully process her defeat, Lu Fan called out to her. He strode forward, exuding absolute confidence, his black machete now gripped in his right hand. His voice was calm, but his presence was suffocating. "Weren't you planning to kill me to make yourself feel better?" he asked. Jin Zhu instinctively took a step back, then another, before losing her footing and tumbling to the ground. In a panic, she shrieked, "Stay away from me. You attacked my attendant, humiliated me, and now you're threatening me." Her voice quivered as she tried to regain control, warning Lu Fan that by doing this, he had made an enemy of the Taizi kingdom. But Lu Fan wasn't interested in her excuses. He casually flexed his machete, unimpressed by her threats. "Are you trying to scare me?" he asked, his tone almost mocking. As he reached her, his eyes darkened with fury. "You sent your people after my family." His grip on the machete tightened. "I don't care if you're a princess or a god. I'll make sure you pay for it." With interest, the princess was petrified, trembling as Lu Fan raised his machete, ready to strike. At the same time, Xiao Yi was charging up a massive fireball, preparing to incinerate anything in her path. Just as Lu Fan's blade was about to descend, a voice suddenly called out from the distance. It was Qin Shanhai, Qin Xiu's father, soaring toward them on a griffin. "Dad, stay back. It's dangerous," Qin Xiu shouted, trying to warn him. Xiao Yi immediately locked onto the new threat, shifting her fire attack toward Qin Shanhai. But before she could unleash it, Lu Fan raised a hand, ordering her to stand down. At that exact moment, he swung his machete, slicing clean through the princess's staff. The sheer force of it sent a shockwave through the air. Xiao Yi halted her attack just in time, and Qin Shanhai landed safely. Taking a quick survey of the battlefield, he urged Lu Fan to recall his dragon, pointing out the number of civilians in the area who could get caught in the chaos. As he got a closer look at Xiao Yi, he couldn't help but be impressed. True dragons were on an entirely different level compared to the subtypes. The pressure radiating from her was suffocating. Even his griffin was shaking in fear. Qin Xiu stepped forward, pleading with Lu Fan. "Please listen to us. We're not your enemies." Lu Fan, being the reasonable guy he was, especially when it came to his friends, gave Xiao Yi the signal to stand down. Without hesitation, she reverted to her human form. Wasting no time, Qin Xiu grabbed Lu Fan's arm. "Come with me," she urged. Meanwhile, her father approached the still-shaking princess. He asked if she was all right, explaining that he had originally gone to the airport to pick them up and hadn't expected to find her here. He also mentioned that a Qin family driver would be arriving soon to take them to the hospital. Back at Han Ku's bun shop, inside the cozy shop, Han Ku sat across from Lu Fan, explaining that Qin Shanhai was well acquainted with the princess, the same one who had caused all this trouble. Given his connections, he might be able to smooth things over. That was actually why Qin Xiu had called her father and filled him in on the situation. Lu Fan leaned back, unconvinced. "I doubt she'll let this go that easily," he muttered. Right on cue, Qin Shanhai stepped inside, shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, we haven't even properly met yet, and you're already causing this much trouble," he joked. Lu Fan shrugged. "Can't really blame me for this one. The princess started it. Han could cut to the point. How was this going to be handled? She asked. Qin Shanhai sighed. We sent the princess and Shui Hong Tai to the hospital. But there's still the issue of explaining everything to the Jin family. He paused before adding, they're not just business moguls. They have serious pull in the upper ranks of the Taizi kingdom. Hearing this, Han Ke grew worried. If the Jin family was as powerful as Qin Shanhai said, wouldn't Lu Fan face consequences for attacking them? But Lu Fan, ever confident, simply shrugged. Even if she's got influence, I'm not about to compromise my dignity over a dragon egg. Qin Shanhai raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by Lu Fan's resolve. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, he exhaled and nodded. I like your integrity, kid. You don't have to worry too much. I'll make sure you're safe. But then, with a smirk, he casually added, of course, I can't do it alone. There's a condition. Lu Fan's curiosity was piqued. What condition? Pointing his cigarette at him, Qin Shanhai stated, when the title of South Province champion in the grand exam. Lu Fan blinked. That was unexpected. Qin Shanhai continued, explaining that he'd keep the princess at bay until the exam was over. But only if you rise above the competition and take the top spot. That's the only way I can fully back you. Qin Xiu immediately chimed in. That won't be easy. The South Province is full of top-tier students. Qin Shanhai nodded. Exactly. But if you can surpass them all, I can make sure no one touches you. A spark ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. His usual relaxed demeanor shifted as determination took over. Got it. I accept. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Princess Jin Zhu was livid. Pacing back and forth, she furiously yelled into her phone. Qin Shanhai is obviously protecting that bastard. Why hasn't Lu Fan been arrested yet? The person on the other end tried to calm her down, assuring her that they'd reach out to high-ranking officials to handle the matter. But that wasn't enough for her. No, I want pressure on them now. That's an order, she snapped. Slamming her phone shut, she clenched her fists. Lu Fan, I'll make you pay for this. Looks like she still hadn't learned her lesson. But honestly, with Lu Fan and Xiao Yi around, even an entire kingdom wouldn't be enough to stop them. The next day, 3rd middle school. The school grounds were packed. Students gathered in clusters, checking each other's levels and forming groups. Excitement buzzed through the crowd. The South Province Grand Exam was about to begin. Then, the murmurs started. Wait, isn't that Lu Fan? Heads turned as Lu Fan strolled onto campus, hands in his pockets, as calm as ever. What's he doing here? Some whispered. Didn't he go back home to sell steamed buns? He used to be a genius, but now no school wants him. Is he seriously trying to take the exam? Lu Fan heard them all, but he barely paid them any mind. A tinge of nostalgia hit him, but honestly, their words meant nothing now. Then, the headmaster's voice boomed over the commotion. Attention, students. The South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Standing amidst a crowd of students, Lu Fan found himself lost in thought. Since reaching level 15, he had been receiving daily treasure maps, but he had yet to use any of them. They were all intermediate level, and an idea struck him. What if he combined 3 of them into a high-level treasure map? It could be just what he needed to boost his strength before the big exam. Before he could dwell on it further, a voice snapped him back to reality. Lu Fan, turning around, he spotted Teacher Li approaching. The teacher eyed him curiously. Are you taking the grand exam? Lu Fan nodded. Yeah, I've been working hard to get stronger. Teacher Li smiled, clearly impressed. That's good to hear. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a teleportation stone and handed it to Lu Fan. Take this. I believe in your fighting spirit. You might just rival the professionals out there. Lu Fan accepted the stone, inspecting its properties. It was of rare quality and came with some interesting features. When used in the Trial Secret Realm, it teleports the user to the 1st floor of the Heavenly Tower. When used in the Heavenly Tower, it returns the user to the Trial Secret Realm platform. After examining it, he looked up as Teacher Li continued, his tone turning serious. Remember, professions are everything in this world. Even though it's just an exam, one wrong move could cost you badly. He advised Lu Fan to find a teammate for the trial and reminded him that if things got too dangerous, the teleportation stone would be his best escape option. Lu Fan gave a confident nod. Got it. I'll be careful. As Teacher Li walked away, murmurs broke out among the students nearby. Is Lu Fan really competing? He used to be talented, but there's no way he can keep up now. He should have just quit while he had the chance. But Lu Fan wasn't the least bit fazed. Let them talk. He had bigger things to focus on. In team trials, scores were split between members, but he didn't just want to pass. He needed to dominate. He had promised Qin Shanhai he would take the top spot, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Just then, another voice called out, "Lu Fan." He turned to see Qin Xiu approaching, accompanied by another girl. Raising an eyebrow, he greeted them. "Who's this?" "Your teammate." Qin Xiu smiled. "This is my best friend, Tao Xiaoman. She's a level 1 combat swordsman." Tao Xiaoman greeted him politely, but before she could say much else, Qin Xiu cut to the chase. "Lu Fan, want to team up with us for the trial?" Tao Xiaoman blinked in surprise at the sudden invitation, but before she could even process it, Lu Fan shook his head. "I appreciate it, but I'll be going solo." Both girls looked at him, surprised. He gave a small smile. "This is a challenge I've set for myself. I need to see it through alone." With that, he waved and turned to leave. "I'll see you at the exam site." Qin Xiu sighed, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes as she watched Lu Fan walk away. She had been hoping to team up with him, but deep down, she knew the truth. With his strength, any teammate would probably just slow him down. Still, she wished him luck, knowing he didn't need it. Beside her, Tao Xiaoman frowned in confusion. "I don't get it. Why would you invite someone from the weakest profession to team up with us?" Qin Xiu just smiled. "Lu Fan is stronger than he looks. In fact, I think he'll be the top scorer in the entire South Province." Tao Xiaoman's eyes widened. "No way. That's a bold claim." Then, with a teasing smirk, she nudged Qin Xiu. "Wait, don't tell me you've fallen for the Dragon Tamer." "W what?" "No way." Qin Xiu protested, her face instantly turning red. But Tao Xiaoman just laughed. "MHM, I'm sure, but your face says otherwise." Scene shift, the grand exam, trial's secret realm. Lu Fan stepped through the portal like a total boss. He took a deep breath, glancing at the vast new world ahead. This is where it all begins. Above the gathered students, a massive screen flickered on, showing Principal Bai Hong Tu standing on a podium. His voice boomed through the arena, explaining the trial structure. "Listen up. The portals in the sky are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. When the portals activate, chosen candidates may enter the Heavenly Tower using the teleportation stone given by your teachers." A diagram appeared, outlining the difficulty levels. Normal level, a safe, projection-based realm where no real injuries occur. Score multiplier, 0.9x. Hard level, the real deal. From here on, all monsters are real, and using the teleportation stone will allow safe exit with scores intact. Score multiplier, 1.0x. This is the most common choice. Fear level, extremely dangerous. Monsters here are fierce, and solo challengers are strongly advised against entering. Principal Bai stressed the importance of safety over points. Score multiplier, 3.0x. As Bai Hong Tu was still speaking, a loud laugh suddenly interrupted him. "Principal Bai, just watch. I'm going to set the highest score in this exam." The voice belonged to Hong Wu, a level 14 Qi Gong master with a hidden profession. His sheer confidence made heads turn. Tao Xiaoman's jaw practically dropped. "That's Hong Wu. He's the top student at number 1 middle school. He's ranked in the top 5 in the entire province." Qin Xiu nodded, arms crossed. "He's strong. As a Qigong master, he's both an attacker and a defender, extremely versatile." She then added, "He's planning to challenge the hard realm solo." At his bold proclamation, many students began to feel the weight of reality sinking in. How are we supposed to compete with someone like him? I should have picked an easier level. There's no way we're making it to the top now. Some are already regretting their choices, realizing that against Hong Wu, their chances of ranking high were slim to none. The scene shifts to Principal Bai Hong Tu's office, where multiple screens display the student's progress in real time. Sitting beside him, the principal of number 1 middle school chuckles, full of confidence. He boasts that Hong Wu is their strongest student and is practically guaranteed to take the top spot. He even acknowledges Qin Xiu's skills, predicting that she'll secure a place in the top 3. Meanwhile, Principal Bai Hong Tu appears deep in thought. He can't help but wonder if Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden profession. Could he have claimed first place instead? His musings are interrupted by Qin Shanhai, who confidently mentions that he has a strong contender in mind for the top rank. Curious, the principal of number 1 middle school asks who he's referring to. Qin Shanhai reveals that it's Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from number 3 school. The revelation catches Principal Bai Hong Tu off guard. The number 1 school principal quickly dismisses the idea, pointing out that all the students have already entered the tower, except for Lu Fan. With a laugh, he questions whether the boy is simply forfeiting the exam. Scoffing, he downplays the potential of a dragon tamer, directing attention to the scoreboard, where Hong Wu is already on the 4th floor, leading the rankings. But then, Principal Bai Hong Tu suddenly notices something alarming. His expression shifts as he realizes that Lu Fan isn't giving up, he's waiting. And not just for any challenge. He's aiming for the Nightmare Trial. The room falls into stunned silence. The Nightmare Trial is a one-way path, a challenge so extreme that even discussing it sends shivers down most spines. The portal finally appears in the sky, displaying an astronomical score multiplier of 9.9x. As Lu Fan steps forward, prepared to take on the trial, the principal of number 1 school panics, urging Bai Hong Tu to intervene. He insists that entering is a death sentence. But Lu Fan doesn't waver. With a confident smile, he steps into the trial realm. Principal Bai Hong Tu, watching with a mix of concern and admiration, recalls that no one who has entered the Nightmare Trial has ever walked away unscathed. The last challenger, 8 years ago, met a gruesome fate, devoured by a terrifying beast. The principal of number 1 school shakes his head in disbelief, questioning if Lu Fan even understands the rules. He bluntly declares that the Dragon Tamer is doomed and goes as far as to challenge Qin Shanhai's judgment, scoffing at the idea that Lu Fan could ever measure up to Hong Wu. Qin Shanhai just winks, casually dismissing their doubts. He suggests they focus on watching their prized Qi Gong master instead. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Better to observe a little longer before making any rash judgments. Principal Bai Hong Tu, still intrigued, turns to Qin Shanhai. Why do you have so much faith in Lu Fan? He asks. Meanwhile, as the discussion continues, Lu Fan steps onto the 1st floor of the Nightmare Trial. Almost instantly, a massive paw emerges from the dense fog, slamming onto the ground near him. Red eyes glow menacingly from all directions. He's completely surrounded. Without hesitation, Lu Fan grips his large black machete and shifts into a defensive stance. Based on his understanding of the trial, at least 10 monsters should be lurking around him. The fog parts slightly, revealing a pack of black wolves. They're level 10, and their bite attack inflicts continuous bleeding damage. Worse yet, they possess a skill called Night Howl, which boosts all their allies' attributes and resets skill cooldowns. The wolves let out a deafening roar before lunging at him. But Lu Fan remains calm. In one swift motion, he unleashes Dragon Fang Strike. His blade tears through the air, slicing through every wolf in a single, devastating blow. A notification chimes. The 1st floor of the Nightmare Trial Sky Tower is cleared. Lu Fan instantly gains 990 points. Back in the control room, the principal of number 1 middle school is left speechless. A one-hit kill? Just what kind of monster is this kid? He exclaims. He can't believe how absurdly powerful Lu Fan is. His stats must be far beyond his peers. Principal Bai Hong Tu is equally shaken. Could it be? Has Lu Fan truly found the legendary dragon? With 990 points, Lu Fan skyrockets to 2nd place on the leaderboard in an instant. In the surveillance room, the staff and officials from number 1 middle school are glued to the screens, completely fixated on Lu Fan's performance. None of them can believe he wiped out the Black Wolves in a single strike. Just then, the atmosphere shifts. The door opens, and a new figure steps inside. The newcomer is clad in a detective-style suit, one hand in his pocket and a briefcase in the other. His cap and glasses obscure most of his face, adding to his mysterious presence. The sudden arrival draws everyone's attention. Qin Shanhai, upon seeing him, immediately tenses up. The man calmly steps forward and introduces himself. Qin Xiong, special representative from Longdu. His voice is firm, leaving no room for nonsense. I'm here to investigate someone and take them back to Longdu. Removing his cap, he locks eyes with Qin Shanhai and asks one question. Where is the Dragon Master, Lu Fan? A stats window pops up, revealing Qin Xiong's information. Level 57, specializing in combat. His presence alone radiates authority, making it clear that he isn't someone to take lightly. Meanwhile, inside the Nightmare Trial, Lu Fan moves steadily through the 1st floor. His big black machete swings effortlessly as he cuts away thick vines, all while keeping an eye on the system map in his other hand. A grin tugs at the corner of his lips. He's finally found what he's been searching for. A system notification pops up, confirming that he has reached the correct location marked on his treasure map. Almost immediately, another window appears, announcing the creation of a high-level treasure map. Excitement sparks in Lu Fan's eyes. The high-level treasure map he prepared before entering the trial realm actually led him to a spot on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. Pushing forward, he hacks through a cluster of thorny plants, blocking his path. As the last vine falls away, something catches his eye, a book lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he reaches out and picks it up. A notification appears. Skill book acquired, accelerated growth. The book radiates a brilliant glow, its cover embedded with several shimmering gemstones. Checking its details, Lu Fan's breath hitches. It's an exceptional skill book. The accelerated growth passive skill doubles the experience gained by pets. Without wasting a second, Lu Fan opens the book. The moment he does, a surge of powerful energy erupts from it, swirling around him before sinking into his body. He immediately thinks of Xiao Yi, his dragon companion. Ever since they left Morning Village, her growth had slowed significantly. But with this skill, she would level up at double the speed. Lu Fan smirks. This was exactly what he needed. Back in the surveillance room, Principal by Hongtu, Qin Shanhai, and Qin Xiong are all fixated on the screen, watching Lu Fan's progress. Breaking the silence, Qin Xiong turns to Principal Bai with a sharp gaze. Since Lu Fan is a student at your school, you need to stop his trial immediately and have him return with me. Principal Bai's expression hardens. He meets Qin Xiong's stare and responds calmly. It's best to wait until the exams are over. I'll take full responsibility for Lu Fan's actions as the head of the Third Institute. But Qin Xiong doesn't budge. You might be able to take responsibility for him, but you can't take his punishment in his place. Principal Bai frowns. Punishment? He's clearly puzzled. What exactly has Lu Fan done? Before Qin Xiong can reply, Qin Shanhai steps in, grabbing his arm. Qin Xiong, take a step back. We go way back, don't we? His voice is calm but firm, urging him to reconsider. At that moment, a staff member from No. 1 Middle School speaks up. Wait, what did Lu Fan do? Qin Xiong forcefully pulls his arm away, leaving Qin Shanhai momentarily stunned. His expression darkens with irritation. Don't interfere with my job, he warns coldly. And don't try that again. His voice sharpens as he adds. If you get involved, the Jin family and the higher-ups won't take it lightly. Despite not understanding why Qin Shanhai is so determined to protect Lu Fan, Qin Xiong remains firm. Qin Shanhai, however, simply meets his gaze with a serious expression, remaining silent. With a shove, Qin Xiong pushes him back slightly. Do you understand me? He presses. Without waiting for an answer, he turns back to Principal Bai. Enough of this. Bring Lu Fan here immediately. I don't have time for games. Hearing this, Qin Shanhai lets out a small chuckle. Old friend, he mutters. The words catch Qin Xiong's attention. He pauses, turning his head slightly. Qin Shanhai pulls out a cigarette, lighting it with a flick before taking a slow drag. Though his tone is casual, the weight behind his words is unmistakable. Their conversation hints at something deeper, a web of connections between Long-Du officials, the Jin family, and the power struggles between the Dragon Kingdom and the Taizi Kingdom. The situation is far more complicated than it appears. Then, Qin Shanhai exhales a cloud of smoke and speaks with absolute certainty. None of that will matter once Lu Fan's secret is revealed. His gaze sharpens as he stares straight at Qin Xiong. No one is taking him away today. Straight at Qin Xiong. No one is taking him away today. Qin Xiong's expression twists with anger. Enough of your nonsense. You act like Lu Fan is hiding some world-changing secret. His patience is wearing thin. You're going too far, Qin Shanhai. Are you really planning to defy an envoy's orders? As Qin Xiong turns to leave, Qin Shanhai grabs his arm once again. If that's what you think, then fine, he says calmly. I'll take responsibility. The tension in the room thickens. A system notification appears. Qin Shanhai, level 57 knight. Qin Xiong, level 57 swordsman. Qin Xiong clenches his jaw. You'll regret this, he growls. I'll report your actions to the higher-ups in Long-Du. Before things spiral further, Principal Bai Hongtu steps in. Enough, he says firmly. The major exam is still ongoing. Let's not cause a scene. But Qin Shanhai isn't done. He looks Qin Xiong dead in the eye. Aren't you curious? He asks. Lu Fan's secret, the one that could shake the very foundations of Long-Du and the Jin family. For the first time, Hesitation flickers across Qian Xiong's face. His gaze shifts back to the screen, displaying Lu Fan's progress. Nightmare difficulty. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. Lu Fan is actually attempting the nightmare level of the trial. His shock is evident. How is that even possible? He mutters. Why would he attempt something that reckless? What makes him so confident? Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan stands before a massive gate, deep in thought. He's ready to push himself to the absolute limit. No backup, no shortcuts, just pure skill. Now that he has the growth acceleration skill, an idea strikes him. Why not summon Xiao Yi early? With his passive ability, she'll earn double the experience. Checking his status window, he grins. Growth acceleration, active. A 100% experience boost for his pet? Not too shabby. Back in the surveillance room, the principal of First Middle School glances at Qian Xiong. Didn't you see him earlier? He was taking out multiple opponents in a single move. Both men are still trying to process what they just witnessed. Lu Fan's overwhelming strength is simply beyond their expectations. Just then, Lu Fan's voice echoes from the screen. Come out, Xiao. A deafening roar shakes the trial grounds as a massive black dragon appears. The moment Xiao Yi materializes, Qian Xiong and the principal freeze in place, their eyes locked onto the screen in utter disbelief. Qian Xiong stares, struggling to form a sentence. This is a dragon. His voice barely rises above a whisper. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi raises one of her powerful claws and smashes into the massive gate before them. The sheer force behind her attack is terrifying. Even Qin Shanhai, despite having seen Xiao Yi before, feels a bead of sweat roll down his temple. Her strength is just as monstrous as before. With a single devastating blow, the entire gate crumbles into dust, scattering debris everywhere. The battlefield is left in ruins. Qin Shanhai finally turns to the others, his expression unreadable. Now you know Lu Fan's secret. Silence grips the surveillance room. The air feels heavy as every official in the room watches in stunned awe, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Pointing to the screen, Qin Shanhai makes a declaration that leaves everyone shaken. Lu Fan is the only dragon tamer in history to have a real dragon. Principal by Hong Tu, still processing what just happened, mutters, he actually tamed a giant dragon. The weight of his own words lingers in the room. As their gazes remain locked on the screen, the Nightmare Trial's second floor begins. Xiao Yi unleashes a torrent of flames, engulfing everything in her path. The entire battlefield turns into a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Lu Fan moves swiftly, his black machete slicing through massive plant monsters with ease. He doesn't even break a sweat. In just moments, a system notification pops up. Second floor cleared. Watching this, the principal of First Middle School clenches his fists, deep in thought. This is the power of a true dragon. No profession without the third transformation could possibly stand against him. Qian Xiong exhales sharply. It's terrifying. His mind races with the implications. If that dragon levels up even further, it could destroy an entire country on its own. Then, another shocking update appears on the leaderboard. First place, Lu Fan, 50,000 points. Second place, Hong Wu, 27,550 points. Third place, Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaoman, 12,570 points. The entire room is speechless. Lu Fan continues his unstoppable ascent, dominating every floor with Xiao Yi's devastating attacks. The scene shifts. Nightmare Trial, 13th floor. Xiao Yi is tearing through monsters like they're nothing. Every swipe of her claws sends creatures flying, and every blast of her fire reduces enemies to ashes. At the same time, Lu Fan swings his black machete with precision, executing massive slashes that cut down entire groups of beasts in an instant. A new notification flashes across the screen. 13th floor cleared. Back in the surveillance room, Principal by Hong Tu narrows his eyes, watching Lu Fan's movements carefully. It's not just the dragon. Lu Fan himself has grown too strong. He starts making calculations in his mind. If his guess is right, all of Lu Fan's attributes must have surpassed 100 by now. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Even without summoning the dragon, Lu Fan could easily take first place in all of Jianghai City. Back in the surveillance room, Qin Shanhai turns to Qian Xiong with a smirk. After seeing the power of a real dragon firsthand, do you still want to drag Lu Fan in front of the higher-ups? Qian Xiong exhales slowly, his expression more serious than before. Now I understand, he admits. I see why you're willing to go against the Jin family. Today, I've truly witnessed what a dragon is capable of. Hearing this, Qin Shanhai leans back slightly. Good. Then there's no need for a special envoy to trouble either Lu Fan or the Jin family anymore. I'll send a segment of his exam footage to the teacher. His tone is final. You should head back. Qian Xiong narrows his eyes. By teacher, you mean North Marquis Tu Jing? Qin Shanhai doesn't answer directly. He just smiles. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan has already reached the 20th floor. He finds himself standing in a long, dark corridor, at the end of which a strange purple glow flickers ominously. As he steps forward, the glow moves. It's not just light. It's a spell. The system immediately identifies the enemy. Dark Sacrifice, level 15. A status window appears, listing its terrifying abilities. Black Curse reduces all enemy attributes by 50%, while increasing all allies' attributes by 25%. Merge into Darkness allows the caster and all nearby allies to blend into the shadows, becoming completely immune for 15 seconds. Dark Control grants full command over the Dark Knights lurking behind it. Lu Fan surveys the enemies before him, mind already working through a strategy. With the accelerated growth skill still active, he figures that Xiao Yi must be close to leveling up. A perfect opportunity. Xiao Yi used Lava Blaze. The black dragon coils back, preparing to unleash its attack. A low rumble builds in her chest, growing into a deafening roar. Then, in a single explosive moment, Xiao Yi breathes out a storm of molten fire. A status notification pops up. Lava Blaze, activated, continuous forward fire breath. Deals damage while restoring the dragon's health. Incredible. Xiao Yi is not only destroying enemies, she's healing at the same time. The entire floor erupts into flames, engulfing the Dark Knights and their summoner. Their eerie purple magic is swallowed by the inferno, and in mere seconds, they're reduced to nothing but ashes. A new notification chimes. 20th floor cleared. Then more updates. Xiao Yi has leveled up to level 11. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 16. With the 20th floor completed, Lu Fan's score soars even higher, leaving the competition completely in the dust. Smirking, he pats Xiao Yi's side. Let's conquer the heavenly tower together. The scene shifts, this time to the 50th floor of the Fear Trial. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. The cause? Hongwu. A system notification blares across the screen. 50th floor cleared. Standing amidst the wreckage, Hongwu crosses his arms, feeling pretty pleased with himself. He exhales sharply and thinks, this year's grand examination is brutal. These monsters feel like they belong on the 70th floor instead. Despite the challenge, Hongwu is fully convinced that he's going to take first place. In his mind, the only real competitor is Qin Xiao, but since she's working in a team, her points will be halved. With full confidence, he laughs and boldly declares, the title of top scholar in the Southern Province examination is mine. Feeling triumphant, he even turns to Principal Bai Hongtu, saying, you should start reaching out to the top universities now. They'll be fighting to recruit me soon enough. Talk about cocky, right? Little does he know, no one in the surveillance room is even watching him. Every single principal and official in the office has their eyes glued to Lu Fan's progress instead. Principal Bai Hongtu, without even glancing at Hongwu, murmurs, the 50th floor of the Heaven Tower has always been a major hurdle. Professionals from a southern province rarely make it past this stage. The principal of First Middle School nods in agreement. It's a turning point. Even if Lu Fan clears this floor, the difficulty from here on will skyrocket. His pace will slow down eventually. Now, let's switch back to our main man, Lu Fan. He's currently standing on the 50th floor of the Nightmare Trial. The entire battlefield is blanketed in thick snow, the freezing wind cutting through the silence. Lu Fan, however, isn't fazed. He's too busy checking out Xiao Yi's status window. And guess what? She's just unlocked a brand new skill, Shape Transformation. This ability lets her shift between 4 different forms, each with unique effects. 1. Young Dragon Form boosts all attributes and cuts energy consumption by 50%. 2. Dragon Maiden Form. This form is linked to Lu Fan through the Blood Pact. Honestly, absolute waifu material. She should stay in this form forever. 3. Destruction Dragon Open Form. Strength decreases by 50%, but spirit increases by 100%. Unlocks new abilities like daylight incineration and lava eruption. 4. World-ending form. Spirit decreases by 50%, but strength increases by 100%. Grants access to powerful skills like Earthbend and Fearful Roar. While Lu Fan is admiring these insane new abilities, a sudden rumbling shakes the battlefield. The snow-covered ground starts to shift. Slowly, massive stone figures begin to emerge from beneath the frost. Their glowing red eyes lock onto Lu Fan, their towering bodies looming ominously in the frozen wasteland. 3 monstrous figures stand before him. A status window pops up. Enemies identified. Amethyst Mountain Giants, level 20. Their abilities include Mountain Arm, a devastating frontal attack using their enormous rock limbs. Landslide, a catastrophic attack that you do not want to be caught in. Amethyst Rock, reduces magic damage by 50% and grants complete immunity to armor-piercing effects. Back in the surveillance room, Principal by Hong Tu watches the screen with a serious expression. 3 nightmare-level bosses at once. He can't help but wonder, how will Lu Fan handle this? The principal of First Middle School nods in agreement. I figured the 50th floor would finally slow him down. Even if he stops here, his score is already high enough to secure first place in Jianghai City. Then, with a sigh, he adds, why couldn't such a promising student have come from our first middle school? Gotta love that friendly rivalry. Now, back to the real action. Lu Fan stands on the 50th floor, facing off against 3 massive Amethyst Mountain Giants. The status window flashes, alerting him. The monsters are preparing to unleash Mountain Arm, a powerful frontal attack. But does Lu Fan flinch? Not even a little. As he watches the incoming attack, his thoughts are surprisingly calm. Now that he's halfway up the tower of the ladder, the difficulty has clearly taken a leap. Since the challenges are ramping up, he figures it's time to step up his own game. Just before the colossal strike lands, he steps forward, her massive left hand absorbing the full impact. Boom! The ground trembles under the sheer force of the attack, but Lu Fan stands completely unfazed in the middle of the chaos. Enough playing around. It's time to go all out. He raises a hand and gives the command. Xiao Yi, activate World Ender Form. A deep roar rips through the battlefield in response. In an instant, Xiao Yi's entire body erupts into crimson flames. Back in the monitoring room, Principal by Hong Tu narrows his eyes. Lu Fan is up to something. As the flames around Xiao Yi intensify, everyone watching falls silent. The transformation begins. Her scales turn pitch black, her glowing red eyes radiate pure menace, and the sheer pressure from her presence fills the entire battlefield. The system flashes a notification. World Ender Form activated. Strength, 456, 2,912. Spirit, 1,424, 712. New skills unlocked. Earth Shatterer and World Ending. The entire monitoring room is left stunned. Principal by Hong Tu stares at the screen in disbelief. How can this dragon switch combat forms like that? Qin Shanhai exhales sharply, his voice a little shaky. That transformation, it's terrifying. Back on the battlefield, one of the giants suddenly lunges from behind, attempting a sneak attack on Lu Fan. But before it can even get close, Lu Fan senses it immediately. With a swift jump, he dodges the strike effortlessly, soaring into the air. Mid-air, he activates Dragon Inspiration. A notification flashes. Dragon Inspiration activated. All attributes and attack power increased by 10% for both Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Lu Fan wastes no time. Xiao Yi, Mighty Jaw Assault, he commands. In an instant, the black dragon lunges forward, her massive jaws clamping down on one of the towering monsters. With a sickening crunch, she shatters the creature's head into fragments. Watching this unfold, the principal of First Middle School is utterly dumbfounded. That was a level 20 boss, and she crushed it like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Principal by Hong Tu is analyzing the scene with sharp eyes. To break through the defenses of an Amethyst Mountain Giant, the dragon's attack power must have exceeded 2,000 points. As the first giant collapses, the second one strikes, reaching out in an attempt to grab Lu Fan. But he's too fast. With fluid precision, he dodges again, twisting his body effortlessly out of reach. Without missing a beat, he retaliates. Dragon Claw. The moment his attack lands, a massive explosion engulfs the battlefield. Back in the monitoring room, Qin Shanhai turns to Qian Xiong, his voice filled with amusement. After seeing this, you must be glad you didn't take Lu Fan away earlier. Qian Xiong says nothing. His gaze is locked on the battle, completely speechless. Back to the action. The final mountain giant lets out a thunderous roar, swinging wildly at Lu Fan, but he continues dodging every attack effortlessly. Then, Xiao Yi unleashes world-ending roar. A chilling shockwave spreads across the battlefield, applying a vulnerability debuff to the monster. Lu Fan prepares to finish the fight, but, boom! Before he can land the final blow, Xiao Yi strikes first, activating Earth Shatterer. The entire battlefield shakes violently as a massive black pit opens beneath the monster's feet. Unable to react in time, the final amethyst mountain giant plummets into the abyss. The system notification chimes in. Black Dragon Xiao Yi has leveled up to level 12. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 16. Lu Fan grins. This nightmare level was definitely the right call. The increasing difficulty isn't a problem, it's an opportunity. With each level he clears, he's only getting stronger. Another notification appears. 50th floor successfully conquered. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turns toward the portal leading to the next floor, Xiao Yi following close behind. Back in a monitoring room, Qin Shanhai chuckles. So much for the legendary 50th floor barrier. It's nothing to Lu Fan. The principal of First Middle School shakes his head in disbelief. That dragon's strength, it's beyond anything I've ever seen. At that moment, Principal Bai Hongtu shifts his focus to Qian Xiong, his expression serious. You've been in Dragon City for a long time. Based on your experience, what do you estimate the dragon's strength attribute to be after transforming? Qian Xiong takes a deep breath before responding. I've seen plenty of high-level powerhouses in Dragon City, but if I had to compare, after transforming, that dragon's strength must be at least 2,500 points. The principal of First Middle School nearly falls out of his chair. 2,500 points? Our levels and attributes aren't even worth mentioning compared to that. Principal Bai Hongtu nods. Just as he predicted, Xiao Yi's stats will only continue to grow from here. The principal of First Middle School crosses his arms and sighs. Now that Lu Fan has passed the 50th floor, the X+1 mode is going to take effect. Qin Shanhai raises an eyebrow. X+1? What do you mean by that? Principal Bai Hongtu steps in to explain. The X+1 mode was established by the scholar who originally designed this trial. Once examinees clear the 50th floor, the structure of the trial changes. From this point on, every regular monster floor, X, is immediately followed by a boss floor, +1. He pauses for a moment, then adds, this system was implemented to make the trial more like a real secret realm, constantly forcing examinees into life-threatening battles. Qin Shanhai nods in understanding. So after every wave of normal enemies, there's a boss fight. That's brutal. Principal Bai Hongtu's expression darkens slightly as he delivers the real shocker. However, in the nightmare-level tower of the ladder, it's even worse. The room falls silent as he continues. Whether it's an X floor or a +1 floor, every single one has been replaced with a nightmare-level boss. A heavy tension fills the room. From this point forward, every step Lu Fan takes will put him face-to-face with a nightmare-tier boss battle. Bai Hongtu spilled some wild info about Nightmare Mode X+1. Turns out, instead of facing a single boss, challengers get swarmed by an entire squad, and to make things worse, each boss gets a serious power boost. Qin Shanhai listened and agreed it sounded brutal, but why overthink strategy when Lu Fan was out here bulldozing everything in sight? As they talked, the scene shifted to Lu Fan, who was in full destruction mode. His massive black machete, Black Dragon, carved through yet another boss effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, the world-ending dragon, casually snacked on the head of a fallen enemy. A system notification popped up. Level 70 cleared. Xiao Yi leveled up to 13, and Lu Fan hit level 18. Qin Shanhai pointed out that from the 50th floor onward, the Tower of Heaven became a relentless nightmare, with difficulties spiking at every turn. But with Xiao Yi at his side, Lu Fan didn't need complex battle plans, just raw power. Wiping blood from his mouth, he commanded Xiao Yi to follow, and she did so without hesitation, casually splitting a monster's skull in half on the way. Principal Bai Hongtu watched in awe. Lu Fan had already blitzed through 78 floors in record time. The First Middle School principal, who had previously doubted anyone could reach the 80s this year, was now forced to reconsider. Lu Fan was proving him dead wrong. Then chaos erupted. Xiao Yi went berserk, spewing fire across the battlefield, sending even the strongest monster bosses running for their lives. The system declared the 76th floor cleared. Lu Fan barely broke a sweat as he faced off against a massive worm-like boss. One attack, powered by his dragon blood armor transformation, and it was over in an instant. Xiao Yi clutched the boss's head like a trophy, leveling up to 14, while Lu Fan advanced to level 19. Back in the principal's office, Bai Hong too reflected on how countless prodigies had pushed themselves to the limit trying to conquer the tower, only to fall short in the end. Qin Shanhai added that once challengers reached the 70s and 80s, they were too close to quit, yet victory was still a distant dream. But Bai Hong too had no doubts. Lu Fan was on another level. He might be the first in a decade to clear all 100 floors. Then the tension spiked. The system displayed Lu Fan stepping onto the 99th floor, a ruined structure with broken staircases spiraling toward a shadowy throne. Around it stood 4 monstrous figures, world-enders. Headless knights, armed and ready, with eerie blue flames flickering where their heads should have been. Each knight was an absolute nightmare to deal with. Penetration attacks stacked with insane damage multipliers, automatic counterstrikes, lightning-fast slashes, and the most terrifying move of all, an instant decapitation skill that triggered if the target's health dropped below 57%. Oh, and as if that wasn't bad enough, they all shared boosted health and defense. Talk about unfair. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. He recognized this battlefield. It was modeled after the downfall of the Shattered Kingdom, a place overrun by an undead legion centuries ago. Interesting lore, but there was no time for history lessons. The axe-wielding knight lunged first, its blade primed for an instant kill. With no control-type skills to rely on, Lu Fan had only one option: go all in, fast and hard. He launched into the air, parrying their counters with his machete, but his first strike barely left a scratch. Worse, the knight instantly regenerated and retaliated with a brutal counterattack. Lu Fan barely managed to block in time. Realizing they needed more firepower, he called out to Xiao Yi. The dragon answered with an earth-shaking firestorm, engulfing the entire castle in flames. The structure cracked and crumbled under the heat, and Lu Fan grinned at the sheer destruction. Before he could catch his breath, the dual-sword knight roared, "For my king!" and charged forward, swords crackling with lightning. Sparks flew as Lu Fan blocked, his arms shaking from the impact. The other knights weren't far behind. This wasn't a fight they could drag out. It was time to end this. Lu Fan commanded Xiao Yi to prepare a full-power attack. The dragon's energy surged, and in an instant, she unleashed a hellish wave of lava, swallowing the knight's whole. The inferno raged, melting through armor and flesh alike. One by one, the undead warriors fell, reduced to smoldering ash. Then ding, the system alert rang out. Level 99 cleared. Xiao Yi leveled up to 15, and with it came a brand new skill. Lu Fan checked the system and was floored. Black Dragon Xiao Yi just kept getting stronger. Meanwhile, he himself had officially reached level 20. Back in the surveillance room, the atmosphere was electric. The first middle school principal watched in stunned silence as the massive doors to the 100th floor slowly creaked open. Even Qin Shanhai, usually unfazed, admitted they were witnessing history. Bai Hong too, normally composed, was visibly shaken. This wasn't supposed to be possible. Yet, here was Lu Fan, breaking every rule, defying every expectation. Lu Fan steps onto the 100th floor, eyes locked on the massive throne ahead. Without hesitation, he grips the sword embedded in it and yanks it free. A surge of raw power explodes around him, energy crackling in the air. Xiao Yi stands at his side, her presence just as overwhelming. The scene before them is nothing short of a nightmare. Ruins of a fallen kingdom, skeletal remains scattered across the ground, and at the center of it all, the World Annihilation Emperor, a monstrous level 60 boss. Flanking him, a legion of 500 demon soldiers, waiting to strike. But Lu Fan isn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, he checks out Xiaoya's newly unlocked skill, Cataclysm, and it's an absolute game-changer. A 3-stage attack capable of raining destruction, setting everything ablaze, and detonating the battlefield. This is exactly the kind of chaos he's been waiting for. Grinning, he nods at Xiao Yi, giving her the signal. In an instant, she shifts into her destruction dragon form. Flames coil around her body, and the system flashes an update. Her stats have skyrocketed, and 2 new skills, All Things Incinerate and Lava Burst, are now active. Back in the surveillance room, the principals are stunned into silence. Bai Hong too watches with wide eyes, wondering if Xiaoya's transformation is something beyond anything they've ever seen. Qin Shanhai can't believe it. Lu Fan had this kind of firepower up his sleeve the entire time? The battlefield erupts into chaos as the demon commander roars, rallying the undead army to defend their emperor. But Lu Fan isn't about to give them a chance. Without hesitation, He grabs one of the skeleton soldiers and hurls it forward, shouting for Xiaoyi to unleash Cataclysm. Xiaoyi lets out a deafening roar, taking to the skies before raining down absolute destruction. Fire engulfs the battlefield. The system's casualty counter spikes as enemies are incinerated by the second. The flames spread uncontrollably, reducing the once mighty army to less than 200 in an instant. But Xiaoyi doesn't stop there. She intensifies the assault, the sheer force of her attacks, leaving only a handful of soldiers standing. With one final detonation, the remaining enemies are swallowed by an inferno. The surveillance room falls dead silent. Every principal watches in disbelief. How is a mere student wielding this level of power? Qin Shanhai stares at the numbers in shock. The system count drops. 42 soldiers left. Then 37. The battlefield is all but empty when the demon commander steps forward, voice booming as he demands Lu Fan kneel before their king. Lu Fan only tightens his grip on the dragon's sword, eyes sharp and unwavering. Xiaoyi keeps up the onslaught, and one by one, the last of the undead soldiers fall to ash. As the flames die down, only ruin remains. Bai Hongtu watches intently, deep in thought. Even the legendary Four Horsemen wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Fan's raw strength. The first high school principal's jaw drops as the system flashes Lu Fan's score, 989,500 points. A number untouched for 30 years. Bai Hongtu can't help but wonder, will Lu Fan actually claim the exam's ultimate reward? He mutters to himself, knowing that this year's tower trial is the hardest in history. The prize should match the challenge. At least 3 rare tier items. Back inside the tower, Lu Fan surveys the battlefield, sword still in hand. The fight may be over, but there's one final obstacle left. Stepping forward, he declares with confidence, all the trash has been dealt with. Now, let's see what the final boss has got. The world annihilation emperor looms ahead. The true battle is about to begin. As the smoke finally settles, the final boss makes its entrance, exuding a suffocating, oppressive aura. Every step it takes shakes the ground, and when it grips its sword, the message is clear. Lu Fan is as good as dead. A system notification flashes. Only one undead soldier remains. The boss doesn't hesitate. With terrifying speed, it launches itself straight at Lu Fan, blade aimed for a lethal strike. But Lu Fan? He's more than ready. Activating dragon armor, his arm morphs into a fearsome dragon claw, its power directly linked to Black Dragon Xiaoyi. A surge of energy crackles around him as his hands transform into razor-sharp talons. Stretching his dragon claws forward, he smirks and signals Xiaoyi to prepare for an all-out assault. Xiaoyi meets the boss's glare, claws poised, wings spread wide. The boss swings with full force, aiming to cut Lu Fan down in one blow. But Lu Fan meets the attack head-on, claw against blade, stopping it effortlessly. The moment he sees an opening, he shouts the command, Xiaoyi, attack. Xiaoyi doesn't disappoint. Activating all things incinerate, she unleashes a storm of fire tornadoes, hurling them straight at the boss. The sheer impact sends the enemy skidding backward, struggling to stay upright. It stabs its sword into the ground, trying to stop its slide, but something is wrong. Its power is fading. The reason? Lu Fan's Lament Ring. The rare artifact saps the life force of enemies, and the boss is feeling the full effect. Lu Fan lifts his hand, tapping the ring with a smug grin. Yeah, that drain? It's not stopping anytime soon. The system confirms, Lament Aura active. The ring, requiring at least level 15 to wield, boosts Lu Fan's spirit, stamina, and strength, making him even more unstoppable. The boss, desperate and enraged, accuses Lu Fan of cheating, but Lu Fan couldn't care less. Calmly, he gives Xiaoyi the next command. Activate the second stage of All Things Incinerate. Xiaoyi roars, flapping her massive wings harder, intensifying the flames. The fire tornadoes detonate on impact, blasting the boss backward into the throne. It barely manages to get up, bracing for counterattack. But Lu Fan doesn't give it the chance. In one swift motion, he unsheathes his dagger, channels his energy, and bursts through the flames, closing the distance in an instant. The boss tries to block, too late. Lu Fan drives the dagger straight into its chest, pinning it to the stone throne. The boss gasps, its strength vanishing as the system announces, victory. No undead soldiers remain. Black Dragon Xiaoyi levels up to 17. Lu Fan reaches level 22. Triumphant, Lu Fan steps onto the throne. One foot rests on the armrest, one hand gripping the boss's shoulder. With a flourish, he yanks the dagger free and glances at Xiaoyi. It's over. Back in the surveillance room, absolute silence. Every principal, every teacher, every spectator is frozen in shock. Principal Bai Hongtu, his expression one of pure disbelief, finally speaks. No one has hit 1,000,000 points in the last 30 years. The first middle school principal remains speechless, unable to process what he just witnessed. Qin Shanhai, arms crossed, lets a small smile tug at his lips. Looks like our school's reputation is about to skyrocket. Lu Fan strolls away from the battlefield like it was just another casual day, his dagger resting on his shoulder, one hand tucked into his pocket. Turning to Xiao Yi, he stretches lazily and says, "Time to head home." Then, with a smirk, he teases, "Don't tell me you've been craving Aunt Hank's cooking." Xiao Yi doesn't even hesitate. She lets out an excited roar, eyes gleaming as she flies over. Of course, she's missed the food. Just then, the system chimes in. Level 100 cleared. In a flash, a treasure chest materializes before Lu Fan. Hands still in his pockets, he watches as it opens, revealing 3 top-tier rewards. First up, the Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare blue skill book that grants Dragon Masters a devastating ice attack, capable of freezing enemies and slowing them down. Lu Fan's thrilled. He thought he'd have to wait until level 30 for control-type skills, but now he's way ahead of schedule. The second item, Spirit Wind Ring, a rare accessory that enhances agility, stamina, and spirit, with an ability that boosts movement speed by 35%. Xiao Yi can't use it, but for Lu Fan, perfect. And the final reward, Flames and Frost Cloak, a legendary red cloak with massive stat boosts, offering resistance to both fire and ice while amplifying damage against enemies of those elements. Without hesitation, Lu Fan throws it over his shoulders, slides the ring onto his finger, and grabs the skill book. He's more than ready for whatever comes next. With that, he pulls out his teleportation stone, activating the portal back to school. In an instant, he materializes in the surveillance room, where a crowd of stunned teachers and principals stare in silence. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan casually greets them and asks Principal Bai Hong Tu, "So, can I head home now and wait for my results?" The room stays dead, quiet for a moment before Bai Hong Tu steps forward, pride clear in his expression. "Lu Fan, you're the pride of our school." He then makes a bold declaration. Lu Fan's photo will be placed on the Wall of Fame. That's when the first middle school principal chuckles, shaking his head. The Wall of Fame? That's for heroes who died fighting monsters. Are you cursing the kid? Bai Hong Tu fires back instantly. Mind your own business. Lu Fan didn't just break records, he shattered them. His future is limitless. The first middle school principal just laughs, admitting, well, one thing's for sure. This exam just made Lu Fan famous. Then, Qin Shanhai steps forward, his usual carefree attitude replaced with something more serious. Even though he had prepared himself for something extraordinary, he still can't quite believe the level of power Lu Fan displayed. Lu Fan, not one for sentiment, locks eyes with Qin Shanhai and cuts straight to the point. "So, I met all the conditions, right?" His voice drops slightly, edged with amusement. "Does that mean the princess of Taizi Kingdom is done throwing tantrums?" Qin Shanhai closes his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. He assures Lu Fan that he'll uphold his end of the deal. No need to worry. The teacher should have already received it. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, confused. "What teacher?" Qin Shanhai simply pats his shoulder. "Don't sweat it. Focus on choosing which academic institution you'll attend next." Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Qian Xiong, a special envoy from Longdu, quietly adjusts his cap and slips away unnoticed. Back in the surveillance room, the principals surround Lu Fan, buzzing with excitement. They tell him straight up, the top 10 academic institutions are going to go all out trying to recruit him. And that's not all. Wealthy merchants from the southern province will be lining up too, eager to form connections. But Lu Fan should be careful. Not everyone's motives are pure. Amidst the chatter, the first middle school principal eagerly asks if Lu Fan can summon Black Dragon Xiao Yi so they can see her up close. Before Lu Fan can even answer, Bai Hong Tu steps in, shaking his head. "Bad idea. If she shows up here, we can kiss this school goodbye." The room falls silent as all eyes shift to the ranking board. At the very top, Lu Fan's name shines with an insane 1.3 million points. Bai Hong Tu can't hold back his admiration. No one has come close to breaking this record in the past 50 years. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy northern frontier, inside a heavily fortified base, Marcus Tu Jing, the northern frontier marquis, sits with a weathered expression, gray hair framing his face. He sips his wine slowly, watching recordings of Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xiaoya's battles. For the first time in a long while, he feels something close to amusement. This kid, he's something else. But before he can savor the moment, there's a knock at his office door. A man in a thick jacket steps in, carrying a stack of reports. Bowing slightly, he apologizes for the interruption and places the files on Tu Jing's desk. Tu Jing's expression hardens instantly. "Is there any new evidence?" The man nods. Everything Qin Shanhai suspected was right on the mark. As Tu Jing flips through the documents, his grip tightens. The reports expose a deep conspiracy involving Princess Taizi Jinju and her inner circle. But what's even more damning, Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, is entangled in the plot, secretly backing the Jin family. A dangerous silence fills the room. The wine bottle in Tu Jing's hand cracks under his tightening grip. His jaw clenches. Ruan Changfeng, he mutters, voice low and furious. That scheming traitor. His white-haired subordinate steps forward, expression grim. Ruan and the Jin family have been putting on a front, pretending to maintain friendly relations between nations. But behind the scenes, he's been granting them unrestricted privileges, pulling strings in their favor. Tu Jing doesn't wait to hear more. With a sharp movement, he slams the bottle down, shattering it into pieces. He stands up, eyes burning with cold fury. It all makes sense now. Ruan Changfeng hasn't just been supporting Princess Jinju. He's been shielding her, letting her run unchecked. And that is unforgivable. Fury blazing in his gaze, Tu Jing commands his subordinate to strip Ruan Changfeng of all titles and authority, declaring that Dragon City has no room for someone like him. If Ruan has any objections, he's welcome to confront Tu Jing himself. And should the Jin family dare to interfere again, the Griffin squad will be sent to welcome them personally. The subordinate, stunned but understanding, quickly nods and steps back. But Tu Jing isn't finished. Gesturing toward the door, he orders the man to keep an eye on Lu Fan's choice of school and ensure the institution spares no resources in supporting him. As he watches the crimson moon hanging over the snowy expanse, Tu Jing contemplates how this young dragon tamer has reignited hope. He longs to meet him, but with the northern territories in turmoil, who knows when that day will come. Meanwhile, in an opulent hotel room, Princess Jinju lounges on her bed when her phone suddenly rings. The news strikes her like a thunderbolt. Ruan Changfeng has been dismissed, and the one behind it is none other than Marquis Tu Jing. Shock flashes across her face, but before she can spiral into panic, the caller urges her to stay calm. There's another development. Irritated yet intrigued, she demands to know what it is, her mind racing with concerns about losing their grip on the dragon tamer. The caller reveals that with the major exam results about to be released, they've identified another dragon tamer in Qingzhou City, aside from Lu Fan. Jinju's fury quickly shifts to interest, a cunning smile forming on her lips. This unexpected discovery could change everything. Perhaps this new dragon tamer will be easier to control. Back at the third middle school's trial grounds, Lu Fan bids his farewells and quietly disappears. Moments later, a portal materializes and Hongwu steps through. The system's voice echoes across the arena. Hongwu has successfully cleared the South Province exam, securing 89,500 points and reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Bursting with excitement, he's already envisioning a future where top universities scramble to recruit him, prestigious awards fill his hands, and the path to greatness stretches before him. In his mind, he sees the first middle school principal showering him with praise, declaring him the unrivaled champion. He's convinced that all the excitement around him must be because of his incredible score. But reality has other plans. As he eagerly approaches the principal, expecting admiration, he's met with a solemn gaze. The principal places a hand on his shoulder and asks if his training is complete. Hongwu proudly announces his score, waiting for the applause he believes he deserves. Instead, the principal simply offers a reassuring nod, telling him he's done exceptionally well and is guaranteed a spot at a top university. Hongwu is taken aback. Where's the celebration? Why isn't the principal more impressed? Seeing his confusion, the principal calmly explains that while grades are important, knowing one's limits and taking care of one's body matters just as much. The words hit Hongwu like a splash of cold water. He stands there, trying to process the unexpected response. But after a moment of reflection, the message becomes clear: stay humble. With a newfound sense of respect, he nods and sincerely thanks the principal, realizing that a little humility can go a long way. 7 days later, the long-awaited announcement of the nightmare exam results finally arrives. The moment Lu Fan and his Aunt Hank open the door, they're met with a storm of flashing cameras and excited voices. A crowd of reporters and eager fans flood the entrance, cutting off any chance of escape. Hank's eyes widen in alarm as journalists shove microphones toward them, bombarding Lu Fan with questions. Fans scramble to offer gifts, one even presenting a luxurious box while inviting him to visit their estate. The chaos is overwhelming, with questions about his university plans flying in from every direction. Then, as if the scene wasn't already hectic enough, Mr. Qin Shanhai steps forward, instantly amplifying the excitement. He announces that the official university entrance exam results are about to be released, declaring Lu Fan the top student in the entire South Province. Sensing the need for order, he suggests they move the conversation indoors. Hank, seeing a chance to escape the madness, quickly ushers Lu Fan inside. Once they settle in, Mr. Qin Shanhai unveils 6 prize boxes, each containing a staggering 50 million yuan, a reward for Lu Fan's incredible achievement as the province's top student. He urges Lu Fan to accept the gift, emphasizing the significance of his success. Lu Fan checks his phone and sees the notification. He's officially secured first place. However, his total score remains classified. Right behind him in second place is Chun Tianzi, an elite contender with 215,628 points. Mr. Qin Shanhai then reveals even more surprises. On top of the prize money, Principal by Hong Tu has personally selected additional rewards. Lu Fan's eyes flicker with curiosity as the first gift is revealed, a skill book titled Roar of the Blue Dragon King. The spell summons a devastating lightning attack that not only paralyzes opponents, but also builds up power for a colossal finishing strike. Immediately, Lu Fan envisions how this technique could combine with Xiaoya's magic, seamlessly shifting from ice to thunder for an even more lethal effect. Next, Mr. Qin Shanhai presents a legendary thunder potion, capable of amplifying lightning abilities and permanently boosting Lu Fan's power attribute by 20. Lu Fan knows this will make his thunder magic even more formidable. The third reward is the Green Wind Armor, a rare and powerful piece of equipment that enhances stamina and strength while deflecting impact damage. Mr. Qin Shanhai explains that each item has been carefully chosen by Principal by Hong Tu, ensuring that Lu Fan is equipped with everything he needs to reach even greater heights. But the surprises don't stop there. The final reward is unveiled, Flash Wing Boots, designed for lightning-fast movement with a 30-second recharge. These boots also come with Flash Wing Leap, allowing the wearer to dash across a 50-meter radius at incredible speed, also with a 30-second cooldown. Lu Fan grips the briefcase containing these game-changing treasures, astonished that such elite abilities are usually reserved for top-tier magicians. Determined not to let this opportunity go to waste, he silently vows to master each item, knowing they'll be crucial for both him and Xiaoyi. As he takes it all in, the system officially confirms his newfound treasures: Dragon King's War Skill, Lightning Flash Wing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and a legendary Thunder Potion. Before he can fully process it, Qinxiu bursts onto the scene, practically glowing with excitement at the sight of him. She comes bearing shocking news. 10 university presidents have arrived in Jianghai City and are waiting at her house, eager to meet Lu Fan personally. Hank watches in stunned silence, still trying to comprehend why Qinxiu is even here. Lu Fan, equally caught off guard, questions the urgency, considering the results were just released. Mr. Qin Shanhai steps in with a knowing smile, explaining that after witnessing Lu Fan's extraordinary performance, the university leaders dropped everything to rush over. He then leans in slightly, lowering his voice as he hints that some footage, seen only by high-ranking officials in the Dragon Capital, must remain classified. Before Lu Fan can ask more, he adds another revelation. The issue with Princess Jinju has been taken care of, and a certain teacher is eager to meet him. Resting a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin Shanhai assures him there's no need to rush. Everything is under control. Just then, Qinxiu steps forward, hesitating slightly before holding out a sleek purple card. She admits that she had intended to thank him before, but Jinju's interference got in the way. Lu Fan's eyes widen as he realizes what she's handing him. Their original deal was for 100,000 dragon coins, but this card is worth a jaw-dropping 10 million. Mr. Qin Shanhai chuckles, pointing out that the card represents the Qin family's immense gratitude. Then, with a teasing glint in his eye, Mr. Qin Shanhai announces that an escort will arrive in the evening to take Lu Fan to Jiangshan Park, where a luxurious villa, awarded to him as the top scorer, awaits. Hank steps closer to Lu Fan, processing this new development, while Qinxiu, flustered by her father's playful tone, quickly tells him to stop joking around. Turning back to Lu Fan, she grabs his hand and reminds him that they have a scheduled meeting with the Academy officials. Now, shifting to the Dragon Kingdom, just outside Qingzhou City, a jeep rolls to a stop in a dense forest, and stepping out with her usual air of superiority is Princess Jinju. Her sharp gaze sweeps the surroundings before she demands an update from her subordinate, Cui Hongtai. Without hesitation, he reports on the dragon tamer they've been tracking, Chun Tianji. He's now level 19, and his armored dragon has already reached level 14. Jinju arches an eyebrow, mildly impressed. Dragon tamers always seem to defy expectations, rising through the ranks at an astonishing pace, toppling foes far above their level. The scene shifts to Chun Tianji himself, locked in a fierce battle against a powerful wild beast. The monster lunges with deadly force, but Chun Tianji reacts with lightning reflexes, leaping into the air to evade. The fight is brutal, but with a single devastating strike, he takes the beast down, instantly leveling up to 20. Watching from afar, Jinju crosses her arms, begrudgingly acknowledging his strength. At least he hasn't squandered the dragon egg she entrusted to him. Chun Tianji, ever respectful, thanks her for the opportunity and vows never to bring shame to the royal family's name. But Jinju isn't here to hand out praise. Her tone sharpens as she warns him not to disappoint her like the last failure did. Then, with an air of finality, she declares that from this moment on, Chun Tianji will wield the dragon lance. She scans the group, daring anyone to object. Chui Hongtai instantly responds, "As you wish, Your Excellency." Chun Tianji bows low, his voice filled with gratitude as he accepts the formidable weapon alongside his armored dragon. With this newfound power, he's more determined than ever, his sights set on defeating none other than Lu Fan. Yet, Jinju's mind lingers on Lu Fan. His final score remains classified, but whispers suggest it might surpass 300,000 points. The thought sparks a mix of frustration and intrigue. She clenches her fists, her hatred for him burning stronger. Fixing Chun Tianji with a steely glare, she orders him to burn Lu Fan's name into his mind. He is never to rest until he has crushed him and claimed Black Dragon Xiaoyi. If he succeeds, she promises him a future like no other, elevating him to the highest rank among dragon tamers, second only to her. Chun Tianji, unwavering in his loyalty, bows once more, vowing to meet her expectations. As Jinju turns to leave, she can't resist one last jab. With a smirk, she calls Chun Tianji wiser than Lu Fan, still bitter that Lu Fan foolishly rejected the opportunity she once extended. But there's still unfinished business. Before stepping into the jeep, she issues one final command. Chui Hongtai is to travel to Jianghai City and uncover which university Lu Fan intends to attend. Chui Hongtai nods, ready to obey, but Jinju's voice turns ice cold. "Fail this mission," she warns, "and you're finished." A flicker of tension crosses his face, but he bows and promises swift results. The jeep roars to life, disappearing into the dense forest, leaving behind a heavy silence. And there she is, Jinju, standing motionless, eyes locked on the distant horizon. Her fists tighten as she silently vows that Lu Fan will pay for defying her. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, just outside the grand reception hall, Qinxiu fidgets slightly, cheeks tinged pink as she hesitantly asks Lu Fan if he's decided on which academy he'll apply to. But before he can answer, she quickly blurts out that it's really her dad who's curious. Apparently, her father thinks it would be a brilliant idea if the two of them enrolled in the same academy. To look out for each other, of course. Lu Fan, ever composed, nods and remarks that teamwork is essential for academic success. With a small smirk, he even jokes that since they've already fought side by side before, they'd make a great team, especially if they ever ventured into the wilderness. However, he admits he hasn't made a final decision yet, but promises to let her know soon. Qinxiu, looking slightly flustered, tries to hide her worry. She has no idea what Lu Fan's final score is, but deep down, she fears the gap between them will only widen. Determined, she silently vows to catch up, no matter what, and apply to the same academy. Lu Fan, noticing her resolve, gives her a warm smile. "Sounds like a solid plan," he says, as he steps through a grand doorway into a spacious meeting hall. His presence immediately catches the attention of a plump man in priest robes. The man leaps up with excitement, his face lighting up as he recognizes Lu Fan. With enthusiasm, he showers Lu Fan with praise for his astonishing performance in the entrance exam video. Seated next to him is a woman wearing a mask, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Fan. Her voice is calm, yet firm, as she acknowledges him as the first dragon tamer in history to have an actual dragon companion. Then, she cuts straight to the point. As the top scorer in the southern province, has he given any thought to which academy he'll join? But before Lu Fan can reply, the robe man from Jiangnan Academy jumps in, practically shouting that Lu Fan doesn't need to think twice. Jiangnan Academy, he boasts, offers an annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, unlimited resources, including top-tier potions, and exclusive access to secret realms. The masked woman scoffs, unimpressed. She calls him out for trying to entice the top scorer with petty perks, reminding the room that they're all representatives of the Dragon Kingdom's most elite academies. The robe man turns red with frustration, but refuses to back down. He fires back with an even better offer. Northern Academy will provide 20 million dragon coins per year, along with unrestricted access to a top-secret realm in the Snow Kingdom, reserved solely for Lu Fan. And just like that, the room erupts into chaos. Academy heads start shouting over each other, each one scrambling to one-up the last. One insists that Northern Academy has top-tier resources, but they aren't the only ones. Another guarantees unlimited access to hidden secret realms, promising Lu Fan opportunities beyond imagination. It's an all-out bidding war, and the desperation is real. One after another, they throw in sweeter deals, eager to claim Lu Fan as their own. As the chaos unfolds before him, Lu Fan watches in silent disbelief. He had expected a formal interview, not an all-out bidding war for his enrollment. With each academy throwing out more extravagant offers, he's completely at a loss over which to choose. Then, just as the room is about to descend into another shouting match, Gahan, the head of Dragon Capital Academy, steps forward and drops an absolute bombshell. Calm and composed, he announces that Dragon Capital Academy holds this year's national trial quota, and he's willing to give it to Lu Fan. The entire room freezes. The robe man from Jiangnan Academy spins around, eyes wide with shock. Wait, what? Is that even possible? He blurts out. Lu Fan is just a newcomer. How could he already be in the running for the national trial? It doesn't make sense. The masked woman quickly jumps in, her voice sharp with disbelief. This is ridiculous. Previous candidates went through rigorous selection processes. The trial is already set in motion, and other nations have been preparing for years. Handing the quota to a first year, it's nothing short of madness. Lu Fan, still processing everything, finally speaks up. Wait, what exactly is the national trial? Gahan doesn't hesitate. His tone is firm as he lays it all out. The national trial is a top-secret realm jointly created by 23 countries. Every 3 years, each nation selects one young participant, under the age of 25, to represent them. Because it's meant for rising talents, seasoned national-level experts aren't allowed. It's a high-stakes event watched by the entire world, and those who enter have the chance to claim some of the rarest treasures in existence. The envoy from Northern Academy, now visibly desperate, turns to Lu Fan. This is your chance. If you commit to joining the trial, you'll have 6 months to prepare. You can't pass this up. The Jiangnan Academy representative scowls, accusing Dragon Capital Academy of playing dirty. This is way too much. You're basically bribing him with the entire national trial just to recruit him. But Gahan remains unfazed. With unwavering confidence, he delivers his final pitch. Passing the national trial doesn't just make you a top contender in the Southern Province. It gives you the opportunity to become a national-level expert, from being a rising talent to standing at the very peak of the Dragon Kingdom. This is what we're offering you, Lu Fan. Just as the room reaches a boiling point, a sudden ding echoes in Lu Fan's mind. A system notification pops up. A new treasure map has arrived. Lu Fan stiffens, his mind racing. It's been ages since he received the first divine treasure map, the one that led him to Black Dragon Xiaoya's egg. And now, another one has appeared? His heart pounds as he checks the map's location, and then it hits him. The treasure lies within Dragon Capital Academy. In that moment, his decision becomes crystal clear. Gahan narrows his eyes slightly, reading Lu Fan's expression. Satisfied, he asks. Lu Fan looks up, his usual cool demeanor returning. With a confident nod, he announces his decision. I've made up my mind. I'm going to Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan has one last request for Gahan. Surprised but intrigued, Gahan agrees, as long as it's nothing too troublesome. 4 days later, Lu Fan pulls down the shutters of Hank's steamed bun shop for the final time. Hank lets out a nostalgic sigh, admitting she never thought she'd leave this place after all these years. Dusting off his hands, Lu Fan reminds her there's no reason to dwell on the past. They have a villa now, along with plenty of savings. Hank smiles, reminiscing about the days when Lu Fan was just a small child moving in with her. Time truly flies. Just then, a car pulls up. Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon jump out, waving eagerly. They're here to take Hank and Lu Fan to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao Xiaomon grins and excitedly announces that they'll all be students there now, and Qin Xiu's family has even arranged a private plane for the trip. Hank waves back with a bright smile, while Lu Fan is taken aback to see Tao Xiaomon joining them. She smirks, explaining that she scored the same as Qin Xiu and decided to follow. Of course, all because of Lu Fan. Qin Xiu turns red, quickly trying to shut her up. Feeling emotional, Hank apologizes for all the trouble, admitting she never imagined Lu Fan would go so far for her. She recalls how he asked Gahan for help securing her a spot at Dragon Capital Academy due to her rare hidden profession as an enchantment chef. Gahan agreed, but warned that the final decision would be up to the academy once they arrived. Tears well up in Hank's eyes as she hugs Lu Fan, confessing that she once dreamed of attending a prestigious academy, but never thought it would become reality. Lu Fan gently tells her not to cry, while Qin Xiu urges her to hurry. There's a plane to catch. As they drive off, Lu Fan reflects on how much Hank has sacrificed for him. He silently promises to make her proud. This is only the beginning of a brighter future for them both. Before long, they arrive at the bustling Dragon Capital. Hank is in awe, taking in a vibrant city so different from their old neighborhood. Chinchio excitedly points out rare recipes being sold in the marketplace, while Lu Fan's gaze lands on the towering Dragon Capital Academy in the distance. But before they can soak it all in, a sleek luxury car pulls up. The door swings open, and out steps the arrogant Princess Jinju, with Cui Hongtai holding the door and Chun Tianji standing sharply at attention. Jinju locks eyes with Lu Fan, her annoyance obvious. Lu Fan, just as irritated, wonders why she keeps showing up everywhere and why she can't just leave him alone. As Cui Hongtai recognizes him, Chun Tianji immediately steps forward, ready to confront Lu Fan. But before he can act, Jinju stops him. She reminds Chun that without Ruan Chongfeng's backing, they can't afford to cause trouble and risk being sent back home. Chun Tianji hesitates before reluctantly backing down. Chinchio, curious, recalls her father mentioning that Jinju came to study in the Dragon Kingdom. She wonders aloud if he was referring to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao Xiaomon, sensing the tension, asks what's going on between Lu Fan and Jinju's group, while Hank gently tries to calm Lu Fan down. Just then, Gahan arrives, surprised to find both groups together. She raises an eyebrow and asks if they truly don't know each other, then casually drops a bombshell. Lu Fan and Chun Tianji are both dragon tamers, known as the twin stars of the southern province. Lu Fan's eyes widen. He never imagined that Chun Tianji shared the same rare talent as him. Before he can even process the revelation, Chun Tianji steps forward, his tone laced with contempt. He says he's heard Lu Fan's name plenty of times. Lu Fan, however, is too drained from the long journey to care. Instead, he turns to Gahan and asks if they can finally get some rest. Hank eagerly agrees, urging him to move on before anything else delays them. Gohan steps in, offering to personally show them their accommodations. If anything isn't up to their standards, she assures them she'll arrange adjustments. She also mentions that freshman orientation will be explained in detail tomorrow. Jinju, of course, scoffs and declares that she'll handle everything herself before walking off. Arriving at the dormitory area, Gahan introduces them to the Villa Zone, an exclusive area for top-ranked first-year students. There are 30 villas in total, with rankings based on entrance exam performance determining who gets to stay here. Since Lu Fan placed first, he's assigned Villa number 1. Meanwhile, despite being second in the southern province, Chun Tianji ranks 18th overall, placing him in Villa number 18. As Gohan explains the rankings, Lu Fan silently scoffs at the idea of being considered twin stars with Chun Tianji. In his eyes, it's obvious that Chun chose to submit to Jinju, throwing away his own dignity. Chinchio looks a little dejected as she admits that she and Tao Xiaomon didn't make it into the top 30, meaning they'll be staying in the student dorms instead. Gahan confirms that she'll take them there later, though she notes that the conditions in the villa area are far superior. Hank, always the playful one, latches on a Lu Fan's arm and sweetly asks Gahan if they can all move in with him. Chinchio and Tao Xiaomon immediately flush at the unexpected suggestion. Gahan thinks it over, saying there's no rule against it and that as long as the villa's owner has no objections, it shouldn't be a problem. Without missing a beat, Hank turns to Lu Fan, pouting as she reminds him about her special cookies, asking if he's really willing to give them up. Lu Fan doesn't even hesitate. Of course not. Beaming, Hank pulls Chinchio and Tao Xiaomon close, excitedly declaring how great it'll be for them to live together. She's already picturing how it'll strengthen their teamwork and make exploring secret realms much easier. And just like that, folks, the moment you've all been waiting for. The harem is officially moving in. Our Giga Chad Lu Fan is making all the right moves, setting the stage for whatever chaos is bound to come next. With a small smile, Lu Fan tells Chinchio and Tao Xiaomon that living together will be much more convenient since the dorms are way too far. If they stayed there, he'd have to trek across half the campus just to see them. Chinchio nods, blushing, while Tao Xiaomon hesitates before saying she'll go along with whatever Chinchio decides. She has to admit, the villas are a serious upgrade from the dorms. Meanwhile, Hank excitedly swings Chinchio around, already imagining all the dishes she's going to cook for everyone. Trying to keep her composure, Tao Xiaomon points a finger at Lu Fan, warning him that living together is fine, but he better not try anything with Chinchio. She'll be keeping a close eye on him. Before Lu Fan can respond, a screen pops up in front of him, showing that the treasure map's location is right next door in Villa number 2. Curious, he asks Gahan who lives there. She explains that she only oversees students from the southern province and isn't too familiar with freshmen from other regions. But as far as she knows, only one girl stays there. Lu Fan tells the girls to head to Villa number 1 while he checks out their neighbor. Hank, ever the mischief maker, teases him to bring back a gift. The girls, however, go quiet. Lu Fan quickly reassures them that he's just curious about the second-ranked student and they're overthinking it. As he walks off, Hank giggles, noting how fast he moved the moment a girl was mentioned. She playfully wonders if he's finally starting to grow up. Tao Xiaomon, on the other hand, is a little irritated, realizing she might have underestimated Lu Fan. 3 girls are already moving in with him, yet he's still interested in their neighbor. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sighs to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why does it suddenly feel like everyone's getting the wrong idea? Lu Fan stands at his mysterious neighbor's door, cake in hand, hoping she's a fan of sweets. More importantly, he's hoping to get inside. He needs to grab the treasure before she catches on. As the door creaks open, he puts on his best smile and introduces himself as Lu Fan from Jianghai City in the southern province. The girl in front of him is dressed entirely in black, staring at him in silence with an unreadable expression. Hoping to break the awkward tension, Lu Fan cheerfully offers her the cake, explaining that it's a welcome gift to celebrate becoming neighbors. He even suggests they get to know each other better. Just then, a system notification appears, revealing that the cake grants a permanent 3-point agility boost on its first use. Still, the girl remains quiet, simply watching him. Finally, she takes the cake, turns around, and in a soft voice, introduces herself as Jianying from Yunbei province. Well, another potential addition to Lu Fan's ever-growing circle of admirers. Lu Fan is caught off guard by how cute her voice is, but he's sweating bullets trying to keep the conversation going. In a panic, he blurts out that he's thirsty and asks if he can come in for a glass of water. Internally, he cringes. Could he have picked a more obvious excuse? But to his surprise, Jianying steps aside, silently letting him in. Grateful, Lu Fan thanks her and slips inside. The moment she turns to close the door, he vanishes. With the treasure map in hand, he races through the house, determined to find the hidden item before she notices anything. He checks her bedroom. Nothing but clothes scattered across the bed. The bathroom? Empty. Then he opens another door and finally spots it. A stunning jade dragon egg resting in an unused room. A system notification confirms that this is the treasure's location. Excited, Lu Fan wastes no time snatching up the egg. Just as Jianying returns with a glass of water, he rushes back to the entrance. Awkwardly, he tells her he's suddenly not thirsty anymore and needs to leave. He quickly thanks her, wishes her a good night, and casually mentions he'll see her at the freshman ceremony tomorrow before bolting out the door. Left alone, Jianying glances around and notices her bedroom door slightly open, her bed still covered in messy clothes. She frowns, confused. Did she just invite a total pervert into her house? Late that night in Villa Number 1, Lu Fan examines the jade dragon egg alongside Xiaoyi. As he runs his fingers over its smooth surface, he recalls the moment he first found Xiaoyi's egg. Activating his dragon taming skills, he watches as the egg begins to crack. Moments later, a tiny dragon emerges. A system window immediately pops up, listing its abilities. Life Spring continuously restores the health of all friendly targets. Jade Light removes debuffs and boosts all attributes by 30%, with 3 layers of blessings that block incoming damage. Natural Assimilation allows the dragon to absorb equipment traits. Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles the effects of dragon skills and increases self-healing by 500%. Blood Contract grants Lu Fan a 10% attribute boost. Lu Fan quickly realizes that this isn't a combat dragon. It's a powerful support type. With over 600 spirit points and the bloodline effects doubling everything for both him and Xiaoyi, the buffs are absolutely insane. He does the math and estimates that in battle, Xiaoyi's spirit attribute could skyrocket to nearly 12,000. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi is already happily playing with the newborn dragon. Lu Fan is amazed at the potential. If this little jade dragon absorbs enough equipment traits, it could become ridiculously powerful. But before all that, there's something important to take care of, naming it. Just as he's deep in thought, the tiny dragon suddenly chomps down on Xiaoyi's thigh. Startled, Lu Fan jumps up, trying to separate them before a full-on dragon brawl erupts. Deciding to settle things quickly, he declares the new dragon's name, Xiaofei, officially making it Xiaoyi's little sister. Xiaoyi, clearly unimpressed, tries to intimidate Xiaofei, but Lu Fan steps in, scolding them both before they wake up the entire house. The next morning, Lu Fan, Qin Xiao, and Tao Xiaomon make their way through the lively campus of Dragon Capital Academy, heading toward the freshman enrollment ceremony. Lu Fan notes that life profession students and combat profession students have separate events. Qin Xiao nods, mentioning that their beloved sister Hank has to attend a different ceremony for her profession. As they walk, Tao Xiaomon suddenly turns to Lu Fan with a smirk. So, what was all that noise coming from your room last night? She teases. Lu Fan starts to explain, but before he can get a word out, 2 passing students suddenly freeze in place, eyes widening as they recognize Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaomon. The boys stare in disbelief, whispering among themselves. No way. These girls are total campus belle level. One of them, clearly smitten, starts daydreaming out loud. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd risk my life in a secret realm for her without hesitation. His friend immediately brings him back to reality. Yeah, right. First of all, there are two of them. Second, they're already walking with some guy. Inside the auditorium, Qin Xiu turns to Tao Xiaomon, reminding her that Teacher Gahan said hidden professions have assigned seats up front. Since she can't sit with Qin Xiu, Tao Xiaomon sighs and decides to take a seat in the back. Meanwhile, Lu Fan scans the room and immediately spots a familiar face. Hong Wu, the loudmouthed martial artist from the entrance exam back in Jianghai City. Lu Fan greets him with a calm smile, but that only makes Hong Wu's blood boil. Ever since his principal ridiculed him, telling him to check the rankings and see how massive the gap was between him and Lu Fan, he's been burning with frustration. And now, standing in the same room as his rival, all those emotions come rushing back. At the back, Tao Xiaomon fidgets in her seat, glancing toward the front. She's uneasy about how all the hidden professions are grouped together, but what really worries her is the thought of Lu Fan spending every single day with Qin Xiu. Just then, Lu Fan notices Jian Ying sitting quietly in front of him. Feeling a bit awkward, he greets her. Qin Xiu, caught off guard, asks if he knows her. Lu Fan explains that Jian Ying is their neighbor from Villa Number 2. Surprised, Qin Xiu admits that Jian Ying is not only beautiful, but also incredibly strong, considering she's ranked second overall. Meanwhile, a few students in the back are watching Lu Fan with clear jealousy. Man, Dragon Capital Academy really is something else, one of them mutters. The campus is crawling with absolute beauties. Another chuckles. Doesn't matter. It's not like any of them have anything to do with us. One guy, feeling bold, considers going up to ask for contact info, but before he can make a move, the atmosphere shifts as a tall, well-dressed man steps onto the stage. The man adjusts his glasses and introduces himself. Zhao Shunming, Level 78 Thunder Mage, Vice Principal of Dragon Capital Academy, and a professor in the Combat Academy's Magic Department. He keeps things brief, welcoming the new students before getting straight to the point. Their teachers will be handing out ID cards soon, and he isn't interested in dragging things out with a long speech. As Gohan distributes the cards, Lu Fan receives his and glances at the number displayed. 13,539 points. Zhao Xinming explains that these ID cards serve more than just identification. They also store personal points, which act as the Academy's currency. Students will need points to purchase weapons, potions, and even access secret realms. Their initial balance is determined by their entrance exam performance. Just then, a student abruptly stands up, complaining that the entrance exam difficulty wasn't the same across all provinces. He argues that some students had a much easier time scoring high, making the whole system unfair. Zhao Shunming remains unfazed, calmly addressing the concern. He explains that the Academy adjusts for difficulty using a coefficient system. Since the Southern Province had the hardest trial this year, its scores were divided by the lowest coefficient, 96. Lu Fan furrows his brows, quickly calculating in his head. So this is all I have to work with? Zhao Shunming continues, dropping another bombshell. The points they've received now are only temporary. In just 1 month, the freshman assessment will reevaluate everyone. The top 30 scores will earn a coveted spot in Blue Class, an elite group with access to incredible perks, exclusive secret realms, rare skills, and, most importantly, the right to live in the villa area. A wave of excitement spreads through the students. Some hadn't even heard of Blue Class before enrolling, but now they're fired up. This means they still have a chance to secure a villa for themselves. Lu Fan quickly puts the pieces together. As the current top scorer, he already qualifies for Blue Class, meaning Villa Number 1 is his for now. But if he ever loses that rank, he'll be forced to move out. Just as the weight of that sinks in, Zhao Shunming smirks and reveals the real catch. Being in Blue Class doesn't mean you're safe. Any student in the Academy can challenge a Blue Class member, and if the challenger wins, they take their spot. The worst part? Refusing isn't an option. A massive screen lights up, listing the 30 current Blue Class members. Right at the top, Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan, Southern Province, rank 1. As Lu Fan rises from his seat, the entire room breaks into hushed murmurs. Students whisper among themselves, eyeing him with doubt. Him? No way. He looks like a total simp. But he's ranked first. Does he really have a dragon? Even an Earth Dragon would be crazy strong. Maybe that's how he got such a high score. One student pulls out their device to check the Academy's official forums, only to find nothing on Lu Fan. No videos, no battle records, no breakdown of his performance. With no information available, some students start speculating. Could be a rich kid. Maybe his family pulled some strings. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Chun Tianji turns to Jinju, his expression cold. So, when do you want me to deal with him? Jinju, ever cautious, narrows her eyes. Not yet. We need to see what he's really capable of first. At the front, Qinxiu leans closer to Lu Fan, lowering her voice. So, is the vice principal basically setting you up to get challenged? Lu Fan sighs, sinking back into his seat. He didn't see this coming. Jinying, sitting quietly nearby, says nothing, but she doesn't take her eyes off the screen. With the ceremony over, Lu Fan shifts his focus back to what really matters, upgrading Xiao Yi and unlocking her new form. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he suggests to Qinxiu and Tao Xiaomon that they visit the secret realm hall to see what opportunities the academy has to offer. But before they can take a step, an angry voice cuts through the crowd. Lu Fan, a finger points straight at him. It's Hongwu, the martial artist from Jianghai City. Hongwu storms forward, demanding a fight. He reminds Lu Fan that blue class members aren't allowed to refuse challenges. Lu Fan, slightly confused but unfazed, simply confirms the challenge. Meanwhile, Hongwu is convinced he has this in the bag. With no battle records or exam footage available, he assumes Lu Fan must have relied on summoning multiple subdragon species to pass the entrance exam. If he takes Lu Fan down directly, there's no way he can lose. Keeping his cool, Lu Fan turns to Qinxiu. Step back. Qinxiu nods and moves away, while Hongwu smirks, secretly impressed by Lu Fan's confidence. All right, since you've got guts, Hongwu says, crossing his arms. Let's make it interesting. 200 dragon coins. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, barely holding back a chuckle. That's it. Still, he figures 200 points must be a big deal to Hongwu, so he shrugs and agrees. Around them, the crowd stirs with excitement. So Lu Fan's really a summoning mage? Someone whispers. Finally, we get to see the so-called top scorer in action. Watching from a distance, Jinju smirks. Turning to Chan Tianji, she gives a simple order. Watch closely. This is the perfect chance to analyze his strength. Hongwu clenches his fists, golden energy crackling around them. He starts counting down. 3. Tao Xiaomon, biting her lip, leans toward Qinxiu. Be honest, does Lu Fan actually stand a chance? Qinxiu, leaning lazily on her magical staff, grins. Oh, you'll see. Nearby, Vice Principal Zhao Shanming and Professor Gahan quietly observe from the sidelines. Hongwu roars, 3, and surges forward, his fist glowing as he launches his attack. Lu Fan doesn't move. Hands still in his pockets, he watches calmly, waiting. Hongwu charges in, his chi strike technique fully activated. This move doubles damage to weak points and massively boosts his chi level on impact. He's putting everything into this one strike. His fists glow brighter as he closes the gap. His teeth clench. Victory is within reach. And then, Lu Fan vanishes. Hongwu skids to a stop, completely baffled. His eyes dart around. What? Where did he go? The crowd gasps. A teleportation skill? But that's something only second-tier mages should be able to do. Hongwu whips around in confusion. How in the world is Lu Fan pulling this off? Before Hongwu can react, Lu Fan appears behind him in an instant. With a calm demeanor, he remarks that Qigong masters are said to excel in both close-quarters combat and range defense. Hongwu spins around, startled and tense, only to see Lu Fan surrounded by a pulsating blue aura. Flashing a confident smirk, Lu Fan raises a hand mockingly, challenging him to prove he's stronger than this. The watching students are left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at Lu Fan's overwhelming presence. Fueled by anger, Hongwu lets out a roar and unleashes a relentless flurry of punches with his chi rising wave technique. Each blow sends out rippling shockwaves, growing more destructive with every strike. But Lu Fan moves like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the attacks, closing the gap between them with ease. Desperation kicks in. Hongwu realizes that if he can prevent Lu Fan from summoning his dragon, he might still stand a chance. But Lu Fan doesn't need a dragon for this fight. Planting his feet firmly, he clenches his fists, ready to counter. Hongwu, refusing to back down, spreads his arms wide and activates his strongest defense, solid as a rock. A golden aura engulfs him, his chi reinforcing his body, making him feel invincible. But Hongwu has no idea what he's up against. With a single burst of speed, Lu Fan drives a devastating kick straight into his chest. The impact shatters his so-called unbreakable defense, sending him hurtling backward. He crashes onto the ground, blood trickling from his lips. Stunned, his mind reels. Did he just lose in one move? The entire arena is dead silent. No one can believe what just happened. Lu Fan had taken down one of the Academy's strongest fighters with a single strike. No dragon, no elaborate techniques, just raw power. A brown-haired student wipes his forehead, turning to his blue-haired friend in disbelief. That's it. It's already over. They had expected an intense battle, not a one-kick finish. Another student, pale and shaken, stares at Hongwu's motionless body, wondering if he's seriously injured. Lying on the ground, Hongwoo's body trembles, his eyes shut tight. Lu Fan walks over, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out his ID card. Without hesitation, he places it atop Hongwoo's, casually reminding him that a bet is a bet, and the loser has to accept defeat. Since Hongwoo was the one who issued the challenge, Lu Fan decides to claim the 200 dragon coins. A system window appears, confirming his updated total, 13,739 points. Hongwoo props himself up with one hand, clutching his chest with the other, his eyes locked onto Lu Fan in sheer disbelief. But when his gaze falls on Lu Fan's total points, his shock deepens. A cold sweat breaks out across his face as the realization sinks in. Lu Fan's entrance exam score, boosted by the 96x difficulty multiplier from the southern province, reaches a staggering 1.3 million points. In comparison, Chun Tianji's 210,000 looks insignificant. Overwhelmed, Hongwoo collapses back onto the ground, his once unshakable confidence crumbling to dust. He was a fool to challenge someone so far beyond his reach. As they enter the Grand Hall of Dragon Capital Academy's Secret Realm Center, Qinxiu lingers near the doorway, gripping her magical staff with an excited glint in her eyes. She nods at Lu Fan, informing him that Hank has already arrived. Behind them, Tao Xiaomon trails along, hands clasped behind her back, a growing smile tugging at her lips. The moment Hank steps into the hall, concern flashes across her face. Without hesitation, she rushes to Lu Fan. "Are you hurt? Who challenged you?" she asks anxiously. Lu Fan, still holding his tablet, meets her gaze with a calm smile. "It's nothing," he reassures her. Before Hank can press further, Tao Xiaomon chimes in, cheeks slightly flushed, her fists clenched with excitement. She eagerly recounts how Lu Fan effortlessly sent Hongwoo flying. Qinxiu, amused, teases her, reminding her of the time she had boasted about Lu Fan's strength. She even playfully compares him to Uncle Sun Gu, someone she once thought was unbeatable. Tao Xiaomon's curiosity sparks at the mention. Then how strong is Lu Fan's dragon? She wondered aloud. Qinxiu smirks knowingly. "Xiao Yi is stronger than you can imagine," she replies. As they chat, Lu Fan steps forward, lifting his tablet to grab their attention. The group gathers around as he pulls up the Academy's secret realm interface. "I found a perfect realm for leveling up," he announces. The screen displays the details. With 13,739 points at his disposal, Lu Fan browses the Academy's 49 available secret realms. The one he selects, Poisonous Spiderwood Forest, a level 45 realm notorious for its brutal difficulty. The entry requirements? A minimum of 5 members, and opening the portal would cost 45 points. Lu Fan closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about how he could have been leveling up Black Dragon Xiao Yi already, if not for Hongwoo's unnecessary challenge. Hank stepped forward, concern etched on her face. She reminded him that while she was eager to join them, this realm wasn't just a training ground. It was deadly. Lu Fan met her worried gaze with a confident smile. "Don't worry," he assured her. "I'll make sure everyone stays safe." Tao Xiaomon, still puzzled, pointed out a problem. "We're short one member. We need at least 5 to enter." Lu Fan turned to Qinxiu, his expression serious. "Any ideas?" Qinxiu glanced around, scanning the hall. Her eyes landed on Jianying, sitting nearby, completely focused on her tablet. Without hesitation, she nudged Lu Fan, and the two of them made their way over to her, hoping to recruit her for the team. When they approached, Lu Fan greeted Jianying with a bright smile, but was immediately met with an icy glare. It was clear she hadn't forgotten their awkward first encounter during his dragon egg search. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead as the tension thickened. Jianying's expression remained cold as she shot him a sharp look. "Pervert." The air grew even heavier. Hank, utterly baffled, looked between them, trying to make sense of what she'd just heard. Qinxiu took a cautious step back, her face full of confusion. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaomon planted her hands on her hips and demanded an explanation. "All right, what did you do?" Sensing danger, Lu Fan quickly waved his tablet in protest. "It's a misunderstanding," he insisted, forcing a nervous smile. "I swear I'm not a bad guy. Our first meeting was just really awkward." But he didn't stop there. Keeping his voice steady, he reminded Jianying that she was still looking for a team, and this was the perfect opportunity. "Poisonous Spiderwood Forest is no joke," he reasoned. "We could use someone like you, and you don't have a team yet." Jianying narrowed her eyes, weighing her options. After a long pause, she finally nodded. Lu Fan exhaled in relief. Behind him, Hank clapped her hands together, smiling at how smoothly things had worked out. Lu Fan placed a hand on his hip, flashing a triumphant grin. "So does this count as successful team building?" Qinxiu chuckled and turned to Tao Xiaomon. "Well, against all odds, he actually pulled it off," she admitted. He convinced Yunbei Province's most talented student to join us. Tao Xiaomon, clearly impressed, nodded. Gotta say, he's got a way with words. Jian Ying stood up and strode toward the portal activation area, pulling out her Academy ID card. As she activated the device, a glow surrounded it, and the portal flickered to life. Lu Fan stepped forward, offering to handle it for her. But before he could say anything, Jian Ying shot him a look and effortlessly managed it herself. Her ID card displayed her name and remaining points, 8,744. Lu Fan's gaze lingered on the numbers. Her main exam score had surpassed 800,000, even under the Academy's highest difficulty coefficient. There was no doubt about it. Jian Ying was a powerhouse. Moments later, the group stepped through the portal. Hank instinctively covered her mouth, noting that the air felt strangely sharp. Qinxiu tightened her grip on her magical staff, scanning the dense mist that shrouded their surroundings. Lu Fan took a steady breath, taking in the eerie atmosphere before gesturing ahead. We've arrived, he announced. Poisonous Spiderwood Forest. The group moved cautiously through the fog-covered terrain, an unsettling silence pressing down on them. Strange creatures lurked in the shadows, their faint movements adding to the tension in the air. Jian Ying took the lead, her usual composure unshaken, while Lu Fan followed behind, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Walking beside them, Tao Xiaomon cast a sidelong glance at Lu Fan. "Why this place?" she asked, her voice calm but curious. "A level 45 fear-ranked realm isn't exactly beginner-friendly." Qinxiu remained quiet, gripping her staff with both hands, eyes darting across their surroundings. Hank, on the other hand, clutched her belongings tightly, her nerves clearly getting the better of her. Lu Fan turned to Tao Xiaomon with an easygoing smile. "Spent ages searching the secret realm hall," he explained. "This was the best one for leveling up." Tao Xiaomon blinked, then quickly shook her head. "Wasn't criticizing," she clarified. Sensing the tension, Hank rummaged through her bag with a bright grin. "Hold on a sec," she said, pulling out a pouch. "I brought something for the trip, high-quality travel biscuits." These weren't just any snacks. One bite granted a 20% experience boost for 3 hours, an absolute game-changer. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Now that's useful," he said, grabbing one eagerly. Qinxiu and Tao Xiaomon each took a biscuit, taking a bite and savoring the unexpectedly delicious flavor. Hank beamed. "The recipe came from my live professor," she explained. "I was lucky. My success rate as an enchantment chef is pretty high. My classmates, not so much." As the group enjoyed the biscuits, Hank turned her attention to Jian Ying, holding one out with a friendly smile. Jian Ying looked up, momentarily caught off guard. "Why are you giving this to me?" she asked, eyes narrowing slightly. Her gaze shifted to the biscuits before something clicked. "Wait, the cake Lu Fan gave me before, was it yours too?" Hank nodded enthusiastically. "Yup, if you liked it, I can make more." Qinxiu and Tao Xiaomon chimed in, backing her up. "Hank's cooking is amazing," Qinxiu said. "You should stop by sometime." Tao Xiaomon nodded. "Yeah, you're welcome anytime." Jian Ying, who usually kept her distance from others, hesitated. But for the first time, her cold expression softened just slightly. A small, almost imperceptible smile formed as she accepted the biscuit. Just as the atmosphere starts to lighten, Lu Fan's head suddenly snaps to the side. His sharp eyes lock onto the rustling bushes nearby. Without hesitation, he warns the group to stay alert. Instantly, everyone tenses, weapons at the ready. A massive black-scaled python slithers out from the shadows, its eerie green eyes glowing in the dim light. This isn't just any beast. It's a level 40 monster with terrifying abilities and a hefty 91,200 experience points to its name. Before anyone can react, Tao Xiaomon's instincts take over. She charges forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. Hank, still holding her bag of biscuits, quickly shoves them away, realizing this just became a life-or-death situation. "Wait," Qinxiu calls out, trying to stop Tao Xiaomon. "These monsters are all level 40 or higher. We can't take them lightly." Hank's face goes pale. "If I had the right ingredients, I could cook something to boost our resistances," she stammers. But before she can finish, Lu Fan shakes his head with a calm smile. "No need," he says. Extending his hand, he gathers a glowing sphere of magical energy. His teammates watch, puzzled, wondering what he's about to do. Jian Ying, observing closely, quickly realizes Lu Fan is summoning his dragon. A moment later, a small yet regal-looking dragon materializes in front of them. Tao Xiaomon blinks. "Wait, this is a dragon?" she asks, doubtful. The tiny creature climbs on a Lu Fan's head, making itself comfortable. Lu Fan sighs. "Xiaofei, get down." Qinxiu, still stunned, immediately notices something. "That's not Black Dragon Xiaoyi," she murmurs. "It's a different dragon." Hank, equally shocked, leans forward. "Where did this one come from?" she asks. "I've never seen it before." Jian Ying stays silent, her sharp gaze locked onto Xiao Fei. Meanwhile, the python coils its massive body, preparing to strike. Seeing the impending danger, Tao Xiaomon readies herself for impact. But before the python's tail can land its devastating blow, Lu Fan gives the command. Xiao Fei, activate Emerald Light. The dragon's gemstone flares with a brilliant green glow. Just as the python's tail whips toward Tao Xiaomon, a shimmering shield manifests before her. The force of the impact sends her flying backward, but the barrier absorbs the damage completely. Qinxiu rushes to her side, staff glowing as she prepares to heal. She notices 3 delicate leaves hovering above Tao Xiaomon, but one fades away upon impact. A system notification confirms it. Jade Dragon Xiao Fei's Emerald Light has activated. 3 layers of Emerald Blessing granted. Shields damage, removes debuffs, and boosts attributes by 30%. Sitting up, Tao Xiaomon processes what just happened. That attack should have crushed her, but thanks to Xiao Fei, she's unharmed. Lu Fan flashes her a reassuring smile. As long as Xiao Fei is here, you don't have to worry about debuffs or injuries. Qinxiu, finishing the healing spell, is in awe. This isn't just a support dragon, she murmurs. It's even stronger than a second-level priest. Tao Xiaomon, still seated, glances up at Xiao Fei, realization dawning. Even a small dragon like this is capable of shielding against lethal attacks and enhancing their abilities. The sheer power of dragons is undeniable, but there's no time to dwell on it. The black-scaled python inches closer, jaws unhinging, venom dripping from its fangs. Hank gasps, voice trembling as she shouts a desperate warning. It's coming. Lu Fan swiftly unsheathed his dagger, eyes locked onto the serpent, ready to strike. But before he could make his move, a streak of red light tore through the thick fog, an energy arrow flying straight for the snake. He froze in surprise as the shot landed perfectly, piercing through the creature's open mouth and taking it down in an instant. Jianying lowered her weapon, stepping forward with her usual calm demeanor. The group remained silent, still processing what had just happened. Without missing a beat, she introduced her combat class, Swordmaster, and revealed her weapon, Bloodbreaker, an epic quality sword exclusive to her class. It boasted impressive stats, 39 strength and 126 agility. Even more impressive were its abilities, Armor Breaker, which ignored 30% of an enemy's defense, and Agility Boost, enhancing her speed by 40%. Lu Fan was impressed, but there was no time to dwell on it. Jianying suddenly turned, her sword flashing as she prepared for another strike. Sensing danger, Lu Fan called out to Hank, telling her to move. She hesitated, confused, but too late. Something massive loomed behind her. A monstrous spider lunged, one of its bladed legs slicing through the air toward her. Jianying reacted instantly, her sword intercepting the attack just in time. Without thinking, Lu Fan lunged forward, grabbing Hank and pulling her to ground. The two rolled to safety, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. As they scrambled back up, the creature pulled away, revealing itself fully, an enormous silver-armored spider. This wasn't just any enemy. It was a level 40 beast worth 15,750 experience points, known for dropping a rare material called Silver Armor Shell. Worse still, it had deadly abilities, poisonous fangs, mandible piercing, and an incredibly tough defensive skill called Silver Armor, which made it immune to armor-breaking attacks. Lu Fan steadied Hank, making sure she was all right, while Jianying wasted no time. She advanced, sword at the ready, eyes locked on the spider. The beast lashed out with mandible piercing, but she was too fast, dodging effortlessly. It struck again, another miss. Spotting an opening, Lu Fan surged forward, dagger gripped tight. He caught Jianying's gaze and signaled caution. Jianying met his eyes briefly before refocusing, adjusting her stance. Lu Fan moved in, striking with precision, his dagger finding the weak spot beneath the spider's jaw. The creature convulsed before collapsing, defeated. But Jianying wasn't done yet. Without missing a beat, she leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight as she called out a warning to Lu Fan. The fight wasn't over. It wasn't over. From the shadows, more silver-armored spiders crept forward, their armored legs rustling against the underbrush. Jianying landed smoothly, assessing the situation. Without hesitation, she summoned 2 additional weapons, Breaking Army Greatsword, a level 21 epic quality blade with Mountain Shaker, a devastating attack dealing 210% damage and hitting nearby enemies, and Water Cold Sword, a level 14 weapon that inflicted ice damage and slowed its targets. She turned to Lu Fan and the others, her expression unreadable. Beyond the advancing spiders, a massive web glistened ominously in the darkness. At its center, a monstrous figure stirred, the Black Web Hunter. At level 46, it was leagues above the rest, boasting 39,110 experience points and deadly abilities. Poison Fang drained its victim's health with venomous strikes, while Webbind trapped its prey, leaving them vulnerable to attack. The silver-armored spiders attacked first, but Lu Fan and Jianying didn't hesitate. Jianying's 3 swords floated around her in a deadly dance, while Lu Fan adjusted his grip on Xiao Fei. The little jade dragon perched securely on his back. They moved as one, dodging an incoming strike just in time. Lu Fan barely had a moment to admire Jianying's impressive weaponry before another spider lunged, forcing them both to leap away. Midair, Jianying met Lu Fan's gaze and spoke. Sword masters could forge and level up their own weapons. She explained how she had started with a basic sword and refined it over time, her arsenal growing in strength. With a twist of her wrist, she conjured a blade of freezing water, shaping it into an arrow before launching it at the swarm. The icy magic spread instantly, frost encasing the spiders and slowing their movements. She landed with practiced ease, eyes still locked on the enemy. No time for questions, she reminded Lu Fan sharply. He smirked slightly, thinking her adaptability rivaled that of a dragon tamer. Before he could respond, danger loomed behind her. Another spider lunged, fangs bared and ready to strike. Jianying sensed it, but had no time to react. Lu Fan sprang into action, intercepting the attack with his dagger, steel clashing against the creature's armored body. Without missing a beat, he called out to Xiao Fei. Emerald Light. The tiny dragon soared into the air, extending its claws as a vibrant green glow spread outward. 3 shimmering leaves formed around Jianying, acting as protective barriers. She blinked, momentarily caught off guard, then turned to Lu Fan, looking both impressed and speechless. Jianying chose to stay aggressive, tightening her grip as she activated Mountain Shaker. Her breaking army greatsword surged forward, tearing through the spider's armored chest and crushing it in a single decisive strike. Without missing a beat, she turned to Lu Fan, a grin forming as she thanked him for the 30% buff from Xiao Fei's spell. With her strength boosted, she made quick work of another spider, cutting it down effortlessly. Lu Fan watched with admiration. Jianying's breaking army greatsword delivered devastating piercing attacks, while her water-cold sword provided both defensive advantages and enhanced damage. The combination made her a formidable force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei happily flitted beside him, having just leveled up to level 2. Before they could catch their breath, a desperate cry rang out. Lu Fan and Jianying spun around to see Hank, Qin Xiu, and Tao Xiaomon surrounded by spiders. Hank had collapsed in fear, frozen in place, but Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon immediately jumped in to protect her. Qin Xiu gripped her magic staff, quickly instructing Tao Xiaomon to hold the front line. Without hesitation, Tao Xiaomon planted herself in front of Hank, sword raised, ready to block the incoming attacks. Lu Fan's pulse quickened. Without thinking, he sprinted toward them, Xiao Fei flying close behind. As he ran, he called out to Jianying, telling her to locate the real threat, the black web hunter lurking nearby. Catching her breath, Jianying smirked, already preparing for the battle ahead. The spiders lunged, but Tao Xiaomon didn't waver. She held her ground, shielding Hank, while Qin Xiu's staff began to glow, magic swirling around her as she readied her spells. Above them, Xiao Fei soared into position, extending its tiny claws and casting emerald light. A soft green glow surrounded Hank, 3 protective leaves forming around her. Lu Fan wasted no time, slashing through the spiders with rapid dagger strikes. He shouted a warning to Jianying. Getting caught in the webs meant near certain death. She barely had a second to register his concern before multiple sticky strands shot toward her. Reacting instantly, she slashed through 4 of them, but one managed to graze her arm, slicing through her skin with a sharp sting. She hissed in pain, gripping her wounded arm. Realizing she couldn't stay exposed like this, she quickly retreated toward the forest. Her expression was a mix of determination and frustration as she fought to stay in control. Lu Fan's heart clenched at the sight. He immediately called for Xiao Fei to heal her, but before he could follow, Qin Xiu shouted his name. She was still fending off the spiders, urgency in her voice as she urged him to go after Jianying. Tao Xiaomon parried another strike, her sword flashing as she called out to Lu Fan. "We'll be fine. Xiao Fei's protection is enough, go." Lu Fan hesitated only for a second before making his choice. Without looking back, he took off after Jianying, his determination unwavering. Xiao Fei flapped its tiny wings, keeping pace beside him as they plunged into the dark forest. The deeper he ventured, the more tangled the landscape became, thick webs stretching between the trees like a massive, suffocating trap. Then, he saw it, the black web hunter's lair. A sprawling nest of silk and shadows loomed before him, its sheer size enough to send a chill down his spine. Amidst the chaos, Jianying stood her ground. One of her swords was trapped in the sticky threads, while she held another tightly, her body marked with fresh cuts. Despite her injuries, her stance remained unshaken, her eyes burning with sheer willpower. Lu Fan's pulse quickened. Without hesitation, he called out to Xiao Fei. "Emerald light now." The little dragon responded instantly, summoning 3 glowing leaves that hovered protectively above Jianying. She glanced at him, her expression tense with frustration. Though she appreciated the support, she wasn't about to admit she needed help. "I can handle this," she muttered. But before she could react, the black web hunter struck. A thick, silken thread shot toward her, web bind, its most dangerous ability. Jianying's breath caught. If she got caught in that, escape would be nearly impossible. Lu Fan didn't think he moved. In a flash, he was at her side. "Stay sharp," he urged, stepping in front of her as his arm began to change. His dragon claw ability activated, his hand morphing into a massive, scaled weapon. Jianying's eyes widened in shock, taken aback by the raw power radiating from him. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. Raising his transformed arm, he braced himself before swinging down with a crushing force. The impact was devastating. Several of the spider's legs were severed in one clean strike. At the same time, Jianying's sword broke free from the webbing, clattering to the ground. For a moment, she could only stare. This wasn't the same guy she had assumed was just a simple dragon tamer. His power, it was nearly on par with her mountain shaker ability. Shaking off her surprise, Jianying reached for her weapon, a soft glow emanating from its blade as she activated mountain shaker once more. Lu Fan met her gaze and nodded. This was their chance. Dagger in hand, he activated Whisper of Wind, boosting his agility. With a silent signal, they moved as one. Lu Fan dashed forward, speed and precision guiding his strikes, while Jianying followed, right behind him, her full strength unleashed. Lu Fan unleashed Dragon Fang Strike, channeling the power of dragon breath through his weapon. His attack landed with crushing force, just as Jianying's mountain shaker sent shockwaves through the battlefield, spreading damage to everything nearby. Their combined assault was unstoppable. Within moments, the black web hunter was cleaved clean in half. Jianying's blood breaker pulsed with energy, enhancing her strength and agility even further. Catching her breath, she glanced at Lu Fan, a faint warmth creeping into her cheeks. Despite the intensity of the battle, she felt strangely at ease. A system notification appeared before them. Jade Dragon Xiaofei had reached level 3. The tiny creature, buzzing with energy, tugged excitedly at Lu Fan's arm. He chuckled, glancing at his eager companion. Things are going well. With each fight, Xiaofei was getting stronger. At this rate, it might even reach level 5 before they cleared the secret realm. Jianying approached him, her expression thoughtful. She admitted that, for the first time in a long while, she had felt vulnerable in battle. Yet, she was grateful for the support. Lu Fan turned toward her, ready to respond, but before he could, the rest of their team arrived. Qin Xiu, holding her staff high, proudly declared their victory over the silver-armored spiders. Flushing slightly, she added that they had successfully protected everyone. Hank, now beaming, excitedly announced that she had leveled up. Lu Fan looked back at Jianying and praised her strength. She blinked in surprise, unsure how to respond. Before she could say anything, Lu Fan added, "No matter how strong you are, a team should always have each other's backs." His words lingered for a moment, and Jianying found herself looking at him with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, Xiaofei perched on Lu Fan's head, surveying the group. Hank stepped forward, tilting her head. "Why didn't you use emerald light on yourself?" she asked. Lu Fan smirked, placing a hand on his waist. "Didn't need it," he replied casually. Tao Xiaomon scoffed, crossing her arms. "You should use it on everyone, not just your favorites," she teased. Amused, Lu Fan gave Xiaofei the command. The little dragon's gemstone pulsed, and a radiant wave of healing energy washed over the team. Qin Xiu stretched, feeling instantly refreshed. Tao Xiaomon placed a hand on her stomach, sighing dramatically. "I'll look at you, Lu Fan. Your whole head is glowing green now." Lu Fan laughed. "All right, next time, Xiaofei skips you." The group burst into laughter, and even Jianying, who rarely smiled, found herself chuckling. For the first time in a while, she felt what it meant to fight alongside true teammates. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they reached the edge of a cliff. Lu Fan stood at the precipice, hands on his hips, Xiaofei perched atop his head. Tao Xiaomon squinted at her tablet, frowning. "That's weird," she muttered. "The map just stops here?" She turned to Lu Fan, confused, but before he could answer, Qin Xiu stepped forward and looked down. Her face paled. At the base of the cliff, an endless swarm of spiders writhed below, and in the center of them all, waiting in the darkness, was the final boss of the secret realm. As Lu Fan and Qin Xiu stood at the cliff's edge, the lingering poisonous mist gradually cleared, revealing the nightmarish sight below. A vast web stretched across the chasm, teeming with countless spiders skittering in restless waves. And at the very center of that web sat the true terror of this secret realm, the screeching spider mother. Lu Fan's gaze locked onto the status window, hovering above the monstrous queen. This wasn't just a high-level opponent. It was a commander, with abilities like regenerative feeding, which allowed it to heal by consuming its minions, and collective fury, which empowered its swarm when enraged. This battle wouldn't be won through brute force alone. Jianying stepped up beside him, studying the battlefield below with an assessing look. Before we take on the boss, she said evenly, we'll need to deal with the smaller ones first. Meanwhile, Hank hesitated before forcing herself to step forward. Her hands trembled slightly, but she clenched her fists, determination flickering in her eyes. Qinxiu immediately warned her. You don't have to look if it's too much. But Hank shook her head. If I want to improve, I have to face it, she insisted, voice strained but resolute. Tao Xiaomon arched a brow at her. Even battle-hardened pros wouldn't want to stare at that, she muttered, eyeing the grotesque, writhing mass of spiders below. Despite the warnings, Hank took a peek over the edge. The moment she did, her stomach lurched. Turning away, she staggered toward a nearby tree and retched. Qinxiu rushed to her side, gently rubbing her back. Lu Fan sighed, closing his eyes for a brief moment before offering a small, understanding smile. His aunt was trying, and that was what mattered. Jianying watched the scene unfold before nodding. She's right, though. We need to clear the small ones first. Tao Xiaomon activated her tablet, scrolling through battle strategies left by other teams. Her expression darkened as she read aloud. Typical clearing time? For days. Long-range fighters should kite the enemies to control the battlefield. Hank went pale. Clutching the tree for support, she stammered. For days? My rations won't even last one. Nervously, she forced a laugh. You think roasted spider legs would be edible? Qinxiu's face twisted in horror. Please don't say that. But Lu Fan wasn't listening. Instead, he lifted his hand toward the sky, a confident grin tugging at his lips. Jianying narrowed her eyes. You have something else in mind? Tao Xiaomon tilted her head, tablet still in hand. Wait, what are you thinking? Qinxiu turned to him fully, realization dawning in her eyes. You go to summon Black Dragon Xiaoyi, aren't you? Lu Fan didn't leave them waiting. He extended his arms skyward, and in an instant the atmosphere changed. Heat rippled through the air as flames burst forth around them. A thunderous roar echoed across the cliffside, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Then, with a mighty sweep of her wings, Xiaoyi emerged in her destruction dragon form. Her massive, flame-wreathed body loomed over them, horns curling like darkened obsidian, eyes burning with untamed power. The sheer force of her presence sent waves of heat rolling through the team. Tao Xiaomon inhaled sharply, stunned. That's insane. The colossal dragon flapped her fiery wings, illuminating the night with an ominous glow. Below them, the screeching spider mother twitched, as if sensing the shift in power. Lu Fan's smile deepened. They weren't going to play this battle by the book. The screeching spider mother wasted no time. With a piercing shriek, it commanded its swarm into action. The smaller spider's eyes flashed ominously as they launched a barrage of sticky webs toward Xiaoyi. But Lu Fan wasn't worried. His grin remained steady as he gave his dragon a simple order. Burn them all. With a powerful beat of her wings, Xiaoyi dove into the fray. The scorching wind from her descent incinerated the incoming webs before they could even reach her. Fire erupted across the battlefield, consuming the tangled forest below and turning the web-laden terrain into an inferno. She soared across the sky, her massive wings spreading destruction with every pass. The very ground beneath her smoldered, leaving only ash and embers in her wake. Hank clung to Lu Fan's arm, her breath caught in her throat. That's unreal, she whispered, barely able to process the raw power on display. Beside her, Tao Xiaomon shook her head in disbelief. This isn't just any dragon. Xiaoyi is practically a legendary beast. Even Jianying, always composed, found herself momentarily speechless. But Lu Fan wasn't done yet. He turned to Xiao Fei, eyes gleaming. It was time to push Xiaoyi even further. Emerald Dragon Heritage. At his command, Xiao Fei soared higher, its gem pulsating with radiant green energy. The moment the ability activated, a surge of power coursed through Xiaoyi. All effects for dragons and those with dragon ancestry doubled. And Lu Fan wasn't stopping there. Dragon's inspiration. A brilliant glow surrounded Xiaoyi as all her attributes and attack power surged by 30%. Then, she roared. The entire forest trembled under the force of her cry. Flames erupted around her, engulfing anything in her vicinity. The smaller spiders never stood a chance. Within moments, they were nothing but smoldering husks. Xiaoyi had reached level 17. Her stats had skyrocketed. Strength, 2,937. Agility, 4,117. Spirit, 9,902. Endurance, 5,728. She was a force of destruction, but the screeching spider mother refused to go down without a fight. Its glowing red eyes narrowed as it let out another bone-chilling screech. In response, an army of spiders began scaling the cliffside, closing in fast. Lu Fan placed a steady hand on Hank's shoulder before turning to Qinxiu. "Can you keep her safe?" Qinxiu tightened her grip on her staff and nodded firmly. "We've got this." With that, Lu Fan turned to Jianying, flashing a confident smile. It was time. Jianying smirked, stretching her arms as 3 glowing swords materialized around her, crackling with energy. The horde was coming. With perfect coordination, Lu Fan and Jianying leapt from the cliff, diving straight into the chaos below. Lu Fan's dagger flashed in the firelight as he carved through the oncoming spiders, weaving between attacks with effortless speed. Beside him, Jianying's swords danced through the swarm, each strike clean and precise. They were cutting a path straight to the Spider Queen. They landed at the base of the cliff, surrounded by the falling husks of slain spiders. But the fight wasn't over. More were closing in fast from every direction. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he called out to Black Dragon Xiao Yi. She swooped down, wings slicing through the air, and activated the second phase of her great cataclysm skill. The moment she roared, an eruption of flames engulfed the battlefield, incinerating countless enemies in an instant. The chaos was overwhelming, but they kept pressing forward, Jade Dragon Xiaofei hovering close behind. Then, 2 system notifications flashed before them. Xiaofei had reached level 4, and Xiao Yi was primed to unleash the final phase of Great Cataclysm. Flames raged around them as Jianying watched in stunned silence. Xiao Yi's sheer power was undeniable, her firestorm leaving nothing but scorched remains. Meanwhile, on the cliff above, Tao Xiaomon cut down the climbing spiders with swift sword strikes, while Qinxiu's staff pulsed with energy as she cast protective spells. "We got this," Qinxiu called down to Lu Fan, confidence unwavering. Trusting her, he pressed forward, turning to Jianying. "Let's end this. We take down the Spider Queen now." The Spider Queen had no intention of waiting any longer. It lunged, spewing venom in all directions. Lu Fan and Jianying barely dodged in time, the poison splattering dangerously close. Realizing the fight had just escalated, Lu Fan extended his hand toward Jianying, commanding Xiaofei to activate Emerald Light. 3 glowing green leaves appeared above her, their energy wrapping around her like a shield. She blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback by his concern, but there was no time to dwell on it. The Spider Queen struck again, launching a web straight at Lu Fan. He reacted instantly, slicing through it mid-air, but the edge still grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. He barely flinched, his expression darkening as he locked eyes with his foe. "Xiao Yi now." Black Dragon Xiao Yi let out a fierce roar and triggered burning of all things. 4 raging fire tornadoes tore through the battlefield, reducing everything in their path to ash. Jianying could only watch in awe. Xiao Yi's strength was beyond anything she had imagined. This wasn't just destruction, it was devastation on a scale that could wipe out entire cities. With most of the smaller spiders obliterated, Xiao Yi remained in the sky, raining fire upon anything that still moved. Jianying was struck by how effortlessly she dominated the battle. Then, more system notifications appeared. Xiaofei had reached level 5 and unlocked a new skill, Emerald Blessing. This ability allowed her to amplify the next 3 attacks of any ally she chose. The battle was shifting in their favor. It was time to strike the final blow. Lu Fan's eyes darted to Jade Dragon Xiaofei, his confusion deepening as the gem on her body pulsed with a blinding light. Something was happening, something big. The glow intensified until Xiaofei suddenly began to rise into the air. Before their very eyes, her form started to shift. Wings unfurled, her tail extended, and her small frame transformed into that of a green-haired girl. Lu Fan instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, wondering if this was a metamorphosis like Black Dragon Xiaoyi's. When the light finally faded, he lowered his hand, and what he saw left him speechless. Xiaofei had evolved, her presence radiating newfound strength. His team had just powered up in the best possible way. Not 1, but 2 legendary dragons now stood at his side. As the battle raged on, the situation was growing more intense by the second. Hovering above them, Xiaofei brought her hands together, a deep green energy surging between her palms. Lu Fan watched her closely, torn between curiosity and anticipation, while Jianying was equally bewildered. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them trembled violently. From the shadows, a massive claw shot forward, aiming straight for Jianyang. But their reflexes were razor-sharp. In a split second, they dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Jianyang landed gracefully, 3 glowing emeralds now swirling above her. She stared at them, trying to make sense of their sudden appearance. This was it, Jade Dragon Xiaofei's new ability, Jade Blessing. The skill imbued its target with 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura, amplifying the power of their next 3 strikes. Jianyang wasted no time. With a determined glint in her eyes, she activated the buff and launched her attack. Her 3 swords shot forward, their edges gleaming with enhanced energy. The moment they struck, the results were undeniable. The Blood Breaker sword, which had barely left a scratch on the Spider Queen's silver armor before, now tore through it like paper. Lu Fan took in the scene, a proud smirk forming as he watched Xiaofei in action. Not only had she reached level 5, but she had evolved into a powerful new form with abilities that could turn the tide of battle. He reached out, giving her a gentle pat on the head. Xiaofei closed her eyes briefly, savoring the moment. But their fight was far from over. The Spider Queen screeched in fury, its entire body tensing before spewing out a deadly venom spray. The toxic pool spread fast, a single touch capable of draining their health down to critical levels in seconds. Lu Fan's instincts kicked in. He reacted instantly, leaping out harm's way just as the venom hit the ground. Xiaofei darted back in perfect sync, dodging the attack with ease. But one thing was clear. If they didn't end this fight soon, the Spider Queen wouldn't give them another chance. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He turned to Xiaofei and gave a quick command. Buff Xiaoyi. Without missing a beat, Xiaofei perched herself on Black Dragon Xiaoya's head and activated her skill. 3 radiant emeralds shimmered above Xiaoyi, their energy crackling in the air. The temperature surged as Xiaoya's flames roared even higher, her wings stretching wide in preparation for the next devastating strike. Then, with an earth-shaking roar, she unleashed Everything Burns. Towering fire tornadoes spiraled toward the Spider Queen, their sheer intensity scorching everything in their path. The heat was unbearable. Jianyang instinctively shielded her face, feeling the wave of power wash over her. Thanks to Xiaofei's boost, Xiaoya's attack dealt a crushing 10,000 points of damage. The screeching spider mother reeled back, screeching in agony, its massive body convulsing as blood sprayed from its wounds. Lu Fan saw the opening. A confident grin flashed across his face as he called out to Jianyang and Xiaofei before sprinting forward. Jianyang, still awestruck by the sheer destruction Xiaoyi had just unleashed, snapped back into focus and summoned her swords, determination burning in her eyes. The Spider Queen struggled to rise, but it was too late. Its fate was already sealed. With a single powerful leap, Lu Fan closed the distance, his dagger crackling with Dragon Fang strike, further amplified by the Blood Pack's power. He didn't hesitate. With a precise strike, he plunged the blade deep into the Spider Queen's head. The ground trembled on impact, the force of the attack reverberating through the battlefield. The beast let out one final, ear-splitting shriek before its massive body collapsed in defeat. But Jianyang wasn't taking any chances. With Emerald Blessing still active, she sent her 3 swords flying straight into its gaping mouth, slicing through its core and putting an end to the battle once and for all. As silence settled over the battlefield, Lu Fan landed smoothly, his stance relaxed, victorious. Xiaoyi shifted back into her human form, a satisfied smile on her lips, while Xiaofei fluttered down beside them. A cascade of system notifications flooded Lu Fan's vision. Xiaoyi had reached level 18. Xiaofei was now level 7, and Lu Fan himself had hit level 23. Victory had never been sweeter. Jianyang, still processing everything, turned to Lu Fan with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Okay, seriously, how many points did you get on the major exam? Lu Fan's grin widened. About 1.3 million. Jianyang's jaw nearly dropped. 1.3 million. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. With a strength, she wouldn't be surprised if he could break past even that. Lu Fan chuckled, as if it were no big deal. Maxed out the score cap on nightmare difficulty, he added casually. Then, with a carefree smile, he turned away, because for him, this was only the beginning. With the battle finally behind them, Lu Fan and his team wrapped up their adventure in the forest of venomous spiders. As they made their way back toward the cliffside, Lu Fan signaled for Qinxiu and Tao Xiaoman to bring Hank over. Just as everyone regrouped, Jade Dragon Xiaofei floated up to Lu Fan, closed her eyes, and wrapped him in an affectionate embrace. But Black Dragon Xiaoyi wasn't about to let that slide. Her expression darkened as she clenched her fists, then stormed over and yanked Xiaofei away, glaring daggers at her. Lu Fan just stood there, completely dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, Jianyang silently observed the interaction, once again reminded of the sheer skill gap between her and Lu Fan. But let's not forget the real prize here. Rewards. Thanks to Aunt Hank's incredible food buff, not only had everyone leveled up quickly, but they had also managed to secure some rare materials and valuable loot. As the fallen Spider Queen vanished, a shimmering treasure chest appeared in its place. Without missing a beat, Tao Xiaoman dashed forward to unlock it, her excitement evident as if she had just hit the ultimate jackpot. Qin Xiu, watching from the sidelines, felt a slight pang of jealousy as she noticed Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei clinging to Lu Fan. Even Jian Yang, who usually kept her distance, was slowly becoming part of the group dynamic. With their adventure complete, they finally made their way back to the academy. As they walked, Qin Xiu glanced at Jian Yang, smiling warmly. "Hey, do you mind sharing your contact info?" she asked. But Jian Yang, ever the enigma, simply replied, "I don't use a phone." Tao Xiaoman, grinning, jumped in. "No worries. If we need you for another secret realm raid, we'll just drop by." And what better way to celebrate their successful mission than with a feast? Back at Lu Fan's mansion, Aunt Hank prepared a legendary dinner, with 2 extra stamina-boosting dishes for good measure. The team gathered around the table, ready to dig in. At one point, Jian Yang, eating nothing but plain rice, glanced up and casually asked, "So, do you girls really live with a pervert?" Lu Fan nearly choked. "That was a complete misunderstanding," he protested, waving his hands. Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaoman just giggled, clearly enjoying his flustered reaction. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi lay sprawled on the floor, completely stuffed, while Xiao Fei snoozed contentedly nearby. Tonight, Aunt Hank had truly outdone herself. In the days that followed, Lu Fan quickly settled into life at Dragon Academy. He frequently returned to the poisonous spider forest to grind for experience, steadily growing stronger. By then, Jade Dragon Xiao Fei had reached level 13, and Lu Fan himself had climbed to level 24. Between studying combat theory and intense training, his team was preparing for whatever came next. Because this was just the beginning. 2 weeks flew by, and now, with just a couple of days left before the big freshman assessment, Lu Fan and his team were back in the secret realm for another intense battle. This time, he and Black Dragon Xiao Yi launched a perfectly synchronized attack, their combined power erupting in a massive explosion that obliterated the spider boss on the spot. Above them, Xiao Fei hovered gracefully as Lu Fan signaled Tao Xiaoman to unlock the treasure chest. A flurry of system notifications followed. Xiao Fei had reached level 14, Xiao Yi hit level 19, and Lu Fan himself climbed to level 25. Their progress was undeniable. Nearby, Hank swayed slightly, feeling a bit lightheaded, and leaned on Qin Xiu for support. Tao Xiaoman, practically vibrating with excitement, rushed over to open the chest. As the notifications kept rolling in, it was clear the whole team had leveled up. Tao Xiaoman had reached 22, Qin Xiu was now at 22 as well, and even Hank had hit level 18. Lu Fan, hands on his hips, mentally set his next goal, pushing Xiao Yi to level 20 and Xiao Fei to 15 before the assessment. Then, Tao Xiaoman let out a gasp. Inside the chest was a complete set of venomous spider armor, the final piece of the rare set she had been hunting for a month. Without hesitation, she equipped it, her face lighting up as she admired the sleek, dark plating. This set had an incredible effect. Any enemy caught in her attacks had a chance to be immobilized in a web and poisoned, steadily draining their health. Qin Xiu, watching from the side, smiled knowingly. With this armor, Tao Xiaoman was going to be a serious threat in the upcoming assessment. As the excitement settled, Hank clapped her hands and announced it was time to head back. "Dinner's on me," she declared with a grin, already thinking up another delicious meal. Lu Fan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, glanced at the group. "Don't forget, the freshman assessment is tomorrow," he reminded them with a lazy smile. Tao Xiaoman pumped her fist into the air. "Let's do this," she cheered, brimming with energy. Just as they returned to the academy, Professor Gahan was waiting for them, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She waved Lu Fan over. "Deputy Director Zhao has something urgent to discuss with you," she said, her tone hinting at something significant. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, but nodded, curiosity piqued. What could be so important right before the assessment? As they walked through the academy halls, students' voices echoed around them. 2 nearby were deep in conversation. "Did you see the new evaluation from the Azure class expert?" One student whispered. "Yeah, it's all about number 73, Hong Wu," the other replied, nodding eagerly. Gohan glanced over her shoulder at Lu Fan, studying his reaction. "That doesn't bother you, does it?" she asked, her expression unreadable. Lu Fan forced a small smile. "Can't say I know much about it," he admitted. "I haven't exactly been keeping up with classroom gossip." But even as he spoke, his mind was already turning. What was this new evaluation about? And more importantly, what did Vice Principal Zhao Shunming want with him right before the biggest test of the year? As Gohan led Lu Fan up the stairs, she casually dropped a surprising revelation. The recent betting frenzy among new students? All is doing. After his fight with Hongwu, students quickly realized they could rack up points by wagering on battles. The trend exploded, turning into the Academy's hottest craze. Lu Fan was caught completely off guard. He had no idea things had spiraled like this. Curious, he asked for more details about Hongwu's situation. Gohan simply laughed and pointed ahead. And there, in the hallway, mopping the floor with tears streaming down his face, was Hongwu. The once proud fighter, who had strutted around the academy with confidence, had lost so many points that he now had to work as a janitor just to afford food. Gohan smirked, explaining that Lu Fan's strength was now the academy's new standard, measured in hongs. At this point, students said Lu Fan was worth 100 hongs, while Hongwu himself was stuck at just 1 hong. Lu Fan blinked, staring at the pitiful sight before him, genuinely wondering how Hongwu had managed to fall this far. They finally reached Vice Principal Zhao's office. Gohan turned to him, her usual smirk softening into something almost reassuring. "Go on in," she said. Lu Fan took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. He grasped the doorknob, cracked the door open, and asked, "Vice Principal, you wanted to see me?" Zhao Shenming immediately waved him in, looking both relieved and tense at the same time. As soon as Lu Fan stepped inside, Zhao leaned forward, hands firmly planted on his desk, and delivered the bombshell. The national test is being moved up. Originally scheduled for 5 months from now, it had been pushed forward by 2 months. The reason? The host country, Taichi Nation, had timed the test to align perfectly with Jin Chungan's third transformation. The eldest son of the Jin family was on the verge of hitting level 60, and once he did, he'd become an overwhelming force, one that would be nearly impossible to defeat. Lu Fan's expression darkened. The gap between a second and third transformation wasn't just about levels. It was a completely different league of power. Zhao Shenming's fist clenched as frustration laced his voice. This isn't a coincidence. The Dragon Kingdom is being backed into a corner. He admitted the situation was unfair, but history had proven one thing. No matter how dire the circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom always found a way to fight back. Now, they had even less time to prepare. Stepping forward, Zhao placed a firm hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, his eyes burning with urgency. "You need to hit level 30 and complete your second profession transfer in 2 months. If you don't, we're walking into certain defeat." The pressure was immense. The opponents would be level 50 elites, powerhouses who had been preparing for this their entire lives. For a long moment, Lu Fan was silent, his gaze fixed on the floor as his mind raced. Zhao, watching him closely, waited for a response. Then, Lu Fan finally looked up. A confident smile spread across his face. "This is my chance," he said, his voice steady. "Not just to compete, but to win." Zhao's eyes widened slightly before a slow grin formed. In that moment, he saw something in Lu Fan that gave him hope. With one last pat on the shoulder, Zhao reminded him to focus on the upcoming new student evaluation. Lu Fan nodded and stepped out of the office, more determined than ever. The day of the new student evaluation conference had finally arrived, and the atmosphere inside the massive hall was electric. Every new student was gathered, their eyes locked on Vice Principal Zhao Shenming as he took center stage. With both hands gripping the dais, Zhao's voice boomed across the hall, emphasizing the importance of following the rules. Then, with a dramatic flick of his remote, a giant system window illuminated behind him. And there it was, the criteria for this year's assessment. A bold, glowing bracket flashed across the screen. 2 versus 2 arena. The rewards? The top-ranking team would walk away with a massive 5,000 points each. Second place would snag 3,000 per person, and third place would claim 2,000 each. As soon as the announcement was made, a wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Some students buzzed with excitement, eager for the challenge, while others looked far less thrilled. One student frantically whispered to his friend about teaming up, only to be met with a dry response. "We're both healers. That's not going to work." Qinxiu strolled up to Lu Fan with her usual bright smile. "Looks like our team's setup is perfect," she mused, nodding confidently. Lu Fan grinned, hands casually tucked into his pockets. "Yeah, with Aunt Hank focusing on non-combat professions, we're in the ideal spot for a 2 versus 2 lineup." The room was still alive with chatter when Zhao Shenming's commanding voice cut through the noise. His gaze swept over the crowd as he addressed them once more. "Some of you still don't understand the importance of teamwork," he noted. "But don't worry, there's still time to learn." Then, with a knowing smirk, he dropped another bombshell. "The first round of matches starts this afternoon." The hall erupted with energy as students scrambled to process the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Professor Gahan was already stationed at the front, managing the sign-ups. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Fan and Qin Xiu stepped outside, spotting Jian Yang standing calmly near the entrance, as composed as ever. Qin Xiu greeted her warmly, her magic staff resting lightly in her hands. Lu Fan, flashing his usual confident smile, was about to speak when, "Wait!" A dramatic voice interrupted them, and a purple-haired student swept into view, striking an unnecessarily theatrical pose. "I'm the 7th-ranked dual swordsman," he declared, his expression serious. Then, with a hopeful gleam in his eyes, he turned to Jian Yang. "Would you join my team? With our combined skills, we'd be unstoppable." Jian Yang didn't even blink. "No." The student's face crumbled, as if his entire world had just shattered. Before anyone could comment, Tao Xiaoman arrived, her energy as bright as ever. "Come on, let's find Professor Gahan and get signed up," she suggested cheerfully. As they walked, Tao Xiaoman glanced at another nearby student, looking equally devastated. "What's his deal?" she asked. Qin Xiu grinned. "Tried to recruit Jian Yang. Got rejected." Lu Fan chuckled before making his decision. "I'll team up with Qin Xiu, and Jian Yang can partner with Tao Xiaoman." But Qin Xiu had other ideas. She gave him a pointed look and smirked. "No way. You should partner with Jian Yang. We need our strongest players at the top of the rankings." Lu Fan paused, then glanced at Jian Yang. She met his gaze, completely unbothered. Well, looks like the matchups were set, and with the first battles just hours away, it was time to prove who truly deserved the top spot. The arena was alive with energy as the next day's battles kicked off. In one corner, Chun Tianji, a fellow dragon tamer, was making waves with his subdragon. With a powerful sweep of its tail, his opponent was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Chun Tianji darted forward, his dagger gleaming as he unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, securing his 28th consecutive win. Nearby, Princess Jinju stood with her hands on her hips, exuding confidence as she smirked. She congratulated him, but reminded him that there was no room for error, especially with her brother, Jin Shingan, set to make his grand entrance. Chun Tianji gave a respectful bow, assuring her he wouldn't falter. Then, in a dramatic turn, the announcer revealed the next match. The crowd erupted in excitement as two unexpected names were called, Lu Fan and Jian Yang. Gasps rippled through the stands. Chun Tianji froze, and Jinju's expression darkened with disbelief. How were these two fighting on the same team? Lu Fan simply stretched his fingers, flashing Jian Yang a confident grin. She, ever composed, shifted into a defensive stance, eyes sharp with determination. Among the spectators, Qin Xiu waved enthusiastically, cheering for Lu Fan, while Tao Xiaoman watched with a quiet, knowing smile. Lu Fan turned to Jian Yang, a playful gleam in his eye. "Think we'll have any trouble taking first place?" he asked casually. Jian Yang met his gaze, unwavering. "None at all," she replied. "Now, let's rewind a few hours before this high-stakes battle." Inside the break room, Lu Fan was deep in concentration, his eyes locked onto his system interface. With a decisive tap, he opened a chest icon. Ping! A notification popped up. He had successfully synthesized an advanced treasure map. He smirked to himself, thinking about all the low-quality maps he had collected. Combining them had been a smart move. But then, another alert flashed. This time, it was something far more valuable. He had created a divine-level treasure map. Behind him, Jian Yang tilted her head, puzzled by his actions. Watching him seemingly poke at the air, she couldn't help but ask, "Lu Fan, are you all right?" Before he could answer, the system revealed the map's details. The next dragon egg was hidden in the Flying Dragon Cemetery, a perilous location with a difficulty level between 45 and 60. Lu Fan's curiosity spiked. He had never heard of this place before, but that was a mystery for later. Back to the present, the arena speakers crackled to life. Team 18, Princess Jinju and Chun Tianji. Team 1, Lu Fan and Jian Yang. Report to the battlefield. Jian Yang turned, deep in thought. Lu Fan, ever the optimist, placed a hand on his hip and grinned. "Looks like it's our turn," he said, his tone light but firm. This was it, the moment that would determine everything. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Seeing Lu Fan, the Academy's top-ranked student, teamed up with the renowned Jian Yang was nothing short of shocking. Some were convinced they would dominate, while others weren't so sure. After all, Chun Tianji had already crushed 28 opponents in a row. The stakes had never been higher. Jian Yang glanced at Chun Tianji, her voice calm but direct. "Are you sure we can win this, Lu Fan?" Lu Fan simply rested a hand on his hip, flashing a playful grin. "How about a little bet?" he teased. "If I win, you spill every secret about the Swordmaster class." Jian Yang raised an eyebrow, still unsure why he seemed so relaxed, especially since he claimed he didn't even need to summon his dragon. The referee's signal cut through the tension, marking the start of the battle. Chun Tianji tightened his grip on his spear, his dragon snarling at his side. In contrast, Princess Jinju remained composed, staff in hand, watching with a knowing gaze. Chun Tianji's frustration was evident as he glared at Lu Fan. "I won't let you overshadow me again," he growled. "There's only room for one dragon tamer." With that, he charged, spear flashing as he lunged straight for Lu Fan. But the moment his weapon struck, it hit nothing but air. Lu Fan had vanished. Chun Tianji's breath hitched, his eyes scanning wildly. Before he could react, Lu Fan reappeared right beside him, standing casually with an easygoing smirk. From the sidelines, Jian Ying watched, arms crossed, intrigued by the unfolding fight. Just then, Chun Tianji's subdragon launched itself at Lu Fan, its powerful jaws snapping forward. But Lu Fan? He didn't even blink. Instead, he threw a glance at Jian Ying, his tone light and teasing. "Too late to back out of the bet now." With that, his arms shimmered with energy, transforming into a powerful draconic claw. In one explosive motion, he soared into the air and delivered a devastating strike to the dragon's jaw. The sheer force sent cracks through its tough scales before it crashed to the ground, letting out a pained roar. The arena fell silent for a moment. Jian Ying's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected that kind of raw power. Chun Tianji, now visibly shaken, clenched his jaw. His frustration only grew when he realized Jian Ying hadn't lifted a finger to help. Why isn't she doing anything? He thought, thrown completely off balance. Meanwhile, Lu Fan landed effortlessly, his draconic claw still pulsing with energy. Chun Tianji's grip on his spear tightened. "Where's your dragon?" he demanded. Lu Fan just chuckled. "Didn't need it. This is all just for a fun little bet." Before he could say more, a familiar, playful laugh rang out. Well, Princess Jinju stepped forward, eyes gleaming. "Looks like today's finally the day I get to fight you, Lu Fan." Lu Fan turned, surprised but already preparing himself. Whatever she had planned, he knew things were about to get very interesting. Chun Tianji tightened his grip on his spear, locking eyes with Lu Fan. The tension between them was thick enough to cut with a blade. Meanwhile, Princess Jinju's glare burned with irritation. Lu Fan's laid-back attitude and unwavering confidence were nothing short of infuriating. To her, it was disrespectful. She vowed right then and there she'd make him regret it. Chun Tianji, however, was still reeling. His dragon, its armor shattered, had just taken a brutal beating. But it wasn't done yet. Letting out a deafening roar, the beast pushed itself up, rage fueling its every move as it charged at Lu Fan once more. Lu Fan? He barely reacted. Instead, he casually rolled up his sleeve, smirking as he pointed out the dragon's broken fawn. "Looks a little uneven now," he quipped. The dragon, now absolutely livid, swiped at him with its massive claw. But Lu Fan was too fast. With a swift, effortless leap, he dodged the strike and, midair, decided to help correct the dragon's posture. The audacity! His dagger pulsed with power as he activated Dragon Fang Strike, channeling raw draconic energy into his blade. With pinpoint precision, he struck. The force of the attack sent Chun Tianji's dragon crashing down, fragments of armor flying in all directions. Silence fell over the arena. The crowd was stunned. Lu Fan had just single-handedly taken down a dragon. Even though it was a sub-dragon, the sheer gap between humans and dragons was well known. And yet, Lu Fan had just rewritten the rules. Princess Jinju's expression darkened as she watched their dragon collapse. Her patience snapped. Turning sharply to Chun Tianji, she ordered him to do something, to take Lu Fan down. Feeling the weight of her command, Chun Tianji clenched his jaw and steadied his spear. There was no room for hesitation now. At Jinju's signal, the Earth Dragon stirred, preparing to strike. This time, Chun Tianji planned a coordinated assault, hoping to finally overwhelm Lu Fan. The dragon's tail lashed out in a massive, sweeping attack, while Chun Tianji surged forward, his spear glowing with brilliant blue energy. Activating Dragon Lancer, he unleashed a devastating, dragon-infused strike. The sheer force of their attack sent tremors through the ground, shattering the arena floor. A thick cloud of dust and debris swallowed Lu Fan whole. Chun Tianji landed, gripping his spear tightly. He exhaled, convinced they had finally done it. But then, a voice sliced through the silence. "Did you really think that would work?" As the dust settled, Lu Fan emerged, completely unharmed. Perched casually atop the Earth Dragon's severed tail, dagger in hand, a smug grin stretched across his face. Chun Tianji's grip on his spear tightened as sweat beaded on his forehead. This fight was spiraling out of control, and he knew it. Meanwhile, Jian Ying watched, her eyes locked on Lu Fan. She had expected him to be strong, but this? He was making a mockery of both Chun Tianji and his Earth Dragon like it was nothing. And just when it seemed like things couldn't get any crazier, Princess Jinju stepped forward. Frustration burned in her eyes as she shot Chun Tianji a scathing look. Useless, she spat. Without another word, she ordered him to stand down. The air around her darkened as she gripped her staff, her aura turning menacing. Humiliated by Chun Tianji's failure, especially in front of a full arena, she decided to handle things personally. Raising her staff, she poured dark energy into the battered earth dragon. A sinister transformation began. The dragon's form twisted, its body expanding as its cracked armor reforged itself with an eerie, obsidian sheen. A deep crimson glow filled its eyes, and a guttural, bone-rattling roar shook the arena. The once-wounded beast had become something entirely different, something terrifying. Lu Fan watched, unfazed. He remembered all too well what happened the last time Jinju used this power. Things were about to get wild. The arena buzzed with uneasy excitement. Spectators whispered among themselves, their eyes flicking between Lu Fan and the newly transformed Earth Dragon. Many were holding their breath, secretly hoping to witness the ultimate clash. Lu Fan's black dragon against this demonic behemoth. Sensing the shift in danger, Jian Ying sprang into action. She summoned her heaven-crushing sword and blood-breaker sword, the twin blades orbiting around her like silent sentinels, ready to strike at a moment's notice. But before she could step in, Lu Fan casually held up a hand, stopping her. His smirk remained as he glanced at her. "Relax," he said, reminding her of their little bet. Jian Ying hesitated, frustration flickering in her eyes, but she exhaled and held back. She trusted him. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon let out another deafening roar, its body writhing with unstable energy. Lu Fan, completely at ease, observed its grotesque transformation. "I recognize this ability," he remarked to Jian Ying. "Painful as hell, but in exchange, it boosts power to insane levels." Jinju, standing behind Chun Tianji, clenched her staff so tightly her knuckles turned white. She had no intention of letting Lu Fan walk away unscathed. "End him," she commanded, her voice sharp with fury. And then, with an arrogant sneer, she added, "And after that, I'll take his black dragon for myself." The Earth Dragon raised its massive claw and brought it down with a thunderous crash, shattering the arena floor. Dust and debris flew as the monstrous beast loomed over Lu Fan. But he didn't move. Not an inch. That signature smirk still played on his lips. Jinju scoffed, her eyes narrowing. "What's wrong? Afraid?" she taunted. "Go on, summon your dragon. Unless you know you can't handle this." Despite her bravado, a single bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. She might have been putting on a strong front, but deep down, she knew Lu Fan wasn't afraid. He was waiting. Then Lu Fan made his move. Extending his hand, a chilling aura spread through the arena. The temperature plummeted as his eyes took on an eerie glow. In that instant, the wrath of the Ice Dragon King was unleashed. Behind him, a massive spectral ice dragon materialized, its presence radiating sheer dominance. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the fury of the Ice Dragon King. Ice erupted from the ground, racing toward the Earth Dragon like a merciless tidal wave. In mere moments, the beast was engulfed in an unforgiving blizzard. Frost crept over its body, freezing its limbs mid-motion as it let out a guttural howl of agony. The once mighty dragon was now immobilized, encased in solid ice. A shiver ran through the crowd, their breath visible in the air as the entire arena turned deathly cold. Jinju clutched her staff, her knuckles white with disbelief. Chun Tianji stood frozen, not just from the cold, but from sheer terror. Lu Fan casually rolled up his sleeve, drawing his dagger. His piercing gaze locked onto Jinju as he spoke, his tone sharp as ice. "Your little boost helped," he admitted, "but it wasn't nearly enough." And then, he moved. With a burst of speed, Lu Fan blurred forward, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Gasps rippled through the arena as he stopped just inches from Jinju. His gaze locked onto hers with chilling intensity. "You're not worthy of my black dragon," he stated, voice low and commanding. Jinju's breath hitched. For the first time, she felt genuine fear. Her fingers trembled around her staff as she shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But before Lu Fan could strike, Chun Tianji intervened. Spear clashing against dagger, he barely managed to block the attack. "Princess, stay alert," he snapped, sweat dripping down his brow. Wasting no time, he barked a command to his Earth Dragon. The beast, its eyes now glowing an ominous purple, let out a guttural growl. Its jaws opened wide as it began forming a colossal fireball, flames crackling with raw power. Just when it seemed like the tables had turned, Lu Fan vanished. In an instant, he activated his teleportation skill, disappearing from sight. Chun Tianji and Jinju barely had time to process what had happened before realizing their mistake. They were now standing directly in the Earth Dragon's attack range. Too late. A sudden shift in the air signaled Lu Fan's return, this time behind the dragon. His grin widened as he activated Blue Dragon King's roar. A brilliant blue energy sphere crackled to life in his palm. Behind him, a majestic azure dragon spiraled into existence, its form pulsing with electrifying power. With a decisive thrust, Lu Fan unleashed the attack. The energy sphere collided with the Earth Dragon in a dazzling explosion. Bolts of lightning surged through the beast, each strike sending waves of pain through its body. It convulsed violently, letting out tortured roars as paralysis took hold. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Everyone knew Chun Tianji's winning streak was over. With one final, agonized cry, the Earth Dragon collapsed, its massive frame crashing into the arena floor. Smoke billowed up from the impact, thick and impenetrable, swallowing everything in a veil of uncertainty. Chun Tianji's spear quivered in his trembling hands as he stared at his fallen partner. Disbelief etched across his face. As the smoke curled into the sky, the audience held their breath. No one knew what was about to happen next. As the battle raged on, Chun Tianji stood frozen, drenched in sweat, his thoughts racing. Both he and Lu Fan were dragon tamers, yet the gap between them was staggering. It was like trying to compare the earth to the heavens. Meanwhile, Lu Fan landed smoothly, eyes locked onto his opponent. A question burned in his mind, and he couldn't help but voice it. Why do you only use Dragonlance Strike? Chun Tianji flinched at the direct call-out, but before he could respond, Princess Jinju's sharp voice cut through the tension. Stop hesitating, she snapped, her grip tightening around her staff. Panic laced her tone as she barked at him to stop holding back and make his dragon fight properly. Chun Tianji gritted his teeth, snapping back to reality. He quickly positioned himself in front of the princess, his stance tense. But deep inside, he was still trying to process what Lu Fan was really getting at. Lu Fan's gaze darkened as he explained, voice calm yet firm. Dragonlance Strike is powerful, but it's incomplete without techniques like Dragon Claw or Dragon Inspiration. The words hit Chun Tianji like a thunderbolt. His breath hitched, and a cold chill ran down his spine. He hadn't even considered that. Beads of sweat dripped down his face as he realized the truth. Lu Fan wasn't just stronger. He understood dragons on a level Chun Tianji had never reached. Princess Jinju, however, had no patience for his hesitation. Worthless, she spat, eyes blazing with frustration. You can't even avenge my honor? Lu Fan, watching the exchange, slowly tightened his grip on his black machete as lightning crackled across its blade. He could see it now. Chun Tianji hadn't been choosing not to use stronger techniques. He simply couldn't. The Earth Dragon's full power remained locked away. With a casual shrug, Lu Fan offered an alternative. Surrender, he suggested, his tone neutral. There's no shame in knowing your limits. The words cut deeper than any blade. Chun Tianji's face twisted with rage. Not only had Lu Fan surpassed him, now he was pitying him. The humiliation was unbearable. His pride roared in defiance as he turned to Jinju, desperation flickering in his eyes. Give me one last power boost, he demanded. Jinju's surprise was brief, but then her lips curled into a knowing smirk. Without hesitation, she raised her staff, and a dark, pulsating aura seeped into Chun Tianji's body. Agony ripped through him as his muscles swelled unnaturally. Veins bulged across his face, 2 extra arms grotesquely sprouted from his torso, and his grip on his spear tightened with newfound strength. His body was barely holding itself together, but he didn't care. Lu Fan watched in silent disbelief. Why was Chun Tianji willingly letting the princess manipulate him like this? But then, Chun Tianji let out a guttural roar, eyes wild with desperation. His voice thundered across the battlefield. I must become the best. I will prove myself worthy in the eyes of the princess. And with that, he charged, ready to lay everything on the line. With his newfound monstrous strength, Chun Tianji launched himself into the air, descending upon Lu Fan with the raw ferocity of a dragon. His spear blazed with power as he executed the dragon spear technique, aiming to crush his opponent in one decisive strike. For a fleeting moment, Lu Fan didn't move. His gaze softened, not with fear, but with something closer to sorrow. There was no hatred in his eyes, only quiet pity for Chun Tianji, a man who had thrown away everything, his pride, his body, his dignity, all for a desperate grasp at greatness. But pity didn't mean hesitation. With a sharp inhale, Lu Fan invoked Wind Spirit Whisper, his agility surging by 35%. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Chun Tianji's heart pounded. His eyes darted wildly, struggling to track Lu Fan's movements, only to feel a sharp, searing pain. Lu Fan had already struck. Dragon Fang Strike. Chun Tanji's grip failed as his spear was ripped from his hands, agony surging through his limbs. But Lu Fan wasn't finished. Without missing a beat, he activated Blue Dragon King's roar. Bolts of lightning crashed down, striking Chun Tianji's body with merciless precision. His skin sizzled, the overwhelming force scorching him beyond recognition. The once proud warrior crumbled to his knees. His spear clattered to the ground. Smoke curled from his lips as he forced out a single, broken whisper, an apology. A final plea for forgiveness from the princess before his body gave out, collapsing in utter defeat. And then, silence. Princess Jinju, watching everything unravel before her, felt her world shatter. Her champion, her strongest warrior, was gone. Tears welled in her eyes, her breath hitching in disbelief. She had been so certain of victory, so sure of her power. But now, all that remained was the bitter sting of loss. After taking down Chun Tianji, Lu Fan doesn't even pause. He charges straight at Princess Jinju, hand raised, ready to strike. Panic sets in instantly. Desperate, Jinju throws up her hand, trying to stop him, her voice rising in frantic protest. She warns him, her brother, a major figure in the Tai Chi Empire, won't let this slide if he dares touch her. But does Lu Fan care? Not in the slightest. Without hesitation, he slaps her hard, sending her crashing to the ground. Her magic wand slips from her grasp, skidding across the floor as she stares in stunned disbelief. And Lu Fan, completely unfazed, he looks down at her and, in the most nonchalant tone, says that if her brother comes after him, he'd actually be doing him a favor. Cold as ice. The audience? They go wild. Some are in complete shock, others call him out for going too far. But there are whispers, too, reminders that Jinju wasn't as innocent as she seemed. Just earlier, she had no problem manipulating Chun Tianji to her advantage. Looks like karma just cashed in. Amid the uproar, the vice principal finally steps in, demanding silence. Without any delay, he makes it official. Jinju and Chun Tianji's team is out, while Lu Fan and Jian Ying take the win. Then, without missing a beat, he orders Gahan to send Lu Fan to his office immediately. And just like that, the next match is announced. No time for drama. This academy keeps things moving. Cut to Lu Fan in the vice principal's office. The atmosphere is heavy. The vice principal stands with his back turned, deep in thought. Then, without even facing Lu Fan, he speaks. At first, he assumed this whole thing with Jinju was just some family dispute. Turns out it was way more personal, and Mr. Qin Shanhai spilled all the details. He warns Lu Fan that using the arena for personal grudges is dangerous. It could lead to serious accusations of misconduct. Lu Fan, as cool as ever, acknowledges the warning and calmly explains himself. He couldn't just stand by and watch Chun Tianji get manipulated. Jinju needed to be put in her place. The vice principal listens, then hands Lu Fan a tablet, signaling that the conversation is over. But before Lu Fan can wonder what's next, the vice principal drops the real news. Turns out, both he and the principal have been watching Lu Fan closely. For a second, Lu Fan wonders if he's about to get reprimanded. But no, it's the opposite. They were seriously impressed, especially when he pulled off those dragon language techniques. So impressed, in fact, that they've got something big lined up for him. Access to a secret realm. Lu Fan scrolls through the tablet, scanning the options like he's picking out his next battlefield. The vice principal gives him the rundown on these secret realms, how they're discovered, auctioned off by secret realm hunters, and sold for a steep price. High risk, high reward. But Dragon Capital Academy? They're all in, willing to cover the cost no matter what. As Lu Fan continues browsing, something grabs his attention. A realm called Flying Dragon Cemetery. Level 55 rating. Nightmare difficulty. Minimum 2 participants. He points it out, and the vice principal immediately picks up on his determination. No hesitation. This is the challenge Lu Fan is taking on next. Fast forward to the next day, and the arena is buzzing with excitement. It's time for the freshman assessment rematch. Gohan steps up and announces the first semifinal. Lu Fan and Jian Ying versus Jiang Fengyun and Su Jing. But just as the crowd gears up for the fight, the vice principal steps in and drops a shocker. Lu Fan has officially withdrawn from the competition. Silence. Then chaos. The audience is stunned, whispers spreading like wildfire. Some are straight up disappointed. They came to see Lu Fan in action. Others start speculating like crazy. Did he get in trouble? Is he being sent on some secret mission? With no answers, the rumors only grow. Tao Xiaoman? She waves it off as nonsense. Qin Xiu, ever the logical one, tells her to ignore the gossip. The truth is obvious. Lu Fan and Jian Ying are already off exploring the secret realm. And sure enough, deep in the ancient, eerie expanse of Flying Dragon Cemetery, Lu Fan and Jian Ying step into the unknown. The air is thick with tension, the massive forest around them shrouded in mystery. As they push forward, Lu Fan turns to Jianying and apologizes for pulling her away from the competition. But Jianying? She's got no complaints. The Academy let them keep their Azure class spots and even gave them 10,000 points each. Sounds like a win to her. She even thanks Lu Fan for the opportunity. Getting to explore such a rare secret realm is a reward in itself. And then, without hesitation, she offers him all the treasures they find. For her, the experience alone is enough. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, chuckles and teases her. She's not the type to leave a favor unpaid. The forest is eerily silent as they press on, too silent. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the stillness. High up in a tree, a red-haired guy lounges on a branch, watching them with curiosity. And instead of sneaking around or sizing them up from the shadows, he just calls out, breaking the tension like it's no big deal. Lu Fan stops in his tracks, sizing up the unexpected newcomer. Before he can even process who this guy is, the stranger launches himself off the tree branch like he's starring in an action flick. He lands effortlessly, throws them a wide grin, and flashes a thumbs up. Name's Black Rat, he announces, all confidence. Secret Hunter Guild. Yep, you heard that right, Black Rat. Pretty bold name for a guy who just came falling out of a tree. Lu Fan stays cautious, introducing himself and Jianying while keeping an eye on him. He asks if Black Rat is supposed to guide them to the Flying Dragon Cemetery's entrance. Black Rat spots the Academy badge on Lu Fan's shoulder, gives a knowing nod, and waves for them to follow. His job, he explains, is simple. Escort them to the teleportation gate, and then he's out. As they walk, Black Rat starts chatting, casually throwing out how ridiculously rich Dragon Capital Academy must be to get access to such a high-level secret realm. With a smirk, he asks about their levels, probably expecting some crazy numbers. But Lu Fan? He just shrugs, points at himself, and says, level 25. Then he gestures to Jianying. She's 24. Black Rat's entire world shatters for a second. He stops dead in his tracks, staring at them like they just said they planned to fistfight a dragon for fun. A level 55 secret realm? Nightmare difficulty? And these two haven't even reached their second transformation yet? No way. This has to be a mistake. Panic kicks in as he pulls up his system, muttering about how he needs to double-check with the Academy. He's convinced they're walking straight into a death trap. But before he could do anything, Lu Fan cuts him off, cool and firm. Don't waste your time. And it's a good thing, too, because, crack, a massive tree nearby starts to fall. The sharp snap of splitting wood echoes through the forest, sending birds scattering in a frenzy. Lu Fan and Jianying instantly snap to attention. For a brief second, their eyes meet, no words needed. Run. Lu Fan grabs Jianying's wrist, and they bolt. Branches whip past, the ground trembles, and then, whoosh, something huge slices through the air above them. They glance up, and there it is, a colossal dragon eagle, diving straight for them, talons extended, eyes locked on its next meal. That's when Lu Fan shifts gears. His expression sharpens, his aura ignites, and power flares to life around him. Energy crackles at his fingertips, heat radiating from his hands. With pinpoint focus, he channels that power into a devastating strike and launches it at the beast. The dragon eagle screeches, flapping its massive wings in shock as it tries to veer off course. But Lu Fan? Oh, he's just getting started. With a swift motion, Lu Fan unleashes the power of Blue Dragon Roar. A bolt of lightning rips through the sky, crackling with raw energy as it slams into the dragon eagle. The impact is immediate. The beast freezes mid-air, its body twitching uncontrollably as the electricity courses through it. And if that wasn't bad enough, the lingering effect ensures that any follow-up attack will hit even harder. Talk about overkill. Black Rat? He's standing there like his brain just short-circuited. A level 25 doing this? No way. It doesn't make sense. He watches in stunned silence as the once mighty dragon eagle, a level 50 predator, crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. It gives one final, weak gasp before going completely still. Mouth slightly open, Black Rat mumbles in disbelief. That thing shouldn't have gone down so easily. But their Lu Fan stands, completely unfazed, still radiating raw power. He turns to Black Rat, his tone casual, and tells him not to stress about their levels. Then, with a slight smirk, he suggests they keep moving. After all, this was just the warm-up. The real challenge is still ahead. Black Rat? Still mentally processing. His brain is doing all sorts of calculations, and none of them add up. But eventually, he shakes it off, takes a deep breath, and agrees to lead the way. Though now, he's definitely watching Lu Fan with a whole new level of respect. The group makes their way through the dense forest, winding between ancient trees that stretch impossibly high. Then, after a bit of trekking, they reach it. A colossal tree, so massive it looks like it's trying to pierce the heavens. Black Rat steps forward, shoving aside a cluster of thick bushes to reveal its massive trunk. Then, with a dramatic gesture, he presents it. This, he says, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The air around the tree feels different, charged with something ancient, something powerful. Soft light filters through the canopy, illuminating a shimmering portal embedded in the bark. Just looking at it, you know things are about to get serious. Black Rat points at the glowing portal. That's your way in. With his job done, he starts edging away, clearly ready to make his exit. But before he can slip off, Lu Fan casually extends a hand, flashing a friendly smile. He suggests they stay in touch. After all, Black Rat seems like the kind of guy who knows his way around these hidden places. And who knows, Lu Fan might need a little geographical intel in the future. Sounds like a win-win deal. Black Rat hesitates, clearly caught off guard by the idea of befriending someone who just annihilated a dragon eagle like it was nothing. Sensing the hesitation, Lu Fan casually sweetens the deal. He's willing to pay for the intel. That gets Black Rat's attention. Money? Now that's a language he speaks. But still a little skeptical, he blurts out, "Wait, you're really willing to drop cash on basic location details? Not even secret realm stuff, just regular info?" Lu Fan nods, completely unfazed. As long as they keep it to general locations, it won't break any secret realm hunter guild rules. He keeps it light, even throwing in a grin, making it nearly impossible for Black Rat to say no. After a moment of consideration, Black Rat names his price, 100,000 dragon coins per location. And, of course, he makes sure to emphasize that this is his exclusive friends and family rate. If Lu Fan's not interested, he's happy to walk away. But Lu Fan, he doesn't even blink. He shakes on the deal with that easygoing confidence, leaving Black Rat internally kicking himself for not charging way more. Seriously, are all Dragon Capital Academy students this rich? Or is Lu Fan just built different? Before the conversation drags on, Jianying steps forward, already halfway into the portal. She glances back at Lu Fan, her expression a mix of impatience and exasperation. "You talk too much," she mutters. "Let's go." Classic Jianying, always about the mission. The moment they step inside, a cold, mechanical voice echoes through the air. Rotten Corpse Dragon Graveyard, level 55. Nightmare difficulty. 2 participants maximum. Lu Fan quickly pieces it together. This must be the Flying Dragon's sacred tree, and somewhere at the top lies the divine treasure platform. The thought alone gets his adrenaline pumping, but before he can dwell on it, Jianying suddenly freezes. Something's off. She murmurs that it feels like the ground is moving. Lu Fan focuses, sharpening his senses, and then, bam, he sees it. A stampede of dragons, tearing across the landscape, heading straight for them. His eyes widen. "Jianying, look," he shouts, pointing at the approaching horde. Then, as if mocking them, the system chimes in again, delivering more bad news. Rotten Corpse Dragons detected. Level 50. Skills. Pack Bite. Summons nearby dragons for reinforcement. Corrupting Breath. Reduces enemy attack power by 50%. Yeah, this just got serious. One of the dragons lets out a deafening roar and lunges straight for Jianying, jaws wide open, ready to crush her in one bite. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. Moving with lightning-fast precision, he steps in and blocks the attack with ease. Keeping his cool, he calls out to Jianying, "Get ready." She doesn't need to be told twice. Tightening her grip on her sword, her eyes flash with determination. In one swift, powerful motion, she unleashes Mountain Shaker, a devastating technique that carves straight through the charging beast. The massive dragon splits clean in two, its body crashing to the ground in a brutal, lifeless heap. But there's no time to celebrate. Another Rotten Corpse Dragon charges at Lu Fan, and this one isn't holding back. Just as it closes in, Lu Fan smirks. Xiao Yi. In an instant, his dragon companion, Black Dragon Xiao Yi, materializes on his shoulder, radiating intense heat like a living flame. Flames swirl around her, forming a protective ring of fire around Lu Fan. Then, with a single flick of her gaze, she unleashes Burning Flame. Fire erupts across the battlefield, engulfing everything in its path. Several dragons don't even get the chance to react before they're reduced to nothing but charred remains. And the best part? The more enemies Xiao Yi takes down, the stronger her flames burn, powering her up in real time. Meanwhile, Jianying is on a rampage, slicing through the remaining dragons with deadly precision. She activates Armor Break, slashing through 32% of their defenses with every strike. Her movements are sharp, calculated, each attack landing with ruthless efficiency. Then, mid-air, she reaches for her next strike, only to realize something's wrong. Her broadsword is gone. Panic spikes as she quickly scans the battlefield, searching for it. But before she can come up with a plan, another dragon barrels toward her from below, jaws wide, ready to devour her whole. She's out of time, out of options and still midair. Then, just when it seems like the end, Lu Fan steps in. Charging forward with his dragon sword, he activates Dragon Fang Strike, channeling pure dragon energy through his blade. His sword arcs through the air, slashing through the massive beast in one clean, unstoppable motion. The dragon doesn't even get the chance to react before its body splits apart, green blood splattering across the battlefield as it collapses with a sickening thud. But the chaos isn't over yet. Jianying, still midair after her last attack, is seconds away from a brutal crash landing. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He rushes forward, reaching out just in time. Their hands meet, and for a brief second, it seems like disaster has been avoided. Then gravity kicks in. Now both of them are falling. Thinking fast, Lu Fan grips his dragon sword and slams it into the massive tree trunk, using it as an anchor to break their descent. With one hand locked onto the sword and the other clutching Jianying, he glances over at her. His expression says it all: relief, concern, and maybe just a hint of, can we please stop almost dying today? Jianying meets his gaze, her exhaustion and unspoken gratitude clear. She steadies herself, and they finally settle onto a thick branch, taking a moment to catch their breath. But that moment doesn't last long. Lu Fan, always analyzing, points something out. They've been heading in the wrong direction. Their goal isn't down below. It's right here, hidden somewhere in this massive tree. And of course, that's when things get worse. Out of nowhere, a dark, shadowy figure appears in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts flare, his body tensing as he immediately calls for Xiaoyi. In an instant, she's perched on his shoulder, glowing like a fiery sentinel. Then, piece by horrifying piece, the figure steps closer. First, skeletal hands emerge from the darkness. Long, bony fingers ending in razor-sharp claws. Then, its head becomes visible, a dragon skull, hollow eyes, and a gaping, bone-filled maw. Its entire form is a nightmare brought to life, radiating an unsettling, otherworldly menace. It's as if someone thought, let's bring back a dragon, but make it terrifying. The skeletal dragon locks eyes with Xiaoyi and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire tree. For the first time, Xiaoyi, normally composed and unwavering, is visibly shaken. This isn't just another high-level monster. This thing radiates final boss energy. Its hollow eyes glow with an eerie light, and as it lifts its head, the tension in the air thickens. Lu Fan doesn't wait for it to make the first move. He scoops up Jianying and jumps. They hit the ground hard. Jianying winces at the impact. Nothing serious, but enough to remind them how far out of their comfort zone they are. And standing before them, the bone dragon doesn't just exude power, it feeds off their unease. Then, like an uninvited guest at a horror movie, the system chimes in. Wild Berserk Bone Dragon, level 55. Nightmare difficulty. It doesn't stop there. Abilities. Bone Armor, sky-high defense. Bone Knife, blood-infused devastation. Bone Storm, grows deadlier the weaker it gets. Yeah, this thing is the definition of bad news. Lu Fan, completely unfazed by the monstrous opponent in front of him, turns to Jianying with quiet confidence. Don't worry, he says. This'll be over soon. Jianying, eyes wide with alarm, isn't having it. She warns him, this thing is way too dangerous. But let's be real. When has Lu Fan ever backed down from a fight? Before she can stop him, he's already rushing in, leaving her scrambling after him, her voice full of worry. With perfect timing, Lu Fan calls for Black Dragon Xiaoyi to activate her destroyer form. And no, does she deliver. Her body glows with an intense light as she expands, her flames burning hotter, fiercer. When the transformation is complete, she looks like a walking natural disaster. Then, to make things even more unfair for the Bone Dragon, Jade Dragon Xiaofei joins in, adding another layer of raw power to Lu Fan's arsenal. Lu Fan moves in with pinpoint precision. He calls for Xiaofei to activate Jade Blessing, surrounding himself with an empowering aura that amplifies his next attack. His dragon's sword hums with energy, glowing like it's alive. Then, in perfect synchronization, Lu Fan and Xiaoyi go in for the finishing blow. Xiaoyi lets out another thunderous roar, the sheer force of it shaking the ground beneath them. The bone dragon's brittle frame begins to shatter under the pressure. Then, boom! With one final, devastating strike, its skull separate from its body and crashes to the ground. But Lu Fan isn't taking any chances. As the creature collapses, he channels everything into Dragon Fang Strike. His glowing blade slices clean through the bone dragon's spine, then drives straight into its chest with a sickening crunch. For a brief moment, silence falls over the battlefield. It looks like it's finally over. But just as relief starts to settle in, the bone dragon's eyes flicker back to life. A deep, ominous purple glow radiates from its hollow sockets, spreading across its shattered frame. And then, the scattered bones across the battlefield begin to levitate. The system chimes in again, like the worst kind of horror narrator, confirming what they all dread. Bone Storm activated. The swirling mass of bones expands, growing larger, more chaotic, feeding off the dragon's decayed energy. This thing isn't just coming back. It's coming back stronger. Before the storm can fully unleash, a sudden force rips through the battlefield, shattering the swirling bones and sending them flying in every direction. Lu Fan whips around, eyes wide, only to see Jian Yang stepping forward. Her expression is calm, steady, resolute. She reminds him of the promise he made after defeating Chun Tianji, that he'd one day see the true skill of a sword master. Well, that day is today. As the bone dragon starts pulling itself back together, now even more menacing, Jian Yang unveils her trump card. She explains that sword masters unlock a new weapon every 5 levels. Then, with a surge of fiery energy, she summons the Scythe of Calamity, a level 20 epic quality weapon radiating raw power. Its abilities? Pure nightmare fuel. It can switch between fire and dark attack modes, and for every life it takes, its attack power permanently increases by 9%. Yeah, this thing doesn't just kill, it remembers. Wasting no time, Jian Yang charges scythe in hand. The first strike lands with an explosive impact, shaking the battlefield as a massive blast engulfs the bone dragon. The monster writhes, struggling to hold itself together against her relentless assault. Watching her in action, Lu Fan smirks, finally understanding the true potential of a sword master. It's not just about flashy skills, it's about weapons that evolve into absolute destruction. But there's no time to admire for long. Jade Dragon Xiaofei suddenly appears beside him, eyes gleaming with eagerness. Lu Fan nods. Time to wrap this up. Without hesitation, he commands Xiaofei to cast Jade Blessing on Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Xiaofei, always one to deliver, unleashes the ability, amplifying Xiaoye's next 3 attacks to devastating levels. With everything set up, Lu Fan gives the final order. Xiaoyi, earth-shattering. And oh boy, does she deliver. The ground trembles, the air crackles, and then boom, a massive explosion rips through the battlefield. The earth splits open, forming a giant fissure that swallows the bone dragon whole. Its skeletal frame crumbles, collapsing into the abyss. And just like that, the nightmare is over. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with some well-earned rewards. Jade Dragon Xiaofei has leveled up to 15 and unlocked a new skill, Transformation. Lu Fan takes it all in, satisfied with how much they've grown from this battle. His own level ticks up to 26, but he's more focused on their collective progress. Meanwhile, Jian Yang stands there, silent. The battle is over, but doubt creeps in her mind. Sure, her Scythe of Calamity was powerful, but in the end, it was Xiaoye's earth-shattering that finished the fight. For a split second, she wonders, did her efforts really matter? Just when things finally seem to settle, Xiaofei happily clings to Lu Fan, soaking up the victory celebration. Jian Yang catches this, and oh boy, jealousy slams into her like a runaway carriage. But she's quick to shake it off, composing herself like the pro she is. Turning to Lu Fan, she admits that, with his powerhouse team of dragons, she probably didn't even need to step in. She even apologizes, feeling like she didn't contribute much to the battle. Lu Fan, ever the supportive leader, meets her with a reassuring smile. He thanks her for saving him earlier during Bone Storm, reminding her that every effort counted. Besides, they've all made huge gains today. Jian Yang got to showcase her Swordmaster skills, and Xiaofei hit a whole new level. Wins all around. Curious about Xiaofei's level up, Jian Yang asks if there's more to it. As if waiting for the cue, the system chimes in with the details. At level 15, Xiaofei's stats have skyrocketed. Strength, spirit, stamina, the whole package. But the real kicker? She's unlocked 2 epic transformations. Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life grants Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian abilities focused on healing and protection. Soul Light allows her to shed her physical form entirely, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence, skills tied to spiritual manipulation. Talk about a glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, notes how Xiaofei's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiaoyi. Jian Yang chuckles, pointing out that while Xiaoyi has been steadily leveling up, Xiaofei's sudden quadruple transformation upgrade feels like a cheat code. Either way, both dragons are shaping up to be absolute monsters on the battlefield. Feeling proud, Lu Fan reaches out to pat Xiaofei's head, only to be met with the sharpest glare from Xiaoyi. The jealousy is real, and her mix of annoyance and playful anger is impossible to miss. To break the tension, Lu Fan suggests testing out Xiaofei's new form, eager to see what she's capable of. Jian Yang agrees, her mood lightening as she suggests heading back to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree to continue their search. But before they can even take a step, Xiaoyi and Xiaofei start bickering over who gets to stand closer to Lu Fan. It's almost comical, a much-needed break after all the chaos. That is, until the sky erupts in fire. Flaming projectiles rain down, shattering the moment like glass. Explosions rip through the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air as dust and debris swirl in every direction. Jian Ying's sharp voice cuts through the chaos. Magic attack. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. Scatter. Take cover. The group sprints for the nearest shelter, a massive tree, where they huddle together to regroup. Jian Ying crouches, scanning the area for any sign of their attackers, while Lu Fan carefully peeks out from behind the trunk. It doesn't take long to put the pieces together. Their battle with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. And sure enough, when he looks up, he sees them. A swarm of dragons, their massive wings blotting out the sun. Lu Fan ducks into cover, heart pounding as he scans the battlefield. No time to hesitate. Dragons are everywhere, and the pressure is on. Quickly pulling up the system interface, he lays out the plan. Jade Dragon Xiaofei's soul light form isn't just for show. It allows her to shed her physical body and become pure energy, granting a game-changing soul shield to whoever she links with. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan orders Xiaofei to merge with Xiaoyi. In an instant, Xiaofei shifts into her ethereal form, fusing with Black Dragon Xiaoyi. The transformation creates an aura so powerful it practically radiates invincibility. As the newly supercharged Xiaoyi soars above, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying, his voice all business. Head toward the divine dragon tree. It's like a high-stakes treasure hunt, except this one comes with a real risk of getting torched by an angry dragon horde. Just then, fireballs rain from the sky like a meteor shower. Lu Fan's stomach drops as he looks up. A swarm of dragons, their massive wings blotting out the light, is descending upon them. It's an ambush. They're surrounded. But Lu Fan doesn't panic. Keeping his cool, he orders Xiaoyi not to attack. Yet, instead, he commands Xiaofei to absorb the incoming damage. A glowing green orb forms above Xiaofei, pulsating as it gathers energy. Each hit adds another layer, fueling the buildup of Qi shield. And when that shield maxes out, the real counterattack begins. The moment of truth arrives. Lu Fan commands Xiaofei to activate Qi Shock. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupts, releasing every ounce of absorbed damage in a single explosive counterattack. And since dragons take extra damage, the impact is doubled. Xiaofei's green aura flares, lighting up the sky as dragons cry out in agony, the sheer force of the blast shaking the battlefield. Jian Ying watches in stunned awe, realizing this isn't just a defensive move, it's total annihilation. Lu Fan smirks, explaining that Xiaofei's soul protection isn't just a shield. It's a force that strikes back even harder every time it's hit. But before they can celebrate, the atmosphere shifts. A chilling wind sweeps through, sending a wave of unease through the group. Lu Fan's instincts scream danger. This can only mean one thing. The boss has arrived. Sure enough, a colossal dragon descends, its metallic scales gleaming ominously. The system identifies it. Steel Dragon, level 60, Nightmare difficulty. And its abilities? Absolutely brutal. First, Rapid Storm, a wing beat that summons a whirlwind, slowing and chipping away at anything caught in its path. Then there's Steel Thrust, a high-speed charge that erases anything with less than one endurance point. As if that's not bad enough, Steel Reinforcement cuts incoming damage in half, while cranking its defense sky-high. The Steel Dragon unleashes a deafening roar, sending shivers down spines. Even Lu Fan feels the weight of its presence. Then, with terrifying speed, it locks onto Xiaoyi and dives in for a Steel Thrust. Jian Ying's face goes pale, realizing the sheer danger they're in. But Lu Fan stays steady, giving Xiaofei the command. Her soul impact is already building up power. As the energy surges, the air crackles with intensity, amplifying every dragon-related ability. After a jaw-dropping fight, the Steel Dragon finally falls. Jian Ying practically radiates excitement as she announces she's reached level 25, her pride obvious. But Lu Fan, always focused on the bigger picture, is already looking ahead. He asks if the boss drop was worth the effort. Jian Ying doesn't disappoint. With a triumphant grin, she lifts a sword that gleams so brightly it might as well be declaring its legendary status. The weapon, Myriad Blossoms, holds immense potential but starts at level 1. The system chimes in with the details. Myriad Blossoms boast the thousands of sword feathers ability, allowing it to break apart into multiple smaller blades. Each fragment deals 10% of the original attack power before merging back for a devastating area-wide strike. Lu Fan's grin widens. Once this weapon reaches 25 stars, it'll be an absolute game-changer. Meanwhile, in the background, Black Dragon Xiaoyi and Jade Dragon Xiaofei are having the time of their lives. playfully messing around like a pair of overpowered siblings. But Jianying? Not so much. As she watches them, a nagging doubt creeps in. Even with myriad blossoms in her hands, she can't shake the feeling that she's still miles away from matching Xiaoye's devastating attacks or Lu Fan's sheer dominance. Just then, something shifts. A shadow flickers nearby, making her unease grow. She whispers to herself, trying to convince herself that she's strong enough, but the doubt lingers. Lu Fan, always sharp when it comes to reading the mood, walks over with his usual unshakable confidence. He reminds her that as her sword levels up, she'll face plenty of worthy challengers at Dragon Academy, each one pushing her to grow stronger. His words feel like a steady breeze, clearing away the storm clouds in her mind. Jianying exhales, nodding. She's not giving up. And with that, they push forward. Though, unsurprisingly, Xiaoyi and Xiaofei are already way ahead. As they catch up, Lu Fan spots something unsettling, a man lying motionless on the ground. The group gathers around as he kneels, examining the body. From the looks of it, the man's been here for a while, a warrior who likely endured countless battles. But before they can dwell on it, Lu Fan's instincts kick in hard. Something's off. His keen eyes scan the area, and then a dragon claw, a glowing eye in the distance. Danger is closer than they thought. Without hesitation, Lu Fan draws his dragon sword, his voice steady as he warns Jianying. They've wandered straight into monster territory. Her pulse quickens. If they're not careful, this could be bad. And before she can even process the warning, the threat reveals itself. A dragon erupts from the bushes, its bronze scales gleaming under the light. The system instantly identifies it. Bronze Dragon, star level 60. Its key ability? Bronze Armor, a skill that cranks its defense up to absurd levels. Lu Fan braces for the fight, until another presence looms into view. This one is on an entirely different level. The three-headed elemental dragon. Level 65. Boss difficulty, Nightmare. The system wastes no time detailing its terrifying abilities. Triple magic, fire, ice, and thunder unleashed all at once. Regeneration. Any lost head grows back if even one survives. And sheer, overwhelming power, more than enough to annihilate the unprepared. Lu Fan and Jianying freeze for just a second, taking in the brutal reality, two bosses at once. This isn't just a fight. This is a full-blown disaster. Jianying quickly suggests taking out the bronze dragon first, but Lu Fan just flashes his signature grin. He's already got a plan. With a swift command, he calls for Xiaofei to shift into her jade dragon form. In an instant, a brilliant green glow surrounds her, raw energy radiating from her very core as she charges up soul light. At the same time, Lu Fan signals Xiaoyi. It's time for her to activate destruction form. The battlefield is set. Now it's all or nothing. The three-headed elemental dragon doesn't hold back. It soars into the sky, unleashing a relentless storm of fire and ice. Lu Fan moves with precision, dodging the blast as his dragon sword radiates raw energy. Without missing a beat, he commands Xiaofei to activate Soul Impact. The response is immediate. An explosive surge of energy ripples across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the surrounding dragons. Xiaoyi, now fully transformed, steps up next. She unleashes her newly awakened skill, Intimidation. Her roar echoes like thunder, a force so powerful it paralyzes enemies on the spot. Even Jianying feels the crushing weight of Xiaoye's aura, realizing just how terrifyingly effective this control skill is. With the bronze dragon staggered under Xiaoye's overwhelming presence, Lu Fan seizes the opportunity. His dragon sword flashes as he executes a deadly combination, soul effect fused with dragon fang strike. The impact shatters the bronze armor skill, breaking its defense completely. Xiaoyi doesn't hesitate. With a brutal twist, she snaps the dragon's neck. The massive beast crashes to the ground, its metallic blood pooling beneath it. The system chimes in with the results. Xiaoyi levels up to 22, Xiaofei reaches 17, and Lu Fan himself climbs to 28. Jianying levels up as well, reaching 27, and Myriad Blossoms upgrades to level 6. But despite her progress, a sense of disappointment lingers. She didn't contribute as much as she wanted. Lu Fan, always attuned to the mood, places a steady hand on her shoulder. He reassures her that eliminating all three heads of the elemental dragon is the key. Without that, it would just keep regenerating. For now, he suggests letting Xiaoyi and Xiaofei take the lead while they regroup at the nearby camp. Later that night, under the soft glow of the moon, Jianying carries a meal to Lu Fan, mentioning it was prepared by Sister Hank. She steps outside, expecting to find him by the fire, but he's nowhere in sight. The flames flicker, casting long shadows, yet his absence leaves an unexpected emptiness in her chest. She stares into the night, lost in thought. Does Lu Fan Ever feel the same doubt she does? No matter how hard she pushes herself, she can't shake the feeling that she's been more of a bystander than a true fighter. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already deep in thought, his mind locked onto their mission. He silently apologizes to Jianying as he moves through the darkness, eyes fixed on something incredible. The system has detected a massive egg. As he approaches, the truth is revealed. They're close. The divine treasure, the very reason they risked entering this deadly forest, is almost within reach. But just as he thinks he has a moment to breathe, a chilling roar tears through the night. The earth trembles. From the shadows, a dragon emerges, massive, menacing, and unlike anything he's faced before. Its eerie green eyes glow with an unnatural light as the system flashes an urgent warning. Soul of the Flying Dragon King. Level 70. This isn't just a strong enemy. It's pure nightmare fuel. Its dragon's breath can unleash fire, ice, thunder, or wind at will, while its Assault Dragon King ability allows it to dive with terrifying speed, piercing through anything in its path. And, as if that weren't bad enough, it takes 50% less damage from everything. Because of course it does. Lu Fan tightens his grip on his sword. This fight is going to be hell. Lu Fan instantly recognizes the threat. This is it. The final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. No turning back now. Gripping his dragon sword, he readies himself for what might be the toughest battle of his life. Beside him, Xiaoyi and Xiaofei step up, their determination clear. Though if they were being honest, there's a definite hint of what did we just sign up for in their expressions. Lu Fan snaps them back to focus. This fight is all or nothing. Meanwhile, back at the resting area, Jianying hears the dragon's earth-shaking roar in the distance. A knot tightens in her stomach. Memories of Lu Fan saving her flash through her mind, and doubts creep in. Is she just holding him back? What if he realizes he's better off without her? The thought stings, but she quickly pushes it away. She clenches her fists, determination surging through her. She's not here to stand on the sidelines. She's fighting alongside Lu Fan, no matter what. Back on the battlefield, the soul of the Flying Dragon King wastes no time. A powerful gust tears through the air, followed by a thunderous blast aimed straight at Lu Fan. He glares at the monstrous beast, realizing just how powerful it is, maybe even stronger than the great Destroyer Emperor he faced before. His grip tightens. This won't be easy. Without hesitation, he orders Xiaoyi to prepare Lava Flame while activating Dragon's Inspiration, boosting everyone's power by 30%. Xiaoyi roars, shifting into destruction form, and unleashes a scorching wave of flames that engulfs the dragon. The beast shrieks in pain, but doesn't stay down. In a flash, it retaliates with Soul Assault, rocketing toward Lu Fan at a speed that's downright terrifying. Too fast. His heart pounds as the dragon shifts behind him, already coiled to strike. Thinking fast, he commands Xiaofei to shift into Eternal Being form. In an instant, her aura transforms, radiating a powerful yet calming energy. Then, Jianying arrives. Her voice rings out with unwavering resolve as she calls to Lu Fan. Without hesitation, she raises her hand, summoning power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers in one sweeping motion. I've got this. Focus on your fight. Her confidence ignites something in Lu Fan. He meets her gaze, nodding. No words needed. He knows he can count on her. And then, the system delivers a game-changing update. Jade Dragon Xiaofei has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. A radiant glow bursts from Xiaofei as she activates Life Pulse, waves of energy rippling outward, restoring stamina and amplifying their strength. At the same time, Xiaoyi doubles down, pushing her lava flame attack to an even greater intensity, the searing heat rising higher and hotter. Lu Fan doesn't waste a second. He sees the opening. Xiaoyi, finish it. With a thunderous roar, Xiaoyi launches forward, ready to deliver the final blow. But the soul of the Flying Dragon King isn't going down that easily. With a furious roar, it takes to the sky, chanting in ancient dragon language to counter Xiaoyi's attacks. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. The stakes just skyrocketed. Xiaofei, shield us, he commands. High above, the dragon begins preparing its ultimate move, Apocalypse Fall. A last-ditch, all-or-nothing attack that sacrifices its own life to unleash an explosion at 2,000% power. The tension is unbearable. The beast dives, its massive form hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. The moment it makes impact, boom, a shockwave tears through the entire realm, shaking the land for miles. The explosion is catastrophic, swallowing everything in dust and debris. For a moment, all is chaos, sight, sound, even breath lost in the devastation. And then, a faint green glow emerges through the haze. Xiaofei's protective barrier. The energy pulses, shielding them from the worst of the blast. They're alive, barely. As the dust settles, Lu Fan turns to Jianying, concern clear in his gaze. You okay? She nods, though her hands are still clenched from the shock. Yeah, thanks to Xiaofei. They take a breath, processing just how close they came to total annihilation. Then the system chimes in. Lu Fan levels up to 29. Xiao Yi reaches 23. Xiaofei hits 17. Lu Fan ruffles Xiaofei's head, praising her for her incredible skill. But Xiao Yi? Not a fan. She glares at Xiaofei, pouting like she just got outshined at her own party. Lu Fan chuckles, shaking his head. Relax. That final attack wouldn't have landed without your insane damage output. That gets a begrudging nod from Xiao Yi. Fine, she'll take the win. Meanwhile, Jianying reflects on everything. This was their first time facing a boss this strong together. She always assumed fights like this were for players way above their level. But here they were, alive, victorious, and somehow still standing. Lu Fan leans back, rubbing the back of his head. Didn't mean to scare you earlier, he admits. I was just checking things out. Didn't expect to, run into a level 70 monster. Jianying interrupts, her voice steady. I never doubted you. She meets his gaze, a small but determined smile forming. You said it yourself. We don't let teammates fight alone. Something about the moment settles deep. Lu Fan feels it too, a quiet pride in how far they've come. And then, bam, a treasure chest pops open right in front of him, like the universe itself decided, congrats, you earned this. Meanwhile, Jianying, completely oblivious. She's staring off in the opposite direction, totally missing the loot drop. Lu Fan steps forward, eager to see what kind of legendary loot he's just scored. The first item practically radiates power as it emerges. Soul Wing of the Flying Dragon King. This thing is stacked, plus 60 agility, plus 356 strength, plus 291 spirit. But the real kicker? It grants full-on flight. Not hovering, not gliding, actual flying. And if that wasn't enough, those with dragon language magic can even cast and receive spells mid-air. The catch? Level 60 required. Lu Fan sighs, staring longingly at the item. Looks like soaring through the skies will have to wait. The second item? A level 30 artifact for dragon riders. This beast of an item allows the user to merge their abilities with their dragons, boosting dragon energy and unleashing devastating long-range attacks. Lu Fan's grin stretches ear to ear, riding Xiao Yi into battle while obliterating enemies from a distance. Yeah, that's going on the future to-do list, just as soon as Xiao Yi hits level 30. And then, the third item emerges, the late Dragon Bone Flute. This enchanted flute can summon twin flying dragon kings, their levels scaling to match the users. A dream come true. The downside? Limited to 7 uses. Lu Fan turns the flute over in his hands, admiring the craftsmanship. It's powerful, no doubt, but something about the restriction stings. 7 times, and then it's gone. Before he can dwell on it, something strange happens. Xiaofei begins glowing, intensely. Lu Fan and Jianying turn, watching as the little jade dragon moves toward a massive, ancient tree. She presses her energy into it, and suddenly, the entire area stirs to life. Plants rustle. The ground hums with energy. It's like something straight out of legend. And then, as if on cue, the system pops up with a new mission. Restore the sacred tree. The details? The tree is dying, threatened by the Abyssal Dragon's minions. The only way to save it is to slay the Abyssal Dragon and soak the tree's seed in its blood. The reward? The favor of the Life Dragon, one of the most powerful entities in existence. Lu Fan retrieves the sacred tree's seed, letting out a low whistle as he reads the mission details. The Abyssal Dragon isn't just strong, it's infamous. This beast hails from the lower realms, known for devouring demons and wiping out entire regions. Its rank, so high that calling it nightmare difficulty would be an insult. Xiaofei nudges Lu Fan's hand, and he smiles down at her, thanking her for uncovering this hidden quest. And then, because it's Lu Fan, he gets an idea. He turns to Xiaofei, completely serious. Hey, think you can eat the flute? Jianying and Xiaofei freeze, utterly baffled. Lu Fan raises his hands and mocks surrender, grinning. What? I mean, worst case, nothing happens. Best case, you unlock an insane new ability. Xiaofei blinks. Jianying stares at him like he's lost his mind. Lu Fan just stands there, waiting for Xiaofei to consider it. Because honestly, you never know. Xiaofei steps forward, and before anyone can react, she bites into the flute like it's a tasty treat. Lu Fan, amused, asks if it actually tastes good, while Jianying watches in stunned silence, mumbling that she's chewing it like a piece of fruit. A moment later, the system notification pops up. Xiaofei has absorbed the flute's power, allowing her to summon the twin flying dragon kings without restrictions. To test it out, Xiaofei calls forth the dragon kings. With a thunderous roar, they appear, their strength perfectly aligned with Xiao Fei's level 18. Jianying is left speechless, struggling to grasp how a boss-tier dragon has just become her summon. Lu Fan, unfazed, notes that the Dragon King seems smaller now, joking that they've basically been downgraded to her pets. Jianying shakes her head, muttering about how even dragon pets now have their own dragon pets. With the Sacred Tree mission now secured, Jianying suggests they return, reminding them that Sister Hank will be worried if they take too long. Lu Fan waves her off, telling her to go ahead. He has something to take care of first. As he pulls up his map, his mind is already focused on the unfinished task ahead. Later, back at the villa in Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan gathers Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei for a meeting. The cozy setting doesn't change the fact that something important is about to happen. Sitting before them is a newly acquired dragon egg. Lu Fan exhales, pretending to be exasperated, and tells Xiao Yi she really needs to stop bullying Xiao Fei. Xiao Yi pouts, but quickly gets distracted by the egg, which immediately captures both dragons' attention. Trying to keep them on track, Lu Fan explains that this egg will soon hatch into a new family member. To lighten the mood, he turns it into a guessing game, asking whether they think it'll be a brother or sister. But before they can answer, the system interrupts, bluntly reminding him that at his current level, he can only tame 2 dragons. If he wants to add another, he needs to reach level 30. Sighing, Lu Fan tells the Dragon Sisters that their next stop is the Poison Spider Forest to grind levels. The following morning, just as he's waking up, a knock at the door jolts him. He groggily opens it to find Qin Xiu and another student standing there, looking flustered. Still half asleep, he blinks in confusion as Qin Xiu shoves a post into his hands, explaining that it's gone viral on the school forum. The latest buzz all over the school forum is about Lu Fan withdrawing from the freshman exam. The post claims that Fengyun Pavilion has already secured a spot in the finals, and with no real competition left, they're practically guaranteed to win. Qin Xiu explains that the group has grown into a dominant force, now boasting nearly 30 members under the leadership of Jiang Fengyun and Su Jing. They're so confident in their victory that they've even announced plans to take over Lu Fan's villa once the tournament ends. Lu Fan listens with mild amusement. The idea of Jiang Fengyun declaring himself the new number 1 makes him chuckle. How cute. Qin Xiu reminds him that reaching the finals grants access to the national trials, which is why Jiang Fengyun is pushing so hard. But Lu Fan already knows the truth. He secured his spot long ago. The rewards Jiang Fengyun is after, they're already in his hands. With a smirk, Lu Fan waves off their concerns. He's not the least bit worried. In fact, he welcomes the challenge. Let's have some fun, he says, taking the forum post. Time to fire back. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of Dragon Academy Arena, Su Jing, a composed forbidden sorcerer, casually scrolls through his tablet as if catching up on gossip. Across from him, Jiang Fengyun, the ever-dramatic shadow warrior, is sparring blindfolded against multiple opponents. In the middle of the fight, Su Jing nonchalantly mentions that Lu Fan has responded to their forum post. Jiang Fengyun pauses for half a second before activating his projection skill, instantly summoning clones that overwhelm every opponent in the room. The match is over before they can even react. With a satisfied smirk, Jiang Fengyun removes his blindfold, barely acknowledging the fallen fighters as he orders someone to heal them. Then he turns to Su Jing, eager to hear what Lu Fan said. Su Jing, still scrolling, chuckles. Lu Fan issued a full-on challenge to Fengyun Pavilion. Jiang Fengyun scoffs at what he calls Lu Fan's typical bravado, but the grin on his face only grows wider. Without hesitation, he tells Su Jing to respond, inviting Lu Fan to meet them in the arena after the finals tomorrow. Su Jing raises an eyebrow, half wondering if Jiang Fengyun is actually serious, but he goes along with it. Then, Jiang Fengyun's mood shifts. His voice turns sharp as he commands Su Jing to gather every member of Fengyun Pavilion. It's time, he declares, to prove that the title of number 1 isn't just claimed, it's won in battle. Over in Lu Fan's world, things couldn't be more relaxed. He's hanging out with his friends when Qin Xiu rushes in, excitement all over her face. Fengyun Pavilion has officially accepted the challenge, and Jiang Fengyun is competing in a semi-final match today. Lu Fan, however, is completely unfazed. He barely spares the news a glance before shrugging it off. Sounds like a good time for me to grind levels in the Poison Spider Secret Realm instead, he says. Priorities. Lu Fan's Anne appears just in time to cut through his nonchalance, reminding him that overconfidence can lead to failure. She suggests he at least watch Jiang Fengyun's match to get a better read on his opponent. One of the ladies chimes in, noting that Lu Fan supporters might even outnumber Fengyun Pavilions at this point. But Qin Xiu, ever the pragmatist, warns that if Lu Fan is spotted in the crowd, rumors will spread like wildfire. His aunt, ever the problem solver, comes up with a simple solution disguise. Moments later, Lu Fan emerges in a dark cloak and mask, looking like he just walked off the set of a spy thriller. Qin Xiao and Xiao Man accompany him, confident that no one will recognize him. Even his aunt gives her stamp of approval, calling his look both functional and surprisingly stylish. Inside the arena, Gohan steps forward to announce the start of the semifinals. The crowd buzzes as the competitors take the stage, but just as the battle begins, Lu Fan suddenly stands up. His aunt raises an eyebrow. "Where are you going?" she asks. Lu Fan shrugs. "Looks boring. I'm going for a walk." Classic Lu Fan, completely unfazed. He tells him to call him when it's over and strolls out, leaving his aunt shaking her head. While the arena erupts with excitement over the match, a pair of sharp eyes in the stands quietly follows Lu Fan's movements. The vice principal watches the disguised figure, his thoughts drifting back to a recent conversation with the principal. In a flashback, he recalls storming into the principal's office, concerned over the form drama. He feared Lu Fan didn't fully grasp his own strength, especially with Chun Tianji still recovering from their fight. But the principal, completely unbothered, had waved off his concerns, saying Gohan could handle things. His real focus? The upcoming arrival of the Dragon Capital Special Envoy in a month, who would assess Lu Fan for the national trial. That had caught the vice principal off guard. The envoy was none other than Ruan Changfeng, a powerhouse with a personal grudge against Lu Fan. While the vice principal had been uneasy about the potential trouble this could bring, the principal had simply laughed, completely confident in his choice of Lu Fan as a national trial candidate. Back in the present, the vice principal smirks as he watches the arena. No doubt, the principal wouldn't miss Lu Fan's battle against Jiang Fengyun for anything. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy's arena, chaos is brewing in the points room. One by one, professionals stagger out, their faces pale with disbelief. Whispers spread among the crowd. There's an opponent inside so powerful that no one can land a victory. The rumor? Someone at level 29 is deliberately holding back, crushing challengers and racking up points. Outside, experienced fighters shake their heads, warning newcomers not to step inside unless they're prepared to lose. Inside the points room, the so-called arena master is none other than Lu Fan himself. Leaning back casually, he muses that sparring here is far more worthwhile than sitting through a dull match. But just as he's settling in, the door creaks open. A new challenger steps inside, a striking woman with long white hair and a sleek black dress. She meets his gaze with a calm smile and asks if he has time for a match. Lu Fan immediately straightens up, greeting her with respect and calling her senior. But she merely chuckles, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. With a teasing smirk, she warns that if he expects mercy, he'll need to show a lot more respect. Lu Fan, unfazed, responds in a steady tone. There's no need to hold back. Her smile widens. Without warning, flames ignite around her, swirling with an intensity that makes the air ripple. As she begins to float, her presence shifts, commanding, untamed. Lu Fan's instincts scream that this woman isn't just strong. She's dangerous. The heat surges, and in an instant, her dress burns away, replaced by a sleek, battle-ready armor radiating raw power. This isn't just a test of skill. She's here for a real fight. Before Lu Fan can react, she vanishes. A flicker of movement behind him. Her voice, now laced with amusement, reminds him that she's nothing like the students waiting outside. Then, a brilliant glow. A massive flaming trident materializes in her hands, casting long shadows across the arena. With a mischievous smirk, she gives him a single warning. Don't hold back. And then she lunges. Lu Fan reacts just in time, summoning his massive black machete to block the strike. The force of the impact is staggering. He sent skidding back several meters. Adjusting his stance, he grips his weapon tighter, eyes locked onto his opponent. Just how strong is she? The woman chuckles, clearly amused that he managed to withstand her first attack. She tilts her head, her voice laced with amusement. What's wrong? Afraid to hit a pretty lady? To drive the point home, she slowly licks her finger, a playful yet challenging glint in her eye. Lu Fan remains calm, but there's a shift in his stance, focused, unwavering. He meets her gaze, understanding her intent loud and clear. If she wants a real fight, he'll give her one. Their weapons clash again, sending sparks and embers flying with every strike. The arena trembles under the force of their battle, each blow heavier than the last. Outside, a crowd begins to gather, whispering about the mysterious woman who walked in. Some speculate she's struggling, given her wild, relentless attacks. Others suspect she's merely toying with Lu Fan. Either way, no one can look away. Meanwhile, over in the main arena, the crowd erupts as Jiang Fengyun's semi-final match ends in victory. He stands tall, soaking in the applause, when a friend rushes over with the latest gossip. Rumors are flying that Lu Fan snuck into the audience. Jiang Fengyun scoffs, unimpressed. So what? He didn't even go all out in this match. If Lu Fan is watching, it hardly matters. Then, in true dramatic fashion, Jiang Fengyun suddenly raises a hand and points to the stands. Lu Fan, he calls out boldly, challenging him on the spot. He warns him not to get too cocky and tells him not to run away from tomorrow's battle. The crowd goes wild, cheering at the rising tension. But here's the catch. Lu Fan isn't even there. Qin Xiu and Xiao Man freeze, exchanging panic glances before scrambling to find him. Meanwhile, Hank lets out a long sigh. She knows Lu Fan too well. He must have gotten bored and left ages ago. Back in the points room, Lu Fan's duel is still raging. His opponent's attacks are relentless, forcing him to stay sharp. He's impressed by her raw power, but something doesn't add up. Why is she pushing him so hard? What's her goal? Just then, his phone buzzes. The split-second distraction nearly costs him as she seizes the opening, snatching the hat right off his head. With a teasing smile, she compliments his growth while chiding him for his poor defense. And that's when it clicks. She's not just fighting him. She's training him, deliberately exposing his weak spots to help him improve. But why? Before he can dwell on it, she moves in dangerously close, her armored form practically inches from his. Your endurance needs work, she purrs, amused. If you can't keep up, how will you last in a real fight? Lu Fan, caught off guard, barely manages a response before his phone rings again. With a quick apology, he steps back to take the call. When he turns around, he exhales and thanks her, truly, acknowledging how much he's learned in such a short time. He even asks for her contact information, hoping for more training in the future. The woman, now back in her sleek black dress, laughs. Wow, asking for a pretty senior's number so soon, she teases. Lu Fan immediately backtracks. It's just for training. She waves him off with a smirk. If you want another match, just open a points room in the arena. No promises, though. With that, she turns and walks away, disappearing into the crowd. But as Lu Fan watches her go, he can't shake the feeling that she's more than just a skilled senior. Her strength, her demeanor, everything about her felt different. Was she a teacher? Or something else entirely? As the thought lingers, a notification suddenly pops up. 100 points awarded by your opponent. Lu Fan blinks. She gave me points? He's certain she could have knocked him out if she wanted to. So why go easy on him? Determined to get answers, he bolts out of the arena, scanning the crowd. But no matter where he looks, she's already gone. As Lu Fan dashes through the dorm halls, students call after him, telling him to slow down, but he barely hears them. His mind is spinning. Who is she? Why did she fight like that? And why did she vanish so suddenly? The whole encounter feels surreal, almost like she was some kind of phantom haunting the academy. Just as he's about to lose himself in thought again, Qin Xiu, Xiao Man, and Hank spot him. They call out, waving him over. Qin Xiu, ever the troublemaker, teases him about meeting yet another mysterious woman. Xiao Man joins in with a grin, cracking jokes about Lu Fan hooking up in the arena. But Lu Fan, too preoccupied to care, ignores them and silently follows along. The next day, the freshman assessment finals finally begin and the arena is packed. The entire academy is buzzing with anticipation. Will Lu Fan actually show up to face Jiang Fengyun? Some admire his boldness in challenging Fengyun Pavilion alone, while others think he's just insanely arrogant. Regardless of their opinions, everyone agrees this is the match to watch. Inside the arena, Jiang Fengyun taps his fingers impatiently, irritation creeping in. Lu Fan still isn't here. His patience wears thin as he threatens to storm Villa number 1 himself if Lu Fan keeps wasting time. Su Jing, ever the strategist, simply advises him to wait. And just then, a commotion ripples through the crowd. Someone spots a figure sprinting toward the arena. All eyes turn to the entrance. From the direction of the restroom, a cloaked figure is racing in, moving at ridiculous speeds. His black cloak flutters wildly behind him. It's Lu Fan. Jiang Fengyun smirks, cracking his knuckles as he signals his team to get ready. As Lu Fan nears, he lifts a hand, casually waving to the crowd. Sorry I'm late, he calls out, completely unbothered. Then, with a lazy grin, he adds, let's get this over with. I've got more important things to do. Standing at the center of the arena, Lu Fan faces the entire Fengyun Pavilion with an air of calm confidence. His sharp gaze sweeps over them, and with a smirk, he admits, honestly, I don't even know how many of you there are. Then he shrugs. But one thing's for sure, whatever comes together, goes together. To drive the point home, he casually drags a finger across his throat in a cutthroat gesture. The effect is instantaneous. One of Fengyun Pavilion's giants erupts in fury, hurling insults at Lu Fan. You dare talk to Jiang Fengyun like that? You're asking for death. But before the enraged man can step forward, Jiang Fengyun raises a hand, effortlessly silencing him. He doesn't even spare the outburst a glance. Instead, he locks eyes with Lu Fan, his smirk unwavering. There's no need for pointless words, Jiang Fengyun declares smoothly. If he refuses to take us seriously, we'll just make him regret it. Then, without hesitation, he raises the stakes. I'll wager 7,000 points on this match, he announces, his voice ringing through the arena. The crowd explodes. Jiang Fengyun stands firm, utterly confident in his victory. Lu Fan, completely unfazed, starts patting down his pockets like he's misplaced something important. The crowd watches in confusion as he takes his time. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he pulls out his points card. All right, I'll bet 177,000 points. Silence. Then the arena erupts. Jiang Fengyun's team collectively panics. Shouts of disbelief ring out as his comrades scramble, insisting they don't have nearly enough points to match that kind of wager. But Jiang Fengyun, driven by a mix of greed and pride, shuts them down. His eyes burn with determination. There's no way he's backing down from this. Pool everything, he orders. Reluctantly, the pavilion members gather their points. Some mutter under their breath, warning that if they don't get a cut of Lu Fan's points after the match, they're done with the pavilion. But in the end, they manage to scrape together the full amount. The bet is locked in. The tension in the arena is palpable. Lu Fan, as relaxed as ever, casually stretches his arms, looking more excited than nervous. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun narrows his eyes, growing suspicious. Why is Lu Fan so confident? Convinced that he plans to summon his dragon pet, Jiang Fengyun issues a quick command to Sujing. Cast a binding spell. Sujing nods, already moving. Everyone, prepare for battle. The fight begins. Sujing immediately casts Confinement Lock. Crimson-red chains shoot toward Lu Fan, wrapping around him in an instant. The spell locks him in place, completely cutting off his ability to use skills for 5 seconds. Seeing their chance, Jiang Fengyun and his teammates charge in, aiming to take him down before he can counter. But before they can strike, crack! Lu Fan shatters the chains instantly. The momentary silence in the crowd is replaced by deafening cheers as he effortlessly blocks Jiang Fengyun's attack with his massive black machete. Jiang Fengyun freezes, eyes wide, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan broke free so easily. Before he can react, Lu Fan snatches him by the collar, lifts him into the air, and flips him 360 degrees before slamming him into the ground hard. The impact echoes across the arena, shaking the floor. The crowd loses it. Lu Fan, standing over Jiang Fengyun like it's just another sparring match, doesn't even look winded. But the fight isn't over yet. A pavilion mage sneaks up behind Lu Fan and quickly casts Stiffness, a powerful debuff that slashes movement and attack speed by 75%. The moment the spell lands, the ranged attackers launch a coordinated assault, bombarding Lu Fan with a hail of projectiles. Smoke and dust cloud the battlefield. For a moment, the pavilion dares to hope. Then the dust settles. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, completely unharmed, is Lu Fan. He's casually grinning, like he's watching a group of children try to tackle him. "This is how you plan to take down the top freshman?" he asks, voice laced with amusement. Then, just because he can, he slams his foot into Jiang Fengyun's face. Jiang Fengyun, dazed and furious, spits out a curse. Why isn't the spell working? Sujing, equally baffled, scans Lu Fan and quickly realizes the issue. "It is working," he mutters. "Your movement speed was cut by 75%. Jiang Fengyun stares in disbelief. Sujing exhales sharply. "The problem is, even at 25% speed, Lu Fan is still faster than all of us." Lu Fan shrugs, looking down at Jiang Fengyun with a lazy grin. "Don't blame your friends," he says. "It's just that my dragon pet bonuses make your skills kind of useless." Under mounting pressure, Jiang Fengyun unveils his ultimate technique, Afterimage. Countless mirages of himself appear, surrounding Lu Fan in a dazzling display meant to overwhelm him. The pavilion erupts in cheers, certain that their leader is about to turn the tide. But Lu Fan remains unfazed, slicing through the illusions effortlessly, as if swatting at mere insects. Amused, he nods in approval. "Not bad," he remarks, before deciding to put an end to the fight. Raising his hand, he conjures a fireball, one so massive it seems ready to consume the entire arena. The swirling inferno crackles with power, its scorching heat radiating outward. Jiang Fengyun's smug confidence evaporates as the reality of the situation sets in. Lu Fan isn't holding back. With a deafening explosion, the fireball ignites into a sea of flames, and from its core emerges Black Dragon Xiaoyi in her fearsome world destroyer form. Her colossal figure rises from the blaze, her fiery aura instantly disintegrating the lingering mirages. The once bright sky dims as her presence alone eclipses the sun. Chaos erupts. The pavilion members scatter, their cheers turning to terrified screams. One of Lu Fan's teammates whips out a phone to capture the mayhem, while others stand frozen, their minds struggling to process the sight of a fully unleashed dragon. Jiang Fengyun, his blindfold now cast aside, stares in utter disbelief. He's encountered frauds claiming to be dragon tamers before, but this is something entirely different. His team pleads with him to retreat, but deep down, he knows there's no running from this. He made a grave miscalculation. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Fan remains calm, offering Jiang Fengyun a warning. Don't pass out just yet. I'm not done. Xiao Yi unleashes an earth-shaking roar, and in that instant, Lu Fan releases a pressure wave that ripples through the battlefield, spreading pure terror. The oppressive force immobilizes everyone from the Fengyun pavilion, locking them in place. Jiang Fengyun struggles in vain, but his body refuses to obey. He's completely trapped. With an easygoing smirk, Lu Fan produces his points card and asks, "Do you get it now?" There's only one number 1. The system tallies the results, 189,041 points. The sheer disparity leaves the pavilion crushed, and Jiang Fengyun, unable to endure the humiliation, collapses on the spot. As the dust settles, Xiao Yi lands beside Lu Fan, her scorching aura still dominating the battlefield. Lu Fan pats her head, completely unfazed by the destruction they've left in their wake. That's one thing taken care of, he muses before turning away. Even after dismantling the pavilion, he's already thinking ahead. Time to move on. I've got bigger things to handle. Later, inside the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan lounges casually. Just then, a figure steps into the room. Dressed in sleek black, the mysterious senior sister approaches with a knowing smile. "Waiting for me?" she asks, her voice laced with intrigue. Lu Fan smirks, shrugging as he replies, "There's no point competing with anyone else. If I'm going to learn, it has to be from someone like you." His voice carries a teasing edge as he adds, "Besides, you're over level 70. You're the only real challenge around." The senior sister pauses, her gaze flickering toward the arena's level restriction sign. A knowing smile plays on her lips. Lu Fan follows her line of sight, his mind racing as he begins to put the pieces together. She's not a student. She's something far beyond what he initially thought. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the vice principal kneels beside Jiang Fengyun's unconscious form, checking his pulse. The aftermath of the battle still lingers, the shattered remains of the Fengyun pavilion standing in stunned silence. As the vice principal takes in the sheer level of destruction, one thing becomes clear. Lu Fan doesn't just fight. He calculates. Every move, every decision was executed with precision. And despite the overwhelming power on display, no lives were ever at risk. With a nod of approval, he acknowledges that Lu Fan understands the weight of his strength. Back in the points room, the senior sister lounges casually, her tone playful as she eyes Lu Fan. "Did you set a trap for me to walk into?" she asks, her smile laced with amusement. Lu Fan raises his hands in mock innocence. "Hey, it's not a scam. The level limit is right there on the door. If you walked in, that means you're over level 70. Definitely not a student." She arches an eyebrow, unimpressed. "So, you're saying I'm not a senior? Then what do you think I am?" Lu Fan hesitates, analyzing. She looks young enough to be a senior, but her strength is leagues beyond any student he's encountered. After a moment of thought, he blurts out, "You must be a teacher." The room fills with laughter. "A teacher," she echoes, clearly amused by the thought. Then, stepping closer, her fiery aura subtly flickers back to life. "Believe what you want," she says, her voice carrying a playful but firm edge. "But I am your senior." Her eyes glimmer with mischief as she leans in slightly. "And this time, you didn't hide your handsome face. Much better to look at." Lu Fan barely has time to react before her tone shifts again, turning sharp. "Don't dig too deep into who I am," she warns. "If you want to see me again, don't set the points room level to 70 or higher. Otherwise, I won't return." Lu Fan quickly nods, though in the back of his mind, he'd been considering setting it to 80 next time. Well, guess that plan's off the table. The air thickens as flames swirl around her, her sleek black dress morphing once again into that striking, battle-ready armor. "I have to admit," she says, watching him intently, "your performance in the arena was impressive. You used my techniques against Jiang Fengyun flawlessly. You pick things up fast." Lu Fan grins at the praise, summoning his massive black machete with a flick of his wrist. There's no doubt about it now. She had been watching the entire fight. She continues, her tone almost proud. "The crowd went wild when you summoned your dragon so effortlessly. And when you dropped Jiang Fengyun in an instant, they didn't even know how to react." Her gaze sharpens. "Your speed? That's proof of the training you honed in the points room." Lu Fan chuckles, rubbing the back of his head as he thanks her for the guidance. But, he admits, my melee combat still needs a lot of work. Before he can say another word, she suddenly materializes her fire trident and lunges straight at him. Lu Fan barely reacts in time, blocking just as the force of her strike sends sparks flying. His heart pounds as he registers the seriousness in her expression. You've improved, she says coolly. But don't get ahead of yourself. You're still not ready to brag. Lu Fan quickly waves his hands in surrender. I wasn't bragging. I really do want to keep learning. Then, thinking fast, he shifts his approach, turning on the charm. With a grin, he starts showering her with praise, calling her an incredible teacher. You've been like an older sister to me, he adds. Teaching me, guiding me, even giving me 100 points. She lets out a laugh, clearly amused. You're pretty good at building relationships, she notes. But if you want to keep learning from me, bring me something in return. Lu Fan blinks. Like what? She smirks. Enchanted food from your house. I hear your big sister is an amazing cook. He laughs, agreeing without hesitation. Though his big sister is actually his aunt, close enough. No problem, he says, already picturing his aunt's reaction when he makes the request. Her tone shifts as she folds her arms. So what else did you learn from the fight? Lu Fan grins, gripping his machete. A few things. But before he can elaborate, she suddenly strikes again. Their weapons clash, sending a burst of flames into the air. The battle intensifies, their movements blurring as they trade blows. You're getting faster, she acknowledges. Then, with a wicked grin, she ups the stakes. If you can land even one hit on me, I'll reward you with a new weapon. Lu Fan blinks, thrown off by the offer. Before he can process it, she launches herself into the air and, in an unexpected twist, smacks him in the face with her thighs. The impact leaves him completely stunned, as if he just got caught in some bizarre mid-air dance attack. She lands gracefully, smirking at his dumbfounded expression. Your weapons are outdated, she teases. Maybe you should switch to a longer fire trident. Still recovering, Lu Fan shakes off his confusion as her expression shifts again, this time more serious. Tell me, she says, eyes locked onto his, what is it that you really want? Without thinking, Lu Fan blurts out the enchantment scroll. The air in the room turns heavy. Her playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by an intense fury. You what? She snaps, her entire aura igniting in a blaze. Do you even understand how rare and expensive that is? Before he can respond, she lunges at him, fire trident swinging. You want that? Go to hell. Lu Fan barely manages to dodge as she unleashes a relentless barrage of fiery attacks. He tries to explain himself, but she isn't having it. The only thing he can do now is survive. Later that evening at the villa, Lu Fan slumps onto the couch, wincing as he nurses his sore muscles. His aunt watches in amusement as he groans, stretching his aching limbs. I couldn't land a single hit on her, he mutters. Now my whole body feels like it got run over by a truck. Lu Fan's aunt, still rattled, throws her hands up. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you and Jiang Fengyan were going to fight to the death, she exclaims. Meanwhile, Qin Xiu, lounging with her tablet, barely looks up. By the way, she says casually, your so-called senior sister probably isn't a teacher. According to Nan Jianying, no one at the academy has ever seen her before. Before Lu Fan can respond, Qin Xiu suddenly perks up. Oh, look at that. You're trending on the school forum again. Turns out, someone recorded his battle with the Fengyun Pavilion. Every attack, every counter, and, most importantly, the moment he summoned the legendary Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Jianying, now intrigued, teases him. After beating Jiang Fengyun, you should be their new idol. Lu Fan, too exhausted to entertain the idea, waves it off. I just want to recover. The hype will fade soon enough. The next day, Spider's Secret Realm. Back in action, Lu Fan slashes through a swarm of monstrous spiders, his attacks precise and relentless. Jianying watches from the sidelines, arms crossed. I thought your plan was to learn from your senior, she says, raising an eyebrow. Lu Fan, never pausing in his strikes, replies, if I raise my level, I'll have an edge over her. Besides, I need to keep up. With one final swing, he clears a tough wave of enemies. And then, he feels it. A powerful surge of energy washes over him. Level 30. Grinning, he calls everyone over to celebrate, opening a treasure chest to mark the occasion. Qin Xiu congratulates him, while his aunt, looking pale from all the spider corpses, forces herself to pat him on the back. Jianying and Xiaoman, meanwhile, exchange excited glances because hitting level 30 only means one thing. It's finally time, Jianying says. You can visit the job transfer hall and upgrade your class. Outside the secret realm, instant chaos. Lu Fan steps into the open, excitement still coursing through him. But before he can even take in his surroundings, the air shifts. Students nearby start whispering. Then a few turn, recognizing him. Then, complete mayhem. In an instant, he's mobbed by students eager for selfies, autographs, and even just a handshake. Word had spread fast. This was the guy who took down Chun Tianji and obliterated the entire Fengyun Pavilion. Jianying and Xiaoman watch from a distance, stunned by the scene unfolding. Jian Yang's expression darkens as girls swarm around Lu Fan, all too eager to get close. Xiaoman just sighs, shaking her head. How do you get this popular so fast? She mutters. Seeing no way to escape the growing crowd, Lu Fan's aunt quickly takes charge. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan steps out in full disguise. Mask, goggles, the whole works. As the students frantically search for him, the disguise does its job, and the mob gradually scatters. Qinxiu exhales in relief. Finally, we lost them. Lu Fan, however, looks less than thrilled. Am I really gonna have to go out like this every time? He sighs. Xiaoman, watching the whole scene unfold, pouts. Lucky you. I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after me. Jianyang, still unimpressed, changes the subject. There's no record of a second job transfer for dragon tamers, she points out. No guides, no data. Lu Fan's completely on his own here. Qinxiu claps a hand on his back, grinning. That just means you get to be the first. Pretty exciting, right? Lu Fan can't help but feel a sense of pride. This isn't just a challenge. It's a chance to carve a new path. Before long, they arrive at the job transfer hall. The group exchanges nods of encouragement. The ceremony is solo, Jian Yang reminds him. This is all on you. Lu Fan gives them a reassuring nod. I'll figure it out. With that, he taps his student card against the scanner and steps inside. The chamber is circular, bathed in a cool blue glow. As the system announces the initiation of his second stage transfer, Lu Fan quickly realizes something. There's no pre-existing data for a dragon tamer's advancement. Every other job has been documented for generations, but his path is completely blank. 3 glowing options appear before him. 1. Dragon Priest, focused on healing, buffs, and enchantments to strengthen dragon companions, but at the cost of his own combat abilities. 2. Dragon Spellcaster, a magic-based class that allows him to absorb and cast dragon spells himself. 3. Flame Dragon Warrior, a powerful melee fighter with high endurance, capable of transforming into a massive dragon. Each path offers distinct strengths, but comes with major drawbacks. None of them align with Lu Fan's balanced approach to combat. Frustrated, he hesitates, unsure of which to choose. Then, as if responding to his dilemma, a 4th option suddenly appears, Dragon Rider. A suit of formidable armor materializes before him, its cape flowing with energy. The system explains, this class enhances skills by synchronizing them with dragon companions, allowing for seamless teamwork and adaptability in battle. It's the perfect blend of offense, defense, and strategy, exactly what Lu Fan has been searching for. His hesitation vanishes. With a confident motion, he selects Dragon Rider. Outside the hall, the group is growing restless. What's taking so long? Xiaoman mutters, pacing back and forth. Hank, trying to keep his cool, but failing miserably, waves a hand dismissively. Relax. He's just weighing his options. Jian Yang, ever composed, crosses her arms. He's making history. This isn't a decision he can take lightly. His choice might redefine how dragon tamers are seen from now on. Qinxiu smiles knowingly. This marks the end of an 800-year decline for dragon-related professions. Trust him. Lu Fan knows exactly what he's doing. Just as the tension peaks, the doors swing open. Lu Fan steps out, and the group collectively exhales in relief. Before he can even blink, they bombard him with questions, eager to hear his decision. As they walk, he finally reveals his new class, Dragon Rider. Oh, and my contract slots increased from 2 to 3, he adds with a satisfied grin. Xiaoman's eyes light up. Wait, does this mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Laughing, Lu Fan nods. I already found a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. Once my dragons hit level 30, I can ride them. His aunt raises an eyebrow. The idea of you riding 2 dragons at once seems interesting. Lu Fan smirks. Don't imagine anything weird. I can only ride them in full dragon form, not human form. As they near the villa, Lu Fan suddenly notices a familiar figure. Striding toward them is none other than his mysterious senior sister. Her presence is just as striking as ever. You sure took your time, she teases. I should have just given you my contact info earlier. The group stares, caught off guard, especially Xiaoman, who instantly recognizes her as the one responsible for Lu Fan's brutal training sessions. She can't help but admire her beauty. The senior sister smirks. I assume Lu Fan's told you all about me? Then, turning to his aunt, she adds, and you must be the famous enchanted cook. His aunt chuckles. That's me. Without missing a beat, the senior sister casually announces, I'm borrowing Lu Fan for a bit. Everyone freezes. Before anyone can react, she clarifies, we have errands to run in Dragon City. Don't get any strange ideas. His aunt waves her off with a laugh. After everything you've done for him, you don't need to ask. Just bring him back in one piece and join us for dinner later. Lu Fan barely has time to protest before she grabs his hand, pulling him along. As she does, She brushes against him, leaving him flustered. He shoots a helpless glance back at his friends, silently demanding why no one even thought to ask his opinion. Lu Fan sits stiffly in the passenger seat as the senior sister's sleek car tears down the road, engine roaring. She's definitely breaking every speed limit, but she doesn't seem the least bit concerned. Meanwhile, his phone buzzes with a message. Be careful around her. She's not even a teacher. His unease deepens. Noticing his silence, the senior sister smirks. Something wrong? Lu Fan hesitates before finally asking, where exactly are we going? Her smile widens. To get that rare consumable you wanted. You'll love it. It takes a second for the meaning to click, but when it does, Lu Fan's worry fades, replaced by excitement. So that's what this is about. Maybe this ride won't be so bad after all. After what feels like an eternity of reckless speeding, they finally arrive at the Dragon Auction House, just as the event is kicking off. The Grand Hall is buzzing with energy, and it doesn't take Lu Fan long to figure out why they're here. The enchantment scroll he's been dreaming of is up for auction. His excitement, however, quickly sours as reality sets in. Something this rare won't come cheap. His gut already tells him the price will be astronomical. Sensing his hesitation, the senior sister shoots him a confident look. You should go for it. Lu Fan shakes his head, recalling the absurd bids from the last auction he attended. Forget it. That thing's gonna cost a fortune. She chuckles, clearly amused. Relax. I'm richer than you think. Her casual tone does nothing to put him at ease. If anything, it makes him more uneasy. He doesn't like the idea of owing her, especially when he still has no clue who she really is. Still, before he can think of an alternative, the auction begins. The first item up? The very enchantment scroll he's after, the one that removes level restrictions on equipment. A system announcement booms through the hall, declaring the starting price. 95 million dragon coins. Lu Fan's stomach drops. That's already insane, but within seconds, bids skyrocket past 200 million. Then, without hesitation, the senior sister casually raises her paddle. 230 million. Lu Fan stares at her, stunned. She leans over with a smirk. Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two about bidding. Before he can even react, a voice from the back cuts through the room, announcing a new bid, 3 billion dragon coins. The entire hall falls silent. Lu Fan whips around to see the smug face of the bratty princess of the Tai Chi Kingdom. His mind reels. Why would she want to scroll? The senior sister, completely unfazed, leans back in her chair. Her family's filthy rich, she says casually. And trust me, bidding against her? That's just asking for trouble. Curious, Lu Fan leans in. How do you know so much about the princess? The senior sister shrugs, a sly smile playing on her lips. I'm a well-informed woman. Then, lowering her voice slightly, she adds, I also know all about you and Tion before she raises her paddle again. For billion. A wave of gasps ripples through the crowd. Up in the VIP section, the princess struggles to keep her composure. She turns to her minion, voice sharp. Check our funds. A moment later, the minion leans in and whispers, we have 5 billion dragon coins left. Hearing that, the senior sister doesn't hesitate. 5 billion. The entire auction house goes silent. Even the announcer seems stunned before finally slamming his gavel. So, Lu Fan can only watch in shock as the enchantment scroll is officially claimed. Meanwhile, the princess is fuming. She glares around the room, furious that someone actually outbid her. Then, spotting Lu Fan, her minion sneers, muttering something about low-class trash. The princess narrows her eyes. She scoffs, completely unaware that Lu Fan could humble her in an instant. Her minion tries to calm her. We can find a similar scroll elsewhere. But, true to form, the princess crosses her arms and pouts. Forget that. I'll get my brother involved. Let's see who dares oppose me then. Lu Fan rolls his eyes. Typical. Meanwhile, Lu Fan follows the senior sister to a VIP lounge, where they're soon joined by a striking woman in a red dress. The moment she walks in, the senior sister stands and greets her with a warm hug. It's clear they know each other well. The woman chuckles, shaking her head. You didn't even say hello when you arrived. Every time you show up, you spend a fortune on the most random things. It's my job to spoil you, you know. Then, her gaze shifts to Lu Fan, sharp and assessing. And who's this? The senior sister gestures toward him. My junior. That scroll was for him. The woman's lips curl into a smile. Interesting. She turns to Lu Fan. I'm Du Yakyu, the boss of the Dragon Auction House. If you ever need something rare, you're always welcome here. Lu Fan blinks, still processing everything. Then, Du Yakyu casually drops a bombshell. Oh, and by the way, I'm her sister-in-law. Lu Fan nearly chokes. Suddenly, the senior sister's endless wealth makes way too much sense. Lu Fan insists he'll repay the 5 billion dragon coins someday, but the senior sister just waves him off with a teasing grin. Oh, don't worry about that. Just think about how you're going to pay me back. It'll be fun. She gestures toward the scroll, inviting him to take a closer look. Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning, Lu Fan eagerly unfurls it. Now that he can bypass the level 60 restriction, he can finally equip the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. Flight? Yes, please. As he admires his new treasure, Diakyu and the senior sister casually chat about rare item donations and a treasure book collection. The senior sister shoots Lu Fan a playful look. Don't forget, you're 5 billion in debt now. Better start brainstorming how to repay me. Curious, Lu Fan asks about the treasure book. The senior sister hands him a tablet, explaining, collectors submit rare items, and the auction house pays them 3% of the item's estimated value. They keep the item, but we get to display it in the collection. It's a win-win. Intrigued, Lu Fan pulls out the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King and hands it to Diakyu for appraisal. The moment she sees it, her eyes widen. A legendary level 60 flying wing, she exclaims. This is worth at least 2 billion dragon coins. Without hesitation, Lu Fan submits it to the treasure book, instantly earning a cool 60 million dragon coins. Easy money, he thinks, though he knows it barely scratches his debt. But he's not done yet. I have something even rarer, he says, pulling out the blue dragon egg. The room falls silent. As the legendary star dragon egg glows in his hands, both Diakyu and the senior sister stare in disbelief. Diakyu finally puts the pieces together. Eyes widening, she whispers, "You're the dragon tamer from the southern province." The senior sister just smiles, clearly proud of her junior. Later, after dropping the senior sister near her house, Lu Fan politely offers to walk her to the door. But, true to form, she waves him off with her usual confident smirk. "I've got it," she says. As Lu Fan takes off into the night, she watches him disappear into the sky, a quiet sense of admiration settling in. Most guys would have insisted on walking her to the door, either out of forced politeness or curiosity about her private life. But not Lu Fan. Not bad, she muses. Then, suddenly a thought hits her. Lu Fan left her bike floating midair during their adventure earlier. By now, it's probably scrap metal. She sighs, shaking her head. Poor bike. Back at the villa, Lu Fan flops down between the black dragon Xiao Yi and the jade dragon Xiao Fei, utterly exhausted but feeling victorious. After all that flying, he's definitely getting the hang of those soul wings. But there's no time to rest. Tonight, he's finally hatching the star dragon egg, and nothing's going to get in his way. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei exchange glances. Xiao Yi looks a bit surprised, while Xiao Fei, still half asleep from her nap, lazily eyes the egg. Lu Fan, ever the peacemaker, reminds them, no fighting when the new dragon hatches. We all need to get along. He's not sure they'll actually listen, but hey, it's worth a shot. With that, he focuses, channeling his dragon tamer skill and pouring his aura into the egg. A brilliant blue light fills the room as cracks spread across the shell. Xiao Fei, ever the troublemaker, immediately starts munching on the broken pieces. Lu Fan sighs but can't help chuckling. Of course, she'd turn this into a snack break. Then, the light intensifies. For a moment, it's like the whole room is filled with falling stars. And when the glow fades, there it is. A baby star dragon stands before them. Sleek black scales, shimmering blue wings, and a starry aura that makes it look like it was born from the cosmos itself. Even at level 1, its stats are already insane. Strength, 795. Agility, 276. Spirit, 109. And its skill set, even crazier. Broken Star summons a star that crashes into enemies, dealing massive area damage. Starlight Scale Armor absorbs damage for 60 seconds, then reflects it back. Star Surge increases endurance the longer the battle lasts. Star Dragon Bloodline reduces all attribute damage by 50% and boosts self-recovery by 500%. Lu Fan lifts the tiny dragon, completely in awe. It's already stronger than Xiao Yi was at level 1, and by the time it reaches level 20, it'll be an absolute monster. Meanwhile, the star dragon notices Xiao Fei still munching on its eggshells and immediately rushes over to smack her. Xiao Fei lets out a dramatic whimper, but Lu Fan just laughs. He's still thinking about how devastating Broken Star will be in a dungeon. Then, in a move that surprises no one, the star dragon starts eating its own eggshells. Because apparently, that's just a thing dragons do. Lu Fan finally confirms it's a girl. That means it's time to pick a name. After some brainstorming, he settles on Xingchun, a name that symbolizes the stars. Xiao Fei is not impressed. She even starts fake crying, dramatically complaining about the lack of creativity. Lu Fan groans. It's just a name. But before another argument can break out, Xingchun curls up and falls asleep. Lu Fan sighs in relief. At least she's low maintenance. With Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei constantly bickering, having a dragon that just wants a nap? That's a blessing. Wanli Sand Area, Tai Chi Kingdom. Deep within the Wanli Sand Area, A level 60 to 70 danger zone, an eerie scene unfolds. Skeletons hang from crosses, their hollow eyes staring into the abyss. A campfire flickers in the darkness, casting long shadows across the bloodstained sand. Standing near the fire is a man draped in a long cape, his gaze locked on his phone. Jin Chunghan, a top-ranked professional, and more importantly, Jinju's older brother. A voice cuts through the silence. Something wrong? Without looking up, Jin Chunghan answers, voice cold. My spoiled little sister keeps pestering me about some trashy boy who had the nerve to hit her. Twice. His tone carries neither anger nor concern, just mild irritation. Nearby, the lake stirs. From its depths, a monstrous centipede-like creature emerges, its grotesque form towering over the shoreline. Jin Chunghan doesn't even blink. With a flick of his hand, a red energy blade slices through the air. In an instant, the creature is cleaved in half. Blood rains down, hissing as it touches the scorched ground. Jin Chunghan finally glances up from his phone, a dangerous smirk curling on his lips. I'm a loving brother, he muses, and I'll make sure to rid my sister of all her troubles, personally. Back at the villa, 1 week later. It's been a week since Lu Fan hatched the Star Dragon, and life has settled into a new rhythm. Every day, he trains with the senior sister, who finds endless ways to tease him. Her favorite? A standing promise. If you ever land a single hit on me, I'll take you back to the Dragon Auction House. Spoiler alert, he still hasn't landed a hit. During the weekdays, Lu Fan and his team grind relentlessly in Poison Spider Forest, pushing their limits and racking up levels fast. Current progress. Dragons. Jade Dragon Xiaofei, level 22. Star Dragon Extinction, Xingchun, level 11. Black Dragon Xiao Yi, level 29. Humans. Lu Fan, level 32. Jianying, level 31. Xiaoman, level 32. Qinxiu, level 30. With everyone at their second-class transfer milestone, excitement is at an all-time high. Xiaoman, especially, won't stop talking about the advanced dungeons they'll be taking on next. Watching his team grow stronger by the day, Lu Fan can't help but smile. Their synergy is unmatched, and soon, they'll be unstoppable.